Chapter 16. Birds concluded. The immature plumage in relation to the character of the plumage in both sexes when adult. 6 classes of cases. Sexual differences between the males of closely allied or representative species, the female assuming the characters of the male plumage of the young in relation to the summer and winter plumage of the adults. On the increase of beauty in the birds of the world. Protective coloring. Conspicuously colored birds. Novelty appreciated. Summary of the 4 chapters on birds. We must now consider the transmission of characters, as limited by age, in reference to sexual selection. The truth and importance of the principle of inheritance at corresponding ages need not here be discussed, as enough has already been said on the subject. Before giving the several rather complex rules or classes of cases, under which the differences in plumage between the young and the old, as far as known to me, may be included, it will be well to make a few preliminary remarks. With animals of all kinds, when the adults differ in color from the young, and the colors of the latter are not, as far as we can see, of any special service, they may generally be attributed, like various embryological structures, to the retention of a former character. But this view can be maintained with confidence, only when the young of several species resemble each other closely, and likewise resemble other adult species belonging to the same group. For the latter are the living proofs that such a state of things was formerly possible. Young lions and pumas are marked with feeble stripes or rows of spots, and as many allied species both young and old are similarly marked, no believer in evolution will doubt that the progenitor of the lion and puma was a striped animal, and that the young have retained vestiges of the stripes, like the kittens of black cats, which are not in the least striped when grown up. Many species of deer, which when mature are not spotted, are whilst young covered with white spots, as are likewise some few species in the adult state. So again the young in the whole family of pigs, suidae, and in certain rather distantly allied animals, such as the tapir, are marked with dark longitudinal stripes. But here we have a character apparently derived from an extinct progenitor, and now preserved by the young alone. In all such cases the old have had their colors changed in the course of time, whilst the young have remained but little altered, and this has been effected through the principle of inheritance at corresponding ages. This same principle applies to many birds belonging to various groups, in which the young closely resemble each other, and differ much from their respective adult parents. The young of almost all the Gallinaceae, and of some distantly allied birds such as ostriches, are covered with longitudinally striped down, but this character points back to a state of things so remote that it hardly concerns us. Young crossbills, loxia, have at first straight beaks like those of other finches, and in their immature striated plumage they resemble the mature redpoll and female siskin, as well as the young of the goldfinch, greenfinch, and some other allied species. The young of many kinds of buntings, Emberiza, resemble one another, and likewise the adult state of the common bunting, E. miliaria. In almost the whole large group of thrushes the young have their breast spotted a character which is retained throughout life by many species, but is quite lost by others, as by the Turdus migratorius. So again with many thrushes, the feathers on the back are mottled before they are molted for the first time, and this character is retained for life by certain eastern species. The young of many species of shrikes, Lanius, of some woodpeckers, and of an Indian pigeon, Calcophaps indicus, are transversely striped on the under surface, and certain allied species or whole genera are similarly marked when adult. In some closely allied and resplendent Indian cuckoos, Chrysococcyx, the mature species differ considerably from one another in color, but the young cannot be distinguished. The young of an Indian goose, Sarkidiornis melaninotus, closely resemble in plumage an allied genus, Dendrocygna, when mature. 1. In regard to thrushes, shrikes, and woodpeckers, see Mr. Blythe, in Charlesworth's Mag. of Nat History, Volume 1. 1837, page 304, also footnote to his translation of Cuvier's Regni Animal, page 159. I give the case of loxia on Mr. Blythe's information. On thrushes, see also Audubon, Ornith, Biog. Volume 2. Page 195. On Chrysococcyx and Calcophaps, Blythe, as quoted in Jerdon's Birds of India, Volume 3. Page 485. On Sarkidiornis, Blythe, in Ibis, 1867, page 175. Similar facts will hereafter be given in regard to certain herons. Young black grouse, Tetrao tetrix, resemble the young as well as the old of certain other species, for instance the red grouse or T. scoticus. Finally, as Mr. Blythe, who has attended closely to this subject, has well remarked, the natural affinities of many species are best exhibited in their immature plumage. And as the true affinities of all organic beings depend on their descent from a common progenitor, this remark strongly confirms the belief that the immature plumage approximately shews us the former or ancestral condition of the species. Although many young birds, belonging to various families, thus give us a glimpse of the plumage of their remote progenitors, yet there are many other birds, both dull-colored and bright-colored, in which the young closely resemble their parents. In such cases the young of the different species cannot resemble each other more closely than do the parents, nor can they strikingly resemble allied forms when adult. They give us but little insight into the plumage of their progenitors, excepting in so far that, when the young and the old are colored in the same general manner throughout a whole group of species, it is probable that their progenitors were similarly colored. We may now consider the classes of cases, under which the differences and resemblances between the plumage of the young and the old, in both sexes or in one sex alone, may be grouped. Rules of this kind were first announced by Cuvier. But with the progress of knowledge they require some modification and amplification. This I have attempted to do, as far as the extreme complexity of the subject permits, from information derived from various sources. But a full essay on this subject by some competent ornithologist is much needed. In order to ascertain to what extent each rule prevails, I have tabulated the facts given in 4 great works, namely, by MacGillivray on the birds of Britain, Audubon on those of North America, Jerdon on those of India, and Gould on those of Australia. I may here premise, first, that the several cases or rules graduate into each other. And secondly, that when the young are said to resemble their parents, it is not meant that they are identically alike, for their colors are almost always less vivid, and the feathers are softer and often of a different shape. Rules or classes of cases. When the adult male is more beautiful or conspicuous than the adult female, the young of both sexes in their first plumage closely resemble the adult female, as with the common fowl and peacock. Or, as occasionally occurs, they resemble her much more closely than they do the adult male. 2. When the adult female is more conspicuous than the adult male, as sometimes though rarely occurs, the young of both sexes in their first plumage resemble the adult male. 3. When the adult male resembles the adult female, the young of both sexes have a peculiar first plumage of their own, as with the robin. 4. When the adult male resembles the adult female, the young of both sexes in their first plumage resemble the adults, as with the kingfisher, many parrots, crows, hedge warblers. When the adults of both sexes have a distinct winter and summer plumage, whether or not the male differs from the female, the young resemble the adults of both sexes in their winter dress, or much more rarely in their summer dress. Or they resemble the females alone. Or the young may have an intermediate character, or again they may differ greatly from the adults in both their seasonal plumages. 6. In some few cases the young in their first plumage differ from each other according to sex. The young males resembling more or less closely the adult males, and the young females more or less closely the adult females. Class I. In this class, the young of both sexes more or less closely resemble the adult female, whilst the adult male differs from the adult female, often in the most conspicuous manner. Innumerable instances in all orders could be given. It will suffice to call to mind the common pheasant, duck, and house sparrow. The cases under this class graduate into others. Thus the two sexes when adult may differ so slightly, and the young so slightly from the adults, that it is doubtful whether such cases ought to come under the present, or under the third or fourth classes. So again the young of the two sexes, instead of being quite alike, may differ in a slight degree from each other, as in our sixth class. These transitional cases, however, are few, or at least are not strongly pronounced, in comparison with those which come strictly under the present class. The force of the present law is well shown in those groups, in which, as a general rule, the two sexes and the young are all alike, for when in these groups the male does differ from the female, as with certain parrots, kingfishers, pigeons, etc. The young of both sexes resemble the adult female. 2. See, for instance, Mr. Gould's account, Handbook to the Birds of Australia, Volume 1, p. 133, of Cyanalcion, one of the kingfishers, in which, however, the young male, though resembling the adult female, is less brilliantly colored. In some species of Dactylo the males have blue tails, and the females brown ones, and Mr. R.B. Sharp informs me that the tail of the young male of D. Gaudichaudi is at first brown. Mr. Gould has described, Ibid Volume 2. pp. 14, 20, 37, the sexes and the young of certain black cockatoos and of the king lory, with which the same rule prevails. Also Jerdon, Birds of India, Volume 1, page 260, on the Palaeornis rosa, in which the young are more like the female than the male. See Audubon, Ornithological Biography, Volume 2. Page 475, on the two sexes and the young of Columba passerina. We see the same fact exhibited still more clearly in certain anomalous cases. Thus the male of Heliothrix auriculata, one of the hummingbirds, differs conspicuously from the female in having a splendid gorget and fine ear tufts, but the female is remarkable from having a much longer tail than that of the male. Now the young of both sexes resemble, with the exception of the breast being spotted with bronze, the adult female in all other respects, including the length of her tail, so that the tail of the male actually becomes shorter as he reaches maturity. Which is a most unusual circumstance. 3. I owe this information to Mr. Gould, who shewed me the specimens. See also his Introduction to the Trochilidae, 1861, page 120. Again, the plumage of the male goosander, Mergus merganser, is more conspicuously colored than that of the female, with the scapular and secondary wing feathers much longer. But differently from what occurs, as far as I know, in any other bird, the crest of the adult male, though broader than that of the female, is considerably shorter, being only a little above an inch in length. The crest of the female being 2.5 inches long. Now the young of both sexes entirely resemble the adult female, so that their crests are actually of greater length, though narrower, than in the adult male. 4. McGillivray, Hist. Brit. Birds, Volume 5, pages 207 to 214. When the young and the females closely resemble each other and both differ from the males, the most obvious conclusion is that the males alone have been modified. Even in the anomalous cases of the Heliothrix and Mergus, it is probable that originally both adult sexes were furnished the one species with a much elongated tail, and the other with a much elongated crest, these characters having since been partially lost by the adult males from some unexplained cause, and transmitted in their diminished state to their male offspring alone, when arrived at the corresponding age of maturity. The belief that in the present class the male alone has been modified, as far as the differences between the male and the female together with her young are concerned, is strongly supported by some remarkable facts recorded by Mr. Blyth. 5. See his admirable paper in the Journal of the Asiatic SOC of Bengal, Volume 19. 1850, page 223, see also Jerdon, Birds of India, Volume 1, Introduction, page 29. In regard to Tanysiptera, Professor Schlegel told Mr. Blyth that he could distinguish several distinct races, solely by comparing the adult males, with respect to closely allied species which represent each other in distinct countries. For with several of these representative species the adult males have undergone a certain amount of change and can be distinguished, the females and the young from the distinct countries being indistinguishable, and therefore absolutely unchanged. This is the case with certain Indian chats, Thamnobia, with certain honeysuckers, Nectarinia, shrikes, Tephrodornis, certain kingfishers, Tanysiptera, Caliche pheasants, Galophysis, and tree partridges, Arboricola. In some analogous cases, namely with birds having a different summer and winter plumage, but with the two sexes nearly alike, certain closely allied species can easily be distinguished in their summer or nuptial plumage. Yet are indistinguishable in their winter as well as in their immature plumage. This is the case with some of the closely allied Indian wagtails or motacilli. Mr. Swinhoe, 6. See also Mr. Swinhoe, in Ibis, July 1863, page 131, and a previous paper, with an extract from a note by Mr. Blythe, in Ibis, January, 1861, page 25. Informs me that 3 species of Ardiola, a genus of herons, which represent one another on separate continents, are most strikingly different when ornamented with their summer plumes, but are hardly, if at all, distinguishable during the winter. The young also of these 3 species in their immature plumage closely resemble the adults in their winter dress. This case is all the more interesting, because with 2 other species of Ardiola both sexes retain, during the winter and summer, nearly the same plumage as that possessed by the 3 first species during the winter and in their immature state. And this plumage, which is common to several distinct species at different ages and seasons, probably shews us how the progenitors of the genus were colored. In all these cases, the nuptial plumage which we may assume was originally acquired by the adult males during the breeding season, and transmitted to the adults of both sexes at the corresponding season, has been modified, whilst the winter and immature plumages have been left unchanged. The question naturally arises, how is it that in these latter cases the winter plumage of both sexes, and in the former cases the plumage of the adult females, as well as the immature plumage of the young, have not been at all affected? The species which represent each other in distinct countries will almost always have been exposed to somewhat different conditions, but we can hardly attribute to this action the modification of the plumage in the males alone, seeing that the females and the young, though similarly exposed, have not been affected. Hardly any fact shews us more clearly how subordinate in importance is the direct action of the conditions of life, in comparison with the accumulation through selection of indefinite variations, than the surprising difference between the sexes of many birds. For both will have consumed the same food, and have been exposed to the same climate. Nevertheless, we are not precluded from believing that in the course of time new conditions may produce some direct effect either on both sexes, or from their constitutional differences chiefly on one sex. We see only that this is subordinate in importance to the accumulated results of selection. Judging, however, from a widespread analogy, when a species migrates into a new country, and this must precede the formation of representative species, the changed conditions to which they will almost always have been exposed will cause them to undergo a certain amount of fluctuating variability. In this case sexual selection, which depends on an element liable to change the taste or admiration of the female, will have had new shades of color or other differences to act on and accumulate. And as sexual selection is always at work, it would, from what we know of the results on domestic animals of man's unintentional selection, be surprising if animals inhabiting separate districts, which can never cross and thus blend their newly acquired characters, were not, after a sufficient lapse of time, differently modified. These remarks likewise apply to the nuptial or summer plumage, whether confined to the males, or common to both sexes. Although the females of the above closely allied or representative species, together with their young, differ hardly at all from one another, so that the males alone can be distinguished, yet the females of most species within the same genus obviously differ from each other. The differences, however, are rarely as great as between the males. We see this clearly in the whole family of the Gallinaceae, the females, for instance, of the common in Japan pheasant, and especially of the gold and Amherst pheasant, of the silver pheasant and the wild fowl resemble one another very closely in color, whilst the males differ to an extraordinary degree. So it is with the females of most of the Cotingidae, Fringillidae, and many other families. There can indeed be no doubt that, as a general rule, the females have been less modified than the males. Some few birds, however, offer a singular and inexplicable exception. Thus the females of Paradisea apoda and P. papuana differ from each other more than do their respective males. 7. Wallace, The Malay Archipelago, Volume 2. 1869, page 394. The female of the latter species having the under surface pure white, whilst the female P. apoda is deep brown beneath. So, again, as I hear from Professor Newton, the males of two species of Oxynotus, shrikes, which represent each other in the islands of Mauritius and Bourbon, 8. These species are described with colored figures, by M. F. Pollen, in Ibis, 1866, page 275, differ but little in color, whilst the females differ much. In the Bourbon species the female appears to have partially retained an immature condition of plumage, for at first sight she might be taken for the young of the Mauritian species. These differences may be compared with those inexplicable ones, which occur independently of man's selection in certain subbreeds of the game fowl, in which the females are very different, whilst the males can hardly be distinguished. 9. Variation of Animals, etc., Volume 1, page 251. As I account so largely by sexual selection for the differences between the males of allied species, how can the differences between the females be accounted for in all ordinary cases? We need not here consider the species which belong to distinct genera, for with these, adaptation to different habits of life, and other agencies, will have come into play. In regard to the differences between the females within the same genus, it appears to me almost certain, after looking through various large groups, that the chief agent has been the greater or less transference to the female of the characters acquired by the males through sexual selection. In the several British finches, the two sexes differ either very slightly or considerably, and if we compare the females of the greenfinch, chaffinch, goldfinch, bullfinch, crossbill, sparrow, etc., we shall see that they differ from one another chiefly in the points in which they partially resemble their respective males, and the colors of the males may safely be attributed to sexual selection. With many gallinaceous species the sexes differ to an extreme degree, as with the peacock, pheasant, and fowl, whilst with other species there has been a partial or even complete transference of character from the male to the female. The females of the several species of Polyplectron exhibit in a dim condition, and chiefly on the tail, the splendid ocelli of their males. The female partridge differs from the male only in the red mark on her breast being smaller, and the female wild turkey only in her colors being much duller. In the guinea fowl the two sexes are indistinguishable. There is no improbability in the plain, though peculiarly spotted plumage of this latter bird having been acquired through sexual selection by the males, and then transmitted to both sexes. For it is not essentially different from the much more beautifully spotted plumage, characteristic of the males alone of the tragopan pheasants. It should be observed that, in some instances, the transference of characters from the male to the female has been effected apparently at a remote period, the male having subsequently undergone great changes, without transferring to the female any of his later gained characters. For instance, the female and the young of the black grouse, Tetrao tetrix, resemble pretty closely both sexes and the young of the red grouse, T. scoticus. And we may consequently infer that the black grouse is descended from some ancient species, of which both sexes were colored in nearly the same manner as the red grouse. As both sexes of this latter species are more distinctly barred during the breeding season than at any other time, and as the male differs slightly from the female in his more strongly pronounced red and brown tints, 10. McGillivray, History of British Birds, Volume 1, pages 172 to 174, we may conclude that his plumage has been influenced by sexual selection, at least to a certain extent. If so, we may further infer that nearly similar plumage of the female black grouse was similarly produced at some former period. But since this period the male black grouse has acquired his fine black plumage, with his forked and outwardly curled tail feathers. But of these characters there has hardly been any transference to the female, excepting that she shews in her tail a trace of the curved fork. We may therefore conclude that the females of distinct though allied species have often had their plumage rendered more or less different by the transference in various degrees of characters acquired by the males through sexual selection, both during former and recent times. But it deserves especial attention that brilliant colors have been transferred much more rarely than other tints. For instance, the male of the red-throated blue-breast Cyanecula suecica, has a rich blue breast, including a sub-triangular red mark. Now marks of nearly the same shape have been transferred to the female, but the central space is fulvous instead of red, and is surrounded by mottled instead of blue feathers. The Gallinaceae offer many analogous cases. For none of the species, such as partridges, quails, guinea fowls, etc., in which the colors of the plumage have been largely transferred from the male to the female, are brilliantly colored. This is well exemplified with the pheasants, in which the male is generally so much more brilliant than the female. But with the eared and cheer pheasants, Chrysoptilon oridum and Phasianus wallichii, the sexes closely resemble each other and their colors are dull. We may go so far as to believe that if any part of the plumage in the males of these two pheasants had been brilliantly colored, it would not have been transferred to the females. These facts strongly support Mr. Wallace's view that with birds which are exposed to much danger during incubation, the transference of bright colors from the male to the female has been checked through natural selection. We must not, however, forget that another explanation, before given, is possible. Namely, that the males which varied and became bright, whilst they were young and inexperienced, would have been exposed to much danger, and would generally have been destroyed. The older and more cautious males, on the other hand, if they varied in a like manner, would not only have been able to survive, but would have been favored in their rivalry with other males. Now variations occurring late in life tend to be transmitted exclusively to the same sex, so that in this case extremely bright tints would not have been transmitted to the females. On the other hand, ornaments of a less conspicuous kind, such as those possessed by the eared and cheer pheasants, would not have been dangerous, and if they appeared during early youth, would generally have been transmitted to both sexes. In addition to the effects of the partial transference of characters from the males to the females, some of the differences between the females of closely allied species may be attributed to the direct or definite action of the conditions of life. 11. See, on this subject, Chapter 23. In the Variation of Animals and Plants under Domestication. With the males, any such action would generally have been masked by the brilliant colors gained through sexual selection. But not so with the females. Each of the endless diversities in plumage which we see in our domesticated birds is, of course, the result of some definite cause. And under natural and more uniform conditions, some one tint, assuming that it was in no way injurious, would almost certainly sooner or later prevail. The free intercrossing of the many individuals belonging to the same species would ultimately tend to make any change of color, thus induced, uniform in character. No one doubts that both sexes of many birds have had their colors adapted for the sake of protection, and it is possible that the females alone of some species may have been modified for this end. Although it would be a difficult, perhaps an impossible process, as shown in the last chapter, to convert one form of transmission into another through selection, there would not be the least difficulty in adapting the colors of the female, independently of those of the male, to surrounding objects, through the accumulation of variations which were from the first limited in their transmission to the female sex. If the variations were not thus limited, the bright tints of the male would be deteriorated or destroyed. Whether the females alone of many species have been thus specially modified, is at present very doubtful. I wish I could follow Mr. Wallace to the full extent, for the admission would remove some difficulties. Any variations which were of no service to the female as a protection would be at once obliterated, instead of being lost simply by not being selected, or from free intercrossing, or from being eliminated when transferred to the male and in any way injurious to him. Thus the plumage of the female would be kept constant in character. It would also be a relief if we could admit that the obscure tints of both sexes of many birds have been acquired and preserved for the sake of protection, for example, of the hedge warbler or kitty wren, Accentor modularis and Troglodytes vulgaris, with respect to which we have no sufficient evidence of the action of sexual selection. We ought, however, to be cautious in concluding that colors which appear to us dull, are not attractive to the females of certain species. We should bear in mind such cases as that of the common house sparrow, in which the male differs much from the female, but does not exhibit any bright tints. No one probably will dispute that many gallinaceous birds which live on the open ground, have acquired their present colors, at least in part, for the sake of protection. We know how well they are thus concealed. We know that ptarmigans, whilst changing from their winter to their summer plumage, both of which are protective, suffer greatly from birds of prey. But can we believe that the very slight differences in tints and markings between, for instance, the female black grouse and red grouse serve as a protection? Are partridges, as they are now colored, better protected than if they had resembled quails? Do the slight differences between the females of the common pheasant, the Japan and gold pheasants, serve as a protection, or might not their plumages have been interchanged with impunity? From what Mr. Wallace has observed of the habits of certain gallinaceous birds in the East, he thinks that such slight differences are beneficial. For myself, I will only say that I am not convinced. Formerly, when I was inclined to lay much stress on protection as accounting for the duller colors of female birds, it occurred to me that possibly both sexes and the young might aboriginally have been equally bright-colored. But that subsequently, the females from the danger incurred during incubation, and the young from being inexperienced, had been rendered dull as a protection. But this view is not supported by any evidence, and is not probable. For we thus in imagination expose during past times the females and the young to danger, from which it has subsequently been necessary to shield their modified descendants. We have, also, to reduce, through a gradual process of selection, the females and the young to almost exactly the same tints and markings, and to transmit them to the corresponding sex and period of life. On the supposition that the females and the young have partaken during each stage of the process of modification of a tendency to be as brightly colored as the males. It is also a somewhat strange fact that the females have never been rendered dull-colored without the young participating in the same change. For there are no instances, as far as I can discover, of species with the females dull and the young bright-colored. A partial exception, however, is offered by the young of certain woodpeckers, for they have the whole upper part of the head tinged with red, which afterwards either decreases into a mere circular red line in the adults of both sexes, or quite disappears in the adult females. 12. Audubon, Ornith, Biography, Volume 1, page 193. McGillivray, History of British Birds, Volume 3. Page 85. See also the case before given of Endopicus carlotta. Finally, with respect to our present class of cases, the most probable view appears to be that successive variations in brightness or in other ornamental characters, occurring in the males at a rather late period of life have alone been preserved. And that most or all of these variations, owing to the late period of life at which they appeared, have been from the first transmitted only to the adult male offspring. Any variations in brightness occurring in the females or in the young, would have been of no service to them, and would not have been selected, and moreover, if dangerous, would have been eliminated. Thus the females and the young will either have been left unmodified, or, as is much more common, will have been partially modified by receiving through transference from the males some of his successive variations. Both sexes have perhaps been directly acted on by the conditions of life to which they have long been exposed, but the females from not being otherwise much modified, will best exhibit any such effects. These changes and all others will have been kept uniform by the free intercrossing of many individuals. In some cases, especially with ground birds, the females and the young may possibly have been modified, independently of the males, for the sake of protection, so as to have acquired the same dull-colored plumage. Class 2. When the adult female is more conspicuous than the adult male, the young of both sexes in their first plumage resemble the adult male. This class is exactly the reverse of the last, for the females are here brighter colored or more conspicuous than the males, and the young, as far as they are known, resemble the adult males instead of the adult females. But the difference between the sexes is never nearly so great as with many birds in the first class, and the cases are comparatively rare. Mr. Wallace, who first called attention to the singular relation which exists between the less bright colors of the males and their performing the duties of incubation, lays great stress on this point. 13. Westminster Review, July 1867, N.A. Murray, Journal of Travel, 1868, page 83, as a crucial test that obscure colors have been acquired for the sake of protection during the period of nesting. A different view seems to me more probable. As the cases are curious and not numerous, I will briefly give all that I have been able to find. In one section of the genus Turnix, quail-like birds, the female is invariably larger than the male, being nearly twice as large in one of the Australian species, and this is an unusual circumstance with the Gallinaceae. In most of the species the female is more distinctly colored and brighter than the male. 14. For the Australian species, see Gould's Handbook, etc., Volume 2. Pages 178, 180, 186, and 188. In the British Museum specimens of the Australian plain wanderer, Pedionomus torquatus, may be seen, showing similar sexual differences, but in some few species the sexes are alike. In Turnix tagore of India the male wants the black on the throat and neck, and the whole tone of the plumage is lighter and less pronounced than that of the female. The female appears to be noisier, and is certainly much more pugnacious than the male, so that the females and not the males are often kept by the natives for fighting, like gamecocks. As male birds are exposed by the English bird catchers for a decoy near a trap, in order to catch other males by exciting their rivalry, so the females of this Turnix are employed in India. When thus exposed the females soon begin their loud purring call, which can be heard a long way off, and any females within earshot run rapidly to the spot and commence fighting with the caged bird. In this way from 12 to 20 birds, all breeding females, may be caught in the course of a single day. The natives assert that the females after laying their eggs associate in flocks, and leave the males to sit on them. There is no reason to doubt the truth of this assertion, which is supported by some observations made in China by Mr. Swinhoe. 15. Jerdon, Birds of India, Volume 3. Page 596. Mr. Swinhoe, in Ibis, 1865, page 542, 1866, pages 131, 405. Mr. Blyth believes that the young of both sexes resemble the adult male. The females of the three species of painted snipes, Rhynchia, figure 62, are not only larger but much more richly colored than the males. 16. Jerdon, Birds of India, Volume 3. Page 677. With all other birds in which the trachea differs in structure in the two sexes it is more developed and complex in the male than in the female. But in the Rhynchia australis it is simple in the male, whilst in the female it makes 4 distinct convolutions before entering the lungs. 17. Gould's Handbook to the Birds of Australia, Volume 2. Page 275. The female therefore of this species has acquired an eminently masculine character. Mr. Blyth ascertained, by examining many specimens, that the trachea is not convoluted in either sex of R. bengalensis, which species resembles R. australis so closely, that it can hardly be distinguished except by its shorter toes. This fact is another striking instance of the law that secondary sexual characters are often widely different in closely allied forms, though it is a very rare circumstance when such differences relate to the female sex. The young of both sexes of R. bengalensis in their first plumage are said to resemble the mature male. 18. The Indian Field, September 1858, page 3. There is also reason to believe that the male undertakes the duty of incubation, for Mr. Swinhoe, 19. Ibis, 1866, page 298, found the females before the close of the summer associated in flocks, as occurs with the females of the Turnix. The females of Phalaropus fulicarius and P. hyperboreus are larger, and in their summer plumage more gaily attired than the males. But the difference in color between the sexes is far from conspicuous. According to Professor Steenstrup, the male alone of P. fulicarius undertakes the duty of incubation. This is likewise shown by the state of his breast feathers during the breeding season. The female of the dotterel plover, Eudromias morinellus, is larger than the male, and has the red and black tints on the lower surface, the white crescent on the breast, and the stripes over the eyes, more strongly pronounced. The male also takes at least a share in hatching the eggs, but the female likewise attends to the young. 20. For these several statements, see Mr. Gould's Birds of Great Britain. Prof. Newton informs me that he has long been convinced, from his own observations and from those of others, that the males of the above-named species take either the whole or a large share of the duties of incubation. And that they shew much greater devotion towards their young, when in danger, than do the females. So it is, as he informs me, with Lamosa laponica and some few other waders, in which the females are larger and have more strongly contrasted colors than the males. I have not been able to discover whether with these species the young resemble the adult males more closely than the adult females, for the comparison is somewhat difficult to make on account of the double molt. Turning now to the ostrich order, the male of the common cassowary, Casuarius galeatus, would be thought by anyone to be the female, from his smaller size and from the appendages and naked skin about his head being much less brightly colored. And I am informed by Mr. Bartlett that in the zoological gardens, it is certainly the male alone who sits on the eggs and takes care of the young. 21. The Natives of Ceram, Wallis, Malay Archipelago, Volume 2. p. 150, assert that the male and female sit alternately on the eggs, but this assertion, as Mr. Bartlett thinks, may be accounted for by the female visiting the nest to lay her eggs. The female is said by Mr. T. W. Wood, 22. The Student, April 1870, page 124, to exhibit during the breeding season a most pugnacious disposition, and her wattles then become enlarged and more brilliantly colored. So again the female of one of the emus, Dromeus irroratus, is considerably larger than the male, and she possesses a slight topknot, but is otherwise indistinguishable in plumage. She appears, however, to have greater power, when angry or otherwise excited, of erecting, like a turkey cock, the feathers of her neck and breast. She is usually the more courageous and pugilistic. She makes a deep hollow guttural boom especially at night, sounding like a small gong. The male has a slenderer frame and is more docile, with no voice beyond a suppressed hiss when angry, or a croak. He not only performs the whole duty of incubation, but has to defend the young from their mother. For as soon as she catches sight of her progeny she becomes violently agitated, and notwithstanding the resistance of the father appears to use her utmost endeavors to destroy them. For months afterwards it is unsafe to put the parents together, violent quarrels being the inevitable result, in which the female generally comes off conqueror. 23. See the excellent account of the habits of this bird under confinement, by Mr. A. W. Bennett, in Land and Water, May 1868, page 233. So that with this emu we have a complete reversal not only of the parental and incubating instincts, but of the usual moral qualities of the two sexes. The females being savage, quarrelsome, and noisy, the males gentle and good. The case is very different with the African ostrich, for the male is somewhat larger than the female and has finer plumes with more strongly contrasted colors. Nevertheless he undertakes the whole duty of incubation. 24. Mr. Sclater, on the incubation of the Struthiones, Proc. Zul, SOC, June 9, 1863. So it is with the Rhea darwinii, Captain Musters says, At Home with the Patagonians, 1871, p. 128, that the male is larger, stronger and swifter than the female, and of slightly darker colors, yet he takes sole charge of the eggs and of the young, just as does the male of the common species of Rhea. I will specify the few other cases known to me, in which the female is more conspicuously colored than the male, although nothing is known about the manner of incubation. With the carrion hawk of the Falkland Islands, Milvago leucurus, I was much surprised to find by dissection that the individuals, which had all their tints strongly pronounced, with the cere and legs orange-colored, were the adult females, whilst those with duller plumage and grey legs were the males or the young. In an Australian tree creeper, Climacterus erythrops, the female differs from the male in being adorned with beautiful, radiated, rufous markings on the throat, the male having this part quite plain. Lastly, in an Australian nightjar, the female always exceeds the male in size and in the brilliance of her tints. The males, on the other hand, have 2 white spots on the primaries more conspicuous than in the female. 25. For the Movago, see Zoology of the Voyage of the Beagle, Birds, 1841, page 16. For the Climacterus and Nightjar, Eurostopidus, see Gould's Handbook to the Birds of Australia, Volume 1, pages 602 and 97. The New Zealand shieldrake, Tadorna variegata, offers a quite anomalous case. The head of the female is pure white, and her back is redder than that of the male. The head of the male is of a rich dark bronzed color, and his back is clothed with finely penciled slate-colored feathers, so that altogether he may be considered as the more beautiful of the two. He is larger and more pugnacious than the female, and does not sit on the eggs. So that in all these respects this species comes under our first class of cases, but Mr. Sclater, Proceedings of the Zoological Society, 1866, p. 150, was much surprised to observe that the young of both sexes, when about 3 months old, resembled in their dark heads and necks the adult males, instead of the adult females. So that it would appear in this case that the females have been modified, whilst the males and the young have retained a former state of plumage. We thus see that the cases in which female birds are more conspicuously colored than the males, with the young in their immature plumage resembling the adult males instead of the adult females, as in the previous class, are not numerous, though they are distributed in various orders. The amount of difference, also, between the sexes is incomparably less than that which frequently occurs in the last class. So that the cause of the difference, whatever it may have been, has here acted on the females either less energetically or less persistently than on the males in the last class. Mr. Wallace believes that the males have had their colors rendered less conspicuous for the sake of protection during the period of incubation. But the difference between the sexes in hardly any of the foregoing cases appears sufficiently great for this view to be safely accepted. In some of the cases, the brighter tints of the female are almost confined to the lower surface, and the males, if thus colored, would not have been exposed to danger whilst sitting on the eggs. It should also be borne in mind that the males are not only in a slight degree less conspicuously colored than the females, but are smaller and weaker. They have, moreover, not only acquired the maternal instinct of incubation, but are less pugnacious and vociferous than the females, and in one instance have simpler vocal organs. Thus an almost complete transposition of the instincts, habits, disposition, color, size, and of some points of structure, has been effected between the two sexes. Now if we might assume that the males in the present class have lost some of that ardor which is usual to their sex, so that they no longer search eagerly for the females. Or, if we might assume that the females have become much more numerous than the males, and in the case of one Indian turnix the females are said to be much more commonly met with than the males, 26. Jerdon, Birds of India, Volume 3. Page 598. Then it is not improbable that the females would have been led to court the males, instead of being courted by them. This indeed is the case to a certain extent with some birds, as we have seen with the peahen, wild turkey, and certain kinds of grouse. Taking as our guide the habits of most male birds, the greater size and strength as well as the extraordinary pugnacity of the females of the turnix and emu, must mean that they endeavor to drive away rival females, in order to gain possession of the male. And on this view all the facts become clear, for the males would probably be most charmed or excited by the females which were the most attractive to them by their bright colors, other ornaments, or vocal powers. Sexual selection would then do its work, steadily adding to the attractions of the females, the males and the young being left not at all, or but little modified. Class 3. When the adult male resembles the adult female, the young of both sexes have a peculiar first plumage of their own. In this class the sexes when adult resemble each other, and differ from the young. This occurs with many birds of many kinds. The male robin can hardly be distinguished from the female, but the young are widely different, with their mottled dusky olive and brown plumage. The male and female of the splendid scarlet ibis are alike, whilst the young are brown. And the scarlet color, though common to both sexes, is apparently a sexual character, for it is not well developed in either sex under confinement, and a loss of color often occurs with brilliant males when they are confined. With many species of herons the young differ greatly from the adults, and the summer plumage of the latter, though common to both sexes, clearly has a nuptial character. Young swans are slate-colored, whilst the mature birds are pure white. But it would be superfluous to give additional instances. These differences between the young and the old apparently depend, as in the last two classes, on the young having retained a former or ancient state of plumage, whilst the old of both sexes have acquired a new one. When the adults are bright-colored, we may conclude from the remarks just made in relation to the scarlet ibis and to many herons, and from the analogy of the species in the first class, that such colors have been acquired through sexual selection by the nearly mature males. But that, differently from what occurs in the first two classes, the transmission, though limited to the same age, has not been limited to the same sex. Consequently, the sexes when mature resemble each other and differ from the young. Class 4. When the adult male resembles the adult female, the young of both sexes in their first plumage resemble the adults. In this class the young and the adults of both sexes, whether brilliantly or obscurely colored, resemble each other. Such cases are, I think, more common than those in the last class. We have in England instances in the kingfisher, some woodpeckers, the jay, magpie, crow, and many small dull, colored birds, such as the hedge warbler or kitty wren. But the similarity in plumage between the young and the old is never complete, and graduates away into dissimilarity. Thus the young of some members of the kingfisher family are not only less vividly colored than the adults, but many of the feathers on the lower surface are edged with brown. 27. Jerdon, Birds of India, Volume 1, pages 222, 228. Gould's Handbook to the Birds of Australia, Volume 1, pages 124, 130, a vestige probably of a former state of the plumage. Frequently in the same group of birds, even within the same genus, for instance in an Australian genus of parakeets, Platycercus, the young of some species closely resemble, whilst the young of other species differ considerably from their parents of both sexes, which are alike. 28, Gould, Ibid Volume 2. Pages 37, 46, 56. Both sexes and the young of the common jay are closely similar. But in the Canada jay, Parasaurus canadensis, the young differ so much from their parents that they were formerly described as distinct species. 29, Audubon, Ornith, Biography, Volume 2. Page 55. I may remark before proceeding that, under the present and next two classes of cases, the facts are so complex and the conclusions so doubtful, that anyone who feels no especial interest in the subject had better pass them over. The brilliant or conspicuous colors which characterize many birds in the present class, can rarely or never be of service to them as a protection. So that they have probably been gained by the males through sexual selection, and then transferred to the females and the young. It is, however, possible that the males may have selected the more attractive females. And if these transmitted their characters to their offspring of both sexes, the same results would follow as from the selection of the more attractive males by the females. But there is evidence that this contingency has rarely, if ever, occurred in any of those groups of birds in which the sexes are generally alike. For, if even a few of the successive variations had failed to be transmitted to both sexes, the females would have slightly exceeded the males in beauty. Exactly the reverse occurs under nature. For, in almost every large group in which the sexes generally resembled each other, the males of some few species are in a slight degree more brightly colored than the females. It is again possible that the females may have selected the more beautiful males, these males having reciprocally selected the more beautiful females. But it is doubtful whether this double process of selection would be likely to occur, owing to the greater eagerness of one sex than the other, and whether it would be more efficient than selection on one side alone. It is, therefore, the most probable view that sexual selection has acted, in the present class, as far as ornamental characters are concerned, in accordance with the general rule throughout the animal kingdom, that is, on the males. And that these have transmitted their gradually acquired colors, either equally or almost equally, to their offspring of both sexes. Another point is more doubtful, namely, whether the successive variations first appeared in the males after had become nearly mature, or whilst quite young. In either case sexual selection must have acted on the male when he had to compete with rivals for the possession of the female, and in both cases the characters thus acquired have been transmitted to both sexes and all ages. But these characters, if acquired by the males and adult, may have been transmitted at first to the adults alone, and at some subsequent period transferred to the young. For it is known that, when the law of inheritance at corresponding ages fails, the offspring often inherit characters at an earlier age than that at which they first appeared in their parents. 30. Variation of Animals and Plants under Domestication, Volume 2. Page 79. Cases apparently of this kind have been observed with birds in a state of nature. For instance, Mr. Blyth has seen specimens of Lanius rufus and of Colymbus glacialis which had assumed, whilst young, in a quite anomalous manner, the adult plumage of their parents. 31. Charlesworth's Magazine of Natural History, Volume 1, 1837, pages 305, 306. Again, the young of the common swan, Cygnus oler, do not cast off their dark feathers and become white until 18 months or 2 years old, but Dr. F. Farrell has described the case of 3 vigorous young birds, out of a brood of 4, which were born pure white. These young birds were not albinos, as shown by the color of their beaks and legs, which nearly resembled the same parts in the adults. 32. Bulletin de l'Association Vaudoise de Sc Nat, Volume 10, 1869, page 132. The young of the Polish swan, Cygnus immutabilis of Yarrell, are always white, but this species, as Mr. Sclater informs me, is believed to be nothing more than a variety of the domestic swan, Cygnus oler. It may be worthwhile to illustrate the above 3 modes by which, in the present class, the 2 sexes and the young may have come to resemble each other, by the curious case of the genus Passer. 33. I am indebted to Mr. Blyth for information in regard to this genus. The sparrow of Palestine belongs to the subgenus Petronia. In the house sparrow, P. domesticus, the male differs much from the female and from the young. The young and the females are alike, and resemble to a large extent both sexes and the young of the sparrow of Palestine, P. brachydactylus, as well as of some allied species. We may therefore assume that the female and young of the house sparrow approximately shew us the plumage of the progenitor of the genus. Now with the tree sparrow, P. montanus, both sexes and the young closely resemble the male of the house sparrow. So that they have all been modified in the same manner, and all depart from the typical coloring of their early progenitor. This may have been effected by a male ancestor of the tree sparrow having varied, firstly, when nearly mature. Or, secondly, whilst quite young, and by having in either case transmitted his modified plumage to the females and the young. Or, thirdly, he may have varied when adult and transmitted his plumage to both adult sexes, and, owing to the failure of the law of inheritance at corresponding ages, at some subsequent period to his young. It is impossible to decide which of these 3 modes has generally prevailed throughout the present class of cases. That the males varied whilst young, and transmitted their variations to their offspring of both sexes, is the most probable. I may here add that I have, with little success, endeavored, by consulting various works, to decide how far the period of variation in birds has generally determined the transmission of characters to one sex or to both. The 2 rules, often referred to, namely, that variations occurring late in life are transmitted to one and the same sex, whilst those which occur early in life are transmitted to both sexes, apparently hold good in the first. 34. For instance, the males of Tanagra estiva and Fringilla cyanea require 3 years, the male of Fringilla ceres 4 years, to complete their beautiful plumage. See Audubon, Ornith, Biography, Volume 1, pages 233, 280, 378. The Harlequin duck takes 3 years, Ibid Volume 3. Page 614. The male of the gold pheasant, as I hear from Mr. Jenner Weir, can be distinguished from the female when about 3 months old, but he does not acquire his full splendor until the end of the September in the following year, second and fourth classes of cases. But they fail in the third, often in the fifth, 35. Thus the ibis tantalus and grus americanus take 4 years, the flamingos several years, and the ardea ludovicana 2 years, before they acquire their perfect plumage. See Audubon, Ibid Volume 1, p. 221, Volume 3. Pages 133, 139, 211, and in the 6th small class. They apply, however, as far as I can judge, to a considerable majority of the species, and we must not forget the striking generalization by Drive W. Marshall with respect to the protuberances on the heads of birds. Whether or not the 2 rules generally hold good, we may conclude from the facts given in the 8th chapter, that the period of variation is one important element in determining the form of transmission. With birds it is difficult to decide by what standard we ought to judge of the earliness or lateness of the period of variation, whether by the age in reference to the duration of life, or to the power of reproduction, or to the number of molts through which the species passes. The molting of birds, even within the same family, sometimes differs much without any assignable cause. Some birds molt so early, that nearly all the body feathers are cast off before the first wing feathers are fully grown. And we cannot believe that this was the primordial state of things. When the period of molting has been accelerated, the age at which the colors of the adult plumage are first developed will falsely appear to us to be earlier than it really is. This may be illustrated by the practice followed by some bird fanciers, who pull out a few feathers from the breast of nestling bullfinches, and from the head or neck of young gold pheasants, in order to ascertain their sex. For in the males, these feathers are immediately replaced by colored ones. 36. Mr. Blythe, in Charlesworth's Magazine of Natural History, Volume 1, 1837, page 300. Mr. Bartlett has informed me in regard to gold pheasants. The actual duration of life is known in but few birds, so that we can hardly judge by this standard. And, with reference to the period at which the power of reproduction is gained, it is a remarkable fact that various birds occasionally breed whilst retaining their immature plumage. 37. I have noticed the following cases in Audubon's Ornith. Biography. The Redstart of America, Muscapica ruticilla, Volume 1, page 203. The ibis tantalus takes 4 years to come to full maturity, but sometimes breeds in the 2nd year, Volume 3. Page 133. The grus americanus takes the same time, but breeds before acquiring its full plumage, Volume 3. Page 211. The adults of Ardea carolia are blue, and the young white, and white, mottled, and mature blue birds may all be seen breeding together, Volume 4. Page 58. But Mr. Blythe informs me that certain herons apparently are dimorphic, for white and colored individuals of the same age may be observed. The harlequin duck, Anas histrionica, Linn. takes 3 years to acquire its full plumage, though many birds breed in the 2nd year, Volume 3. Page 614. The white-headed eagle, Falco leucocephalus, Volume 3. Page 210, is likewise known to breed in its immature state. Some species of Oriolus, according to Mr. Blythe and Mr. Swinhoe, in Ibis, July 1863, page 68, likewise breed before they attain their full plumage. The fact of birds breeding in their immature plumage seems opposed to the belief that sexual selection has played as important a part, as I believe it has, in giving ornamental colors, plumes, etc. to the males, and, by means of equal transmission, to the females of many species. The objection would be a valid one, if the younger and less ornamented males were as successful in winning females and propagating their kind, as the older and more beautiful males. But we have no reason to suppose that this is the case. Audubon speaks of the breeding of the immature males of Ibis tantalus as a rare event, as does Mr. Swinhoe, in regard to the immature males of Oriolus. 38, see footnote 37 above. If the young of any species in their immature plumage were more successful in winning partners than the adult plumage would probably soon be lost, as the males would prevail, which retained their immature dress for the longest period. And thus the character of the species would ultimately be modified. 39. Other animals, belonging to quite distinct classes, are either habitually or occasionally capable of breeding before they have fully acquired their adult characters. This is the case with the young males of the salmon. Several amphibians have been known to breed whilst retaining their larval structure. Fritz Müller has shown, Facts and Arguments for Darwin, ENG trans. 1869, p. 79, that the males of several amphipod crustaceans become sexually mature whilst young, and I infer that this is a case of premature breeding, because they have not as yet acquired their fully developed claspers. All such facts are highly interesting, as bearing on one means by which species may undergo great modifications of character. If, on the other hand, the young never succeeded in obtaining a female, the habit of early reproduction would perhaps be sooner or later eliminated, from being superfluous and entailing waste of power. The plumage of certain birds goes on increasing in beauty during many years after they are fully mature. This is the case with the train of the peacock, with some of the birds of paradise, and with the crest and plumes of certain herons, for instance, the Ardea ludovicana. 40. Jerdon, Birds of India, Volume 3. Page 507, on the peacock. Dar. Marshall thinks that the older and more brilliant males of birds of paradise have an advantage over the younger males. See Archives Neerlandaises, Tom. 6, 1871, on Ardea, Audubon, Ibid Volume 3. Page 139. But it is doubtful whether the continued development of such feathers is the result of the selection of successive beneficial variations, though this is the most probable view with birds of paradise, or merely of continuous growth. Most fishes continue increasing in size, as long as they are in good health and have plenty of food, and a somewhat similar law may prevail with the plumes of birds. Class V. When the adults of both sexes have a distinct winter and summer plumage, whether or not the male differs from the female, the young resemble the adults of both sexes in their winter dress, or much more rarely in their summer dress. Or they resemble the females alone. Or the young may have an intermediate character, or, again, they may differ greatly from the adults in both their seasonal plumages. The cases in this class are singularly complex. Nor is this surprising, as they depend on inheritance, limited in a greater or less degree in three different ways, namely, by sex, age, and the season of the year. In some cases the individuals of the same species pass through at least 5 distinct states of plumage. With the species, in which the male differs from the female during the summer season alone, or, which is rarer, during both seasons, 41. For illustrative cases, see Volume 4. Of McGillivray's History of British Birds, on Tringa, etc., pages 229, 271, on the machetes, page 172, on the Charadrius hyaticula, page 118, on the Charadrius pluvialis, page 94. The young generally resemble the females as with the so-called goldfinch of North America, and apparently with the splendid maluri of Australia. 42. For the goldfinch of N. America, Fringilla tristis, Linn. See Audubon, Ornithological Biography, Volume 1, page 172. For the maluri, Gould's Handbook of the Birds of Australia, Volume 1, page 318. With those species, the sexes of which are alike during both the summer and winter, the young may resemble the adults, firstly, in their winter dress, secondly, and this is of much rarer occurrence, in their summer dress. Thirdly, they may be intermediate between these two states, and, fourthly, they may differ greatly from the adults at all seasons. We have an instance of the first of these 4 cases in one of the egrets of India, Buphus coromandus, in which the young and the adults of both sexes are white during the winter, the adults becoming golden buff during the summer. With the gaper, Anastomus occidens, of India we have a similar case, but the colors are reversed, for the young and the adults of both sexes are gray and black during the winter, the adults becoming white during the summer. 43. I am indebted to Mr. Blyth for information as to the bufus, see also Jordan, Birds of India, Volume 3. Page 749. On the anastomus, see Blyth, in Ibis, 1867, page 173. As an instance of the second case, the young of the razorbill, Alca torta, Linn., in an early state of plumage, are colored like the adults during the summer. And the young of the white, crowned sparrow of North America, Fringilla lucifries, as soon as fledged, have elegant white stripes on their heads, which are lost by the young and the old during the winter. 44. On the Alca, see McGillivray, Hist. Brit. Birds, Volume 5, page 347. On the Fringilla lucifries, Audubon, Ibid Volume 2. Page 89. I shall have hereafter to refer to the young of certain herons and egrets being white. With respect to the third case, namely, that of the young having an intermediate character between the summer and winter adult plumages, Yarrell, 45. History of British Birds, Volume 1, 1839, page 159, insists that this occurs with many waders. Lastly, in regard to the young differing greatly from both sexes in their adult summer and winter plumages, this occurs with some herons and egrets of North America and India, the young alone being white. I will make only a few remarks on these complicated cases. When the young resemble the females in their summer dress, or the adults of both sexes in their winter dress, the cases differ from those given under classes I and III. Only in the characters originally acquired by the males during the breeding season, having been limited in their transmission to the corresponding season. When the adults have a distinct summer and winter plumage, and the young differ from both, the case is more difficult to understand. We may admit as probable that the young have retained an ancient state of plumage. We can account by sexual selection for the summer or nuptial plumage of the adults, but how are we to account for their distinct winter plumage? If we could admit that this plumage serves in all cases as a protection, its acquirement would be a simple affair, but there seems no good reason for this admission. It may be suggested that the widely different conditions of life during the winter and summer have acted in a direct manner on the plumage. This may have had some effect, but I have not much confidence in so great a difference as we sometimes see between the two plumages, having been thus caused. A more probable explanation is, that an ancient style of plumage, partially modified through the transference of some characters from the summer plumage, has been retained by the adults during the winter. Finally, all the cases in our present class apparently depend on characters acquired by the adult males, having been variously limited in their transmission according to age, season, and sex. But it would not be worth while to attempt to follow out these complex relations. Class 6. The young in their first plumage differ from each other according to sex. The young males resembling more or less closely the adult males, and the young females more or less closely the adult females. The cases in the present class, though occurring in various groups, are not numerous. Yet it seems the most natural thing that the young should at first somewhat resemble the adults of the same sex, and gradually become more and more like them. The adult male blackcap, Sylvia atricapilla, has a black head, that of the female being reddish-brown, and I am informed by Mr. Blyth, that the young of both sexes can be distinguished by this character even as nestlings. In the family of thrushes an unusual number of similar cases have been noticed, thus, the male blackbird, Turdus merilla, can be distinguished in the nest from the female. The two sexes of the mocking-bird, Turdus polyglottus, Linn., differ very little from each other, yet the males can easily be distinguished at a very early age from the females by showing more pure white. 46. Audubon, Ornith, Biography, Volume 1, page 113. The males of a forest thrush and of a rock thrush, Orocetes erythrogastra and Petrocincla cyanea, have much of their plumage of a fine blue, whilst the females are brown. And the nestling males of both species have their main wing and tail feathers edged with blue whilst those of the female are edged with brown. 47. Mr. C. A. Wright, in Ibis, Volume 6. 1864, page 65. Jordan, Birds of India, Volume 1, page 515. See also on the blackbird, Blyth in Charlesworth's Magazine of Natural History, Volume 1, 1837, page 113. In the young blackbird the wing feathers assume their mature character and become black after the others. On the other hand, in the two species just named the wing feathers become blue before the others. The most probable view with reference to the cases in the present class is that the males, differently from what occurs in Class 1, have transmitted their colors to their male offspring at an earlier age than that at which they were first acquired, for, if the males had varied whilst quite young, their characters would probably have been transmitted to both sexes. 48. The following additional cases may be mentioned. The young males of Tanagra rubra can be distinguished from the young females, Audubon, Ornith, Biography, Volume 4. p. 392, and so it is within the nestlings of a blue nuthatch, Dendrophila frontalis of India, Jerdon, Birds of India, Volume 1, page 389. Mr. Blyth also informs me that the sexes of the stonechat, Saxicola rubicola, are distinguishable at a very early age. Mr. Salvin gives, Proc. Zoolog. SOC 1870, page 206, the case of a hummingbird, like the following one of Eustephanus. In Ithurus polypmus, a hummingbird, the male is splendidly colored black and green, and two of the tail feathers are immensely lengthened, the female has an ordinary tail and inconspicuous colors. Now the young males, instead of resembling the adult female, in accordance with the common rule, begin from the first to assume the colors proper to their sex, and their tail feathers soon become elongated. I owe this information to Mr. Gould, who has given me the following more striking and as yet unpublished case. Two hummingbirds belonging to the genus Eustephanus, both beautifully colored, inhabit the small island of Juan Fernandez, and have always been ranked as specifically distinct. But it has lately been ascertained that the one which is of a rich chestnut-brown color with a golden-red head, is the male, whilst the other which is elegantly variegated with green and white with a metallic green head is the female. Now the young from the first somewhat resembled the adults of the corresponding sex, the resemblance gradually becoming more and more complete. In considering this last case, if as before we take the plumage of the young as our guide, it would appear that both sexes have been rendered beautiful independently, and not that one sex has partially transferred its beauty to the other. The male apparently has acquired his bright colors through sexual selection in the same manner as, for instance, the peacock or pheasant in our first class of cases. And the female in the same manner as the female rynchaea or turnix in our second class of cases. But there is much difficulty in understanding how this could have been effected at the same time with the two sexes of the same species. Mr. Salvin states, as we have seen in the 8th chapter, that with certain hummingbirds the males greatly exceed the females in number, whilst with other species inhabiting the same country the females greatly exceed the males. If, then, we might assume that during some former lengthened period the males of the Juan Fernandez species had greatly exceeded the females in number, but that during another lengthened period the females had far exceeded the males, we could understand how the males at one time, and the females at another, might have been rendered beautiful by the selection of the brighter colored individuals of either sex. Both sexes transmitting their characters to their young at a rather earlier age than usual. Whether this is the true explanation I will not pretend to say, but the case is too remarkable to be passed over without notice. We have now seen in all 6 classes, that an intimate relation exists between the plumage of the young and the adults either of one sex or both. These relations are fairly well explained on the principle that one sex, this being in the great majority of cases the male first acquired through variation in sexual selection bright colors or other ornaments, and transmitted them in various ways, in accordance with the recognized laws of inheritance. Why variations have occurred at different periods of life, even sometimes with species of the same group, we do not know, but with respect to the form of transmission. One important determining cause seems to be the age at which the variations first appear. From the principle of inheritance at corresponding ages. and from any variations in color which occurred in the males at an early age not being then selected, on the contrary being often eliminated as dangerous, whilst similar variations occurring at or near the period of reproduction have been preserved. It follows that the plumage of the young will often have been left unmodified, or but little modified. We thus get some insight into the coloring of the progenitors of our existing species. In a vast number of species, in 5 out of our 6 classes of cases, the adults of one sex or of both are bright-colored, at least during the breeding season, whilst the young are invariably less brightly colored than the adults, or are quite dull-colored. For no instance is known, as far as I can discover, of the young of dull-colored species displaying bright colors, or of the young of bright-colored species being more brilliant than their parents. In the 4th class, however, in which the young and the old resemble each other, there are many species, though by no means all, of which the young are bright-colored, and as these form old groups, we may infer that their early progenitors were likewise bright. With this exception, if we look to the birds of the world, it appears that their beauty has been much increased since that period, of which their immature plumage gives us a partial record. On the color of the plumage in relation to protection. It will have been seen that I cannot follow Mr. Wallace in the belief that dull colors, when confined to the females, have been in most cases specially gained for the sake of protection. There can, however, be no doubt, as formerly remarked, that both sexes of many birds have had their colors modified, so as to escape the notice of their enemies, or in some instances, so as to approach their prey unobserved, just as owls have had their plumage rendered soft, that their flight may not be overheard. Mr. Wallace remarks, 49. Westminster Review, July 1867, page 5. That, it is only in the tropics, among forests which never lose their foliage, that we find whole groups of birds, whose chief color is green. It will be admitted by every one, who has ever tried, how difficult it is to distinguish parrots in a leaf-covered tree. Nevertheless, we must remember that many parrots are ornamented with crimson, blue, and orange tints, which can hardly be protective. Woodpeckers are eminently arboreal, but besides green species, there are many black, and black and white kinds, all the species being apparently exposed to nearly the same dangers. It is therefore probable that with tree-haunting birds, strongly pronounced colors have been acquired through sexual selection, but that a green tint has been acquired oftener than any other, from the additional advantage of protection. In regard to birds which live on the ground, every one admits that they are colored so as to imitate the surrounding surface. How difficult it is to see a partridge, snipe, woodcock, certain plovers, larks, and nightjars when crouched on ground. Animals inhabiting deserts offer the most striking cases, for the bare surface affords no concealment, and nearly all the smaller quadrupeds, reptiles, and birds depend for safety on their colors. Mr. Tristram has remarked in regard to the inhabitants of the Sahara, that all are protected by their Isabellan or sand color. 50, Ibis, 1859, Volume 1, page 429, etc. Dar. Rolfs, however, remarks to me in a letter that according to his experience of the Sahara, this statement is too strong. Calling to my recollection the desert birds of South America, as well as most of the ground birds of Great Britain, it appeared to me that both sexes in such cases are generally colored nearly alike. Accordingly, I applied to Mr. Tristram with respect to the birds of the Sahara, and he has kindly given me the following information. There are 26 species belonging to 15 genera, which manifestly have their plumage colored in a protective manner. And this coloring is all the more striking, as with most of these birds it differs from that of their congeners. Both sexes of 13 out of the 26 species are colored in the same manner. But these belong to genera in which this rule commonly prevails, so that they tell us nothing about the protective colors being the same in both sexes of desert birds. Of the other 13 species, 3 belong to genera in which the sexes usually differ from each other, yet here they have the sexes alike. In the remaining 10 species, the male differs from the female. But the difference is confined chiefly to the under surface of the plumage, which is concealed when the bird crouches on the ground, the head and back being of the same sand-colored hue in the two sexes. So that in these 10 species the upper surfaces of both sexes have been acted on and rendered alike, through natural selection, for the sake of protection. Whilst the lower surfaces of the males alone have been diversified, through sexual selection, for the sake of ornament. Here, as both sexes are equally well protected, we clearly see that the females have not been prevented by natural selection from inheriting the colors of their male parents, so that we must look to the law of sexually limited transmission. In all parts of the world both sexes of many soft-billed birds, especially those which frequent reeds or sedges, are obscurely colored. No doubt if their colors had been brilliant, they would have been much more conspicuous to their enemies. But whether their dull tints have been specially gained for the sake of protection seems, as far as I can judge, rather doubtful. It is still more doubtful whether such dull tints can have been gained for the sake of ornament. We must, however, bear in mind that male birds, though dull-colored, often differ much from their females, as with the common sparrow, and this leads to the belief that such colors have been gained through sexual selection, from being attractive. Many of the soft-billed birds are songsters, and a discussion in a former chapter should not be forgotten, in which it was shown that the best songsters are rarely ornamented with bright tints. It would appear that female birds, as a general rule, have selected their mates either for their sweet voices or gay colors, but not for both charms combined. Some species, which are manifestly colored for the sake of protection, such as the jacksnipe, woodcock, and nightjar, are likewise marked and shaded, according to our standard of taste, with extreme elegance. In such cases we may conclude that both natural and sexual selection have acted conjointly for protection and ornament. Whether any bird exists which does not possess some special attraction, by which to charm the opposite sex, may be doubted. When both sexes are so obscurely colored that it would be rash to assume the agency of sexual selection, and when no direct evidence can be advanced shewing that such colors serve as a protection, it is best to own complete ignorance of the cause. Or, which comes to nearly the same thing, to attribute the result to the direct action of the conditions of life. Both sexes of many birds are conspicuously, though not brilliantly colored, such as the numerous black, white, or piebald species, and these colors are probably the result of sexual selection. With the common blackbird, capercailzie, blackcock, black scoterduck, oidemia, and even with one of the birds of paradise, Laphorina atra, the males alone are black, whilst the females are brown or mottled. And there can hardly be a doubt that blackness in these cases has been a sexually selected character. Therefore it is in some degree probable that the complete or partial blackness of both sexes in such birds as crows, certain cockatoos, storks, and swans, and many marine birds, is likewise the result of sexual selection, accompanied by equal transmission to both sexes. For blackness can hardly serve in any case as a protection. With several birds, in which the male alone is black, and in others in which both sexes are black, the beak or skin about the head is brightly colored, and the contrast thus afforded adds much to their beauty. We see this in the bright yellow beak of the male blackbird, in the crimson skin over the eyes of the blackcock and capercailzie, in the brightly and variously colored beak of the scoterdrake, oidemia. In the red beak of the chough, Corvus graculus, Linn. Of the black swan, and the black stork. This leads me to remark that it is not incredible that toucans may owe the enormous size of their beaks to sexual selection, for the sake of displaying the diversified and vivid stripes of color, with which these organs are ornamented. 51. No satisfactory explanation has ever been offered of the immense size, and still less of the bright colors, of the toucan's beak. Mr. Bates, The Naturalist on the Amazons, Volume 2. 1863, p. 341, states that they use their beaks for reaching fruit at the extreme tips of the branches, and likewise, as stated by other authors, for extracting eggs and young birds from the nests of other birds. But, as Mr. Bates admits, the beak can scarcely be considered a very perfectly formed instrument for the end to which it is applied. The great bulk of the beak, as shown by its breadth, depth, as well as length, is not intelligible on the view, that it serves merely as an organ of prehension. Mr. Belt believes, The Naturalist in Nicaragua, p. 197. That the principal use of the beak is as a defense against enemies, especially to the female whilst nesting in a hole in a tree. The naked skin, also, at the base of the beak and round the eyes is likewise often brilliantly colored, and Mr. Gould, in speaking of one species, 52. Ramphastos carinatus, Gould's Monograph of Ramphastidae, says that the colors of the beak are doubtless in the finest and most brilliant state during the time of pairing. There is no greater improbability that toucans should be encumbered with immense beaks, though rendered as light as possible by their cancellate structure, for the display of fine colors, an object falsely appearing to us unimportant. Than that the male Argus pheasant and some other birds should be encumbered with plumes so long as to impede their flight. In the same manner, as the males alone of various species are black, the females being dull-colored. So in a few cases the males alone are either wholly or partially white, as with the several bellbirds of South America, Casmorhynchus, the Antarctic goose, Bernicla antarctica, the silver pheasant, etc. Whilst the females are brown or obscurely mottled. Therefore, on the same principle as before, it is probable that both sexes of many birds, such as white cockatoos, several egrets with their beautiful plumes, certain ibises, gulls, terns, etc., have acquired their more or less completely white plumage through sexual selection. In some of these cases the plumage becomes white only at maturity. This is the case with certain gannets, tropic birds, etc. And with the snow goose, Anser hyperboreus. As the latter breeds on the barren grounds, when not covered with snow, and as it migrates southward during the winter, there is no reason to suppose that its snow-white adult plumage serves as a protection. In the anastomous occidens, we have still better evidence that the white plumage is nuptial character, for it is developed only during the summer, the young in their immature state, and the adults in their winter dress, being gray and black. With many kinds of gulls, larus, the head and neck become pure white during the summer, being gray or mottled during the winter and in the young state. On the other hand, with the smaller gulls, or seamews, gavia, and with some terns, sterna, exactly the reverse occurs. For the heads of the young birds during the first year, and of the adults during the winter, are either pure white, or much paler colored than during the breeding season. These latter cases offer another instance of the capricious manner in which sexual selection appears often to have acted. 53. On larus, gavia, and sterna, see McGillivray, History of British Birds, Volume 5, pages 515, 584, 626. On the Anser hyperboreus, Audubon, Ornithological Biography, Volume 4. Page 562. On the anastomus, Mr. Blythe, in Ibis, 1867, page 173. That aquatic birds have acquired a white plumage so much oftener than terrestrial birds, probably depends on their large size and strong powers of flight, so that they can easily defend themselves or escape from birds of prey. To which moreover they are not much exposed. Consequently, sexual selection has not here been interfered with or guided for the sake of protection. No doubt with birds which roam over the open ocean, the males and females could find each other much more easily, when made conspicuous either by being perfectly white or intensely black. So that these colors may possibly serve the same end as the call notes of many land birds. 54. It may be noticed that with vultures, which roam far and wide high in the air, like marine birds over the ocean, 3 or 4 species are almost wholly or largely white, and that many others are black. So that here again conspicuous colors may possibly aid the sexes in finding each other during the breeding season. A white or black bird when it discovers and flies down to a carcass floating on the sea or cast up on the beach, will be seen from a great distance, and will guide other birds of the same and other species, to the prey. But as this would be a disadvantage to the first finders, the individuals which were the whitest or blackest would not thus procure more food than the less strongly colored individuals. Hence conspicuous colors cannot have been gradually acquired for this purpose through natural selection. As sexual selection depends on so fluctuating an element as taste, we can understand how it is that, within the same group of birds having nearly the same habits, there should exist white or nearly white, as well as black, or nearly black species. For instance, both white and black cockatoos, storks, ibises, swans, terns, and petrels. Piebald birds likewise sometimes occur in the same groups together with black and white species, for instance, the black-necked swan, certain terns, and the common magpie. That a strong contrast in color is agreeable to birds, we may conclude by looking through any large collection, for the sexes often differ from each other in the male having the pale parts of a purer white, and the variously colored dark parts of still darker tints than the female. It would even appear that mere novelty, or slight changes for the sake of change, have sometimes acted on female birds as a charm, like changes of fashion with us. Thus the males of some parrots can hardly be said to be more beautiful than the females, at least according to our taste, but they differ in such points, as in having a rose-colored collar instead of a bright emeraldine narrow green collar, or in the male having a black collar instead of a yellow demi-collar in front, with a pale roseate instead of a plum-blue head. 55. See Jerdon on the genus Palaeornis, Birds of India, Volume 1, pages 258 to 260. As so many male birds have elongated tail feathers or elongated crests for their chief ornament, the shortened tail, formerly described in the male of a hummingbird, and the shortened crest of the male goosander, seem like one of the many changes of fashion which we admire in our own dresses. Some members of the heron family offer a still more curious case of novelty in coloring having, as it appears, been appreciated for the sake of novelty. The young of the Ardea oscia are white, the adults being dark slate-colored. And not only the young, but the adults in their winter plumage, of the allied Buphus coromandus are white, this color changing into a rich golden buff during the breeding season. It is incredible that the young of these two species, as well as of some other members of the same family, 56. The young of Ardea rufescens and A. Caerulea of the United States are likewise white, the adults being colored in accordance with their specific names. Audubon, Ornithological Biography, Volume 3. Page 416, Volume 4. p. 58, seems rather pleased at the thought that this remarkable change of plumage will greatly disconcert the systematists, should for any special purpose have been rendered pure white and thus made conspicuous to their enemies. Or that the adults of one of these two species should have been specially rendered white during the winter in a country which is never covered with snow. On the other hand, we have good reason to believe that whiteness has been gained by many birds as a sexual ornament. We may therefore conclude that some early progenitor of the Ardea oscia and the Buphus acquired a white plumage for nuptial purposes, and transmitted this color to their young, so that the young and the old became white like certain existing egrets. And that the whiteness was afterwards retained by the young, whilst it was exchanged by the adults for more strongly pronounced tints. But if we could look still further back to the still earlier progenitors of these two species, we should probably see the adults dark-colored. I infer that this would be the case, from the analogy of many other birds, which are dark whilst young, and when adult are white, and more especially from the case of the Ardea gularis, the colors of which are the reverse of those of A. oscia, for the young are dark-colored and the adults white, the young having retained a former state of plumage. It appears therefore that, during a long line of descent, the adult progenitors of the Ardea oscia, the Buphus, and of some allies, have undergone the following changes of color: first, a dark shade, secondly, pure white, and thirdly, owing to another change of fashion, if I may so express myself, their present slaty, reddish, or golden buff tints. These successive changes are intelligible only on the principle of novelty having been admired by birds for its own sake. Several writers have objected to the whole theory of sexual selection, by assuming that with animals and savages the taste of the female for certain colors or other ornaments would not remain constant for many generations. That first one color and then another would be admired, and consequently that no permanent effect could be produced. We may admit that taste is fluctuating, but it is not quite arbitrary. It depends much on habit, as we see in mankind. And we may infer that this would hold good with birds and other animals. Even in our own dress, the general character lasts long, and the changes are to a certain extent graduated. Abundant evidence will be given in 2 places in a future chapter, that savages of many races have admired for many generations the same cicatrices on the skin, the same hideously perforated lips, nostrils, or ears, distorted heads, etc. And these deformities present some analogy to the natural ornaments of various animals. Nevertheless, with savages such fashions do not endure forever, as we may infer from the differences in this respect between allied tribes on the same continent. So again the raisers of fancy animals certainly have admired for many generations and still admire the same breeds. They earnestly desire slight changes, which are considered as improvements, but any great or sudden change is looked at as the greatest blemish. With birds in a state of nature we have no reason to suppose that they would admire an entirely new style of coloration, even if great and sudden variations often occurred, which is far from being the case. We know that dovecot pigeons do not willingly associate with the variously colored fancy breeds, that albino birds do not commonly get partners in marriage, and that the black ravens of the Faroe Islands chase away their piebald brethren. But this dislike of a sudden change would not preclude their appreciating slight changes, any more than it does in the case of man. Hence with respect to taste, which depends on many elements, but partly on habit and partly on a love of novelty, there seems no improbability in animals admiring for a very long period the same general style of ornamentation or other attractions. And yet appreciating slight changes in colors, form, or sound. Summary of the 4 chapters on birds. Most male birds are highly pugnacious during the breeding season, and some possess weapons adapted for fighting with their rivals. But the most pugnacious and the best armed males rarely or never depend for success solely on their power to drive away or kill their rivals, but have special means for charming the female. With some it is the power of song, or of giving forth strange cries, or instrumental music, and the males in consequence differ from the females in their vocal organs, or in the structure of certain feathers. From the curiously diversified means for producing various sounds, we gain a high idea of the importance of this means of courtship. Many birds endeavor to charm the females by love dances or antics, performed on the ground or in the air, and sometimes at prepared places. But ornaments of many kinds, the most brilliant tints, combs and wattles, beautiful plumes, elongated feathers, topknots, and so forth, are by far the commonest means. In some cases mere novelty appears to have acted as a charm. The ornaments of the males must be highly important to them, for they have been acquired in not a few cases at the cost of increased danger from enemies, and even at some loss of power in fighting with their rivals. The males of very many species do not assume their ornamental dress until they arrive at maturity, or they assume it only during the breeding season, or the tints then become more vivid. Certain ornamental appendages become enlarged, turgid, and brightly colored during the act of courtship. The males display their charms with elaborate care and to the best effect, and this is done in the presence of the females. The courtship is sometimes a prolonged affair, and many males and females congregate at an appointed place. To suppose that the females do not appreciate the beauty of the males, is to admit that their splendid decorations, all their pomp and display, are useless, and this is incredible. Birds have fine powers of discrimination, and in some few instances it can be shown that they have a taste for the beautiful. The females, moreover, are known occasionally to exhibit a marked preference or antipathy for certain individual males. If it be admitted that the females prefer, or are unconsciously excited by the more beautiful males, then the males would slowly but surely be rendered more and more attractive through sexual selection. That it is this sex which has been chiefly modified, we may infer from the fact that, in almost every genus where the sexes differ, the males differ much more from one another than do the females. This is well shown in certain closely allied representative species, in which the females can hardly be distinguished, whilst the males are quite distinct. Birds in a state of nature offer individual differences which would amply suffice for the work of sexual selection. But we have seen that they occasionally present more strongly marked variations which recur so frequently that they would immediately be fixed, if they serve to allure the female. The laws of variation must determine the nature of the initial changes, and will have largely influenced the final result. The gradations, which may be observed between the males of allied species, indicate the nature of the steps through which they have passed. They explain also in the most interesting manner how certain characters have originated, such as the indented ocelli on the tail feathers of the peacock, and the ball-and-socket ocelli on the wing feathers of the Argus pheasant. It is evident that the brilliant colors, top knots, fine plumes, etc., of many male birds cannot have been acquired as a protection, indeed, they sometimes lead to danger. That they are not due to the direct and definite action of the conditions of life, we may feel assured, because the females have been exposed to the same conditions, and yet often differ from the males to an extreme degree. Although it is probable that changed conditions acting during a lengthened period have in some cases produced a definite effect on both sexes, or sometimes on one sex alone, the more important result will have been an increased tendency to vary or to present more strongly marked individual differences. And such differences will have afforded an excellent ground work for the action of sexual selection. The laws of inheritance, irrespectively of selection, appear to have determined whether the characters acquired by the males for the sake of ornament, for producing various sounds, and for fighting together, have been transmitted to the males alone or to both sexes, either permanently, or periodically during certain seasons of the year. Why various characters should have been transmitted sometimes in one way and sometimes in another, is not in most cases known, but the period of variability seems often to have been the determining cause. When the two sexes have inherited all characters in common, they necessarily resemble each other. But as the successive variations may be differently transmitted, every possible gradation may be found, even within the same genus, from the closest similarity to the widest dissimilarity between the sexes. With many closely allied species, following nearly the same habits of life, the males have come to differ from each other chiefly through the action of sexual selection, whilst the females have come to differ chiefly from partaking more or less of the characters thus acquired by the males. The effects, moreover, of the definite action of the conditions of life, will not have been masked in the females, as in the males, by the accumulation through sexual selection of strongly pronounced colors and other ornaments. The individuals of both sexes, however affected, will have been kept at each successive period nearly uniform by the free intercrossing of many individuals. With species, in which the sexes differ in color, it is possible or probable that some of the successive variations often tended to be transmitted equally to both sexes, but that when this occurred the females were prevented from acquiring the bright colors of the males, by the destruction which they suffered during incubation. There is no evidence that it is possible by natural selection to convert one form of transmission into another. But there would not be the least difficulty in rendering a female dull-colored, the male being still kept bright-colored, by the selection of successive variations, which were from the first limited in their transmission to the same sex. Whether the females of many species have actually been thus modified, must at present remain doubtful. When, through the law of the equal transmission of characters to both sexes, the females were rendered as conspicuously colored as the males, their instincts appear often to have been modified so that they were led to build domed or concealed nests. In one small and curious class of cases the characters and habits of the two sexes have been completely transposed, for the females are larger, stronger, more vociferous and brighter colored than the males. They have, also, become so quarrelsome that they often fight together for the possession of the males, like the males of other pugnacious species for the possession of the females. If, as seems probable, such females habitually drive away their rivals, and by the display of their bright colors or other charms endeavor to attract the males, we can understand how it is that they have gradually been rendered, by sexual selection and sexually limited transmission, more beautiful than the males, the latter being left unmodified or only slightly modified. Whenever the law of inheritance at corresponding ages prevails but not that of sexually limited transmission, then if the parents very late in life, and we know that this constantly occurs with our poultry, and occasionally with other birds, the young will be left unaffected, whilst the adults of both sexes will be modified. If both these laws of inheritance prevail and either sex varies late in life, that sex alone will be modified, the other sex and the young being unaffected. When variations in brightness or in other conspicuous characters occur early in life, as no doubt often happens, they will not be acted on through sexual selection until the period of reproduction arrives. Consequently, if dangerous to the young, they will be eliminated through natural selection. Thus we can understand how it is that variations arising late in life have so often been preserved for the ornamentation of the males. The females and the young being left almost unaffected, and therefore like each other. With species having a distinct summer and winter plumage, the males of which either resemble or differ from the females during both seasons or during the summer alone. The degrees and kinds of resemblance between the young and the old are exceedingly complex. And this complexity apparently depends on characters, first acquired by the males, being transmitted in various ways and degrees, as limited by age, sex, and season. As the young of so many species have been but little modified in color and in other ornaments, we are enabled to form some judgment with respect to the plumage of their early progenitors. And we may infer that the beauty of our existing species, if we look to the whole class, has been largely increased since that period, of which the immature plumage gives us an indirect record. Many birds, especially those which live much on the ground, have undoubtedly been obscurely colored for the sake of protection. In some instances the upper exposed surface of the plumage has been thus colored in both sexes, whilst the lower surface in the males alone has been variously ornamented through sexual selection. Finally, from the facts given in these 4 chapters, we may conclude that weapons for battle, organs for producing sound, ornaments of many kinds, bright and conspicuous colors, have generally been acquired by the males through variation and sexual selection, and have been transmitted in various ways according to the several laws of inheritance, the females and the young being left comparatively but little modified. 57. I am greatly indebted to the kindness of Mr. Sclater for having looked over these 4 chapters on birds, and the 2 following ones on mammals. In this way I have been saved from making mistakes about the names of the species, and from stating anything as a fact which is known to this distinguished naturalist to be erroneous. But, of course, he is not at all answerable for the accuracy of the statements quoted by me from various authorities. Chapter 17. Secondary sexual characters of mammals. The law of battle. Special weapons, confined to the males cause of absence of weapons in the female, weapons common to both sexes, yet primarily acquired by the male. Other uses of such weapons, their high importance, greater size of the male, means of defense on the preference shown by either sex in the pairing of quadrupeds. With mammals the male appears to win the female much more through the law of battle than through the display of his charms. The most timid animals, not provided with any special weapons for fighting, engage in desperate conflicts during the season of love. 2 male hares have been seen to fight together until one was killed. Male moles often fight, and sometimes with fatal results. Male squirrels engage in frequent contests, and often wound each other severely, as do male beavers, so that hardly a skin is without scars. 1. See Waterton's account of 2 hares fighting, Zoologist, Volume 1, 1843, page 211. On moles, Bell, Hist, of British Quadrupeds, 1st edition, page 100. On squirrels, Audubon and Bachman, Viviparous Quadrupeds of N. America, 1846, page 269. On beavers, Mr. A. H. Green, in Journal of Linnean Society, Zoology, Volume 10, 1869, page 362. I observed the same fact with the hides of the guanacos in Patagonia, and on one occasion several were so absorbed in fighting that they fearlessly rushed close by me. Livingstone speaks of the males of the many animals in southern Africa as almost invariably shewing the scars received in former contests. The law of battle prevails with aquatic as with terrestrial mammals. It is notorious how desperately male seals fight, both with their teeth and claws, during the breeding season, and their hides are likewise often covered with scars. Male sperm whales are very jealous at this season. And in their battles, they often lock their jaws together, and turn on their sides and twist about, so that their lower jaws often become distorted. 2. On the Battles of Seals, see Captain C. Abbott in Proc. Zul. SOC 1868, page 191, Mr. R. Brown, Ibid 1868, page 436, also L. Lloyd, Game Birds of Sweden, 1867, page 412, also Pennant. On the sperm whales see Mr. J. H. Thompson, in Proc. Zul. SOC 1867, page 246. All male animals which are furnished with special weapons for fighting, are well known to engage in fierce battles. The courage and the desperate conflicts of stags have often been described. Their skeletons have been found in various parts of the world, with the horns inextricably locked together, shewing how miserably the victor and vanquished had perished. 3. C. Scrope, Art of Deer Stalking, p. 17, on the locking of the horns with the cervus elephas. Richardson, in Fauna Bor. Americana, 1829, page 252, says that the wapiti, moose, and reindeer have been found thus locked together. Sir A. Smith found at the Cape of Good Hope the skeletons of 2 gnus in the same condition. No animal in the world is so dangerous as an elephant in must. Lord Tankerville has given me a graphic description of the battles between the wild bulls in Chillingham Park, the descendants, degenerated in size but not in courage, of the gigantic Bos primigenius. In 1861 several contended for mastery. And it was observed that 2 of the younger bulls attacked in concert the old leader of the herd, overthrew and disabled him, so that he was believed by the keepers to be lying mortally wounded in a neighboring wood. But a few days afterwards one of the young bulls approached the wood alone, and then the monarch of the chase, who had been lashing himself up for vengeance, came out and, in a short time, killed his antagonist. He then quietly joined the herd, and long held undisputed sway. Admiral Sir B. J. Sullivan informs me that, when he lived in the Falkland Islands, he imported a young English stallion, which frequented the hills near Port William with 8 mares. On these hills there were 2 wild stallions, each with a small troop of mares, and it is certain that these stallions would never have approached each other without fighting. Both had tried singly to fight the English horse and drive away his mares, but had failed. One day they came in together and attacked him. This was seen by the Capitan who had charge of the horses, and who, on riding to the spot, found one of the 2 stallions engaged with the English horse, whilst the other was driving away the mares, and had already separated 4 from the rest. The Capitan settled the matter by driving the whole party into the corral, for the wild stallions would not leave the mares. Male animals which are provided with efficient cutting or tearing teeth for the ordinary purposes of life, such as the carnivora, insectivora, and rodents, are seldom furnished with weapons especially adapted for fighting with their rivals. The case is very different with the males of many other animals. We see this in the horns of stags and of certain kinds of antelopes in which the females are hornless. With many animals the canine teeth in the upper or lower jaw, or in both, are much larger in the males than in the females, or are absent in the latter, with the exception sometimes of a hidden rudiment. Certain antelopes, the musk deer, camel, horse, boar, various apes, seals, and the walrus, offer instances. In the females of the walrus the tusks are sometimes quite absent. 4. Mr. Lamont, Seasons with the Seahorses, 1861, p. 143, says that a good tusk of the male walrus weighs 4 pounds, and is longer than that of the female, which weighs about 3 pounds. The males are described as fighting ferociously. On the occasional absence of the tusks in the female, see Mr. R. Brown, Proceedings, Zoological Society, 1868, page 429. In the male elephant of India and in the male dugong, 5. Owen, Anatomy of Vertebrates, Volume 3. Page 283, the upper incisors form offensive weapons. In the male narwhal the left canine alone is developed into the well-known, spirally twisted, so-called horn, which is sometimes from 9 to 10 feet in length. It is believed that the males use these horns for fighting together. 4. An unbroken one can rarely be got, and occasionally one may be found with the point of another jammed into the broken place. 6. Mr. R. Brown, in Proc. Zool. Assoc. 1869, page 553. See Professor Turner, in Journal of Anat and Phys. 1872, p. 76, on the homological nature of these tusks. Also Mr. J. W. Clark on two tusks being developed in the males, in Proceedings of the Zoological Society, 1871, page 42. The tooth on the opposite side of the head in the male consists of a rudiment about 10 inches in length, which is embedded in the jaw, but sometimes, though rarely, both are equally developed on the two sides. In the female both are always rudimentary. The male cachalot has a larger head than that of the female, and it no doubt aids him in his aquatic battles. Lastly, the adult male ornithorhynchus is provided with a remarkable apparatus, namely a spur on the foreleg, closely resembling the poison fang of a venomous snake, but according to Harding, the secretion from the gland is not poisonous. And on the leg of the female there is a hollow, apparently for the reception of the spur. 7. Owen on the cachalot and ornithorhynchus, Ibid Volume 3. Pages 638, 641. Harding is quoted by Dr. Zuideveen in the Dutch translation of this work, Volume 2. Page 292. When the males are provided with weapons which in the females are absent, there can be hardly a doubt that these serve for fighting with other males. And that they were acquired through sexual selection, and were transmitted to the male sex alone. It is not probable, at least in most cases, that the females have been prevented from acquiring such weapons, on account of their being useless, superfluous, or in some way injurious. On the contrary, as they are often used by the males for various purposes, more especially as a defense against their enemies, it is a surprising fact that they are so poorly developed, or quite absent, in the females of so many animals. With female deer the development during each recurrent season of great branching horns, and with female elephants the development of immense tusks, would be a great waste of vital power, supposing that they were of no use to the females. Consequently, they would have tended to be eliminated in the female through natural selection. That is, if the successive variations were limited in their transmission to the female sex, for otherwise the weapons of the males would have been injuriously affected, and this would have been a greater evil. On the whole, and from the consideration of the following facts, it seems probable that when the various weapons differ in the two sexes, this has generally depended on the kind of transmission which has prevailed. As the reindeer is the one species in the whole family of deer, in which the female is furnished with horns, though they are somewhat smaller, thinner, and less branched than in the male, it might naturally be thought that, at least in this case, they must be of some special service to her. The female retains her horns from the time when they are fully developed, namely, in September, throughout the winter until April or May, when she brings forth her young. Mr. Crotch made particular inquiries for me in Norway, and it appears that the females at this season conceal themselves for about a fortnight in order to bring forth their young, and then reappear, generally hornless. In Nova Scotia, however, as I hear from Mr. H. Reeks, the female sometimes retains her horns longer. The male on the other hand casts his horns much earlier, towards the end of November. As both sexes have the same requirements and follow the same habits of life, and as the male is destitute of horns during the winter, it is improbable that they can be of any special service to the female during this season, which includes the larger part of the time during which she is horned. Nor is it probable that she can have inherited horns from some ancient progenitor of the family of deer, for, from the fact of the females of so many species in all quarters of the globe not having horns, we may conclude that this was the primordial character of the group. 8. On the structure and shedding of the horns of the reindeer, Hofberg, Amenitates Academic, Volume 4. 1788, page 149. C. Richardson, Fauna Bor, Americana, page 241, in regard to the American variety or species, also Major W. Ross King, The Sportsman in Canada, 1866, page 80. The horns of the reindeer are developed at a most unusually early age, but what the cause of this may be is not known. The effect has apparently been the transference of the horns to both sexes. We should bear in mind that horns are always transmitted through the female, and that she has a latent capacity for their development, as we see in old or diseased females. 9. Isidore Jeffreys T. Hilaire, Essays de Zoologue. Général, 1841, p. 513. Other masculine characters, besides the horns, are sometimes similarly transferred to the female, thus Mr. Boner, in speaking of an old female chamois hunting in the mountains of Bavaria, 1860, 2nd edition, p. 363, says, not only was the head very male-looking, but along the back there was a ridge of long hair, usually to be found only in bucks. Moreover, the females of some other species of deer exhibit, either normally or occasionally, rudiments of horns, thus the female of Cervulus moschatus has bristly tufts, ending in a knob, instead of a horn. And, in most specimens of the female wapiti, Cervus canadensis, there is a sharp bony protuberance in the place of the horn. 10. On the Cervulus, Dr. Gray, Catalogue of Mammalia in the British Museum, Part 3. Page 220. On the Cervus canadensis or wapiti, see Honorable J. D. Cottone, Ottawa Academy of Nat Sciences, May 1868, page 9. From these several considerations we may conclude that the possession of fairly well-developed horns by the female reindeer, is due to the males having first acquired them as weapons for fighting with other males. And secondarily to their development from some unknown cause at an unusually early age in the males, and their consequent transference to both sexes. Turning to the sheath-horned ruminants, with antelopes a graduated series can be formed, beginning with species. The females of which are completely destitute of horns passing on to those which have horns so small as to be almost rudimentary, as with the Antilocapra americana, in which species they are present in only 1 out of 4 or 5 females, 11. I am indebted to Dr. Canfield for this information, see also his paper in the Proceedings of the Zoological Society, 1866, page 105. To those which have fairly developed horns, but manifestly smaller and thinner than in the male and sometimes of a different shape, 12. For instance, the horns of the female ant euchre resemble those of a distinct species, viz. the ant Dorcas var. Corrine, C. Damarist, Mammalogy, page 455, and ending with those in which both sexes have horns of equal size. As with the reindeer, so with antelopes, there exists, as previously shown, a relation between the period of the development of the horns and their transmission to one or both sexes. It is therefore probable that their presence or absence in the females of some species, and their more or less perfect condition in the females of other species, depends, not on their being of any special use, but simply on inheritance. It accords with this view that even in the same restricted genus both sexes of some species, and the males alone of others, are thus provided. It is also a remarkable fact that, although the females of Antilope bezoartica are normally destitute of horns, Mr. Blyth has seen no less than 3 females thus furnished, and there was no reason to suppose that they were old or diseased. In all the wild species of goats and sheep the horns are larger in the male than in the female, and are sometimes quite absent in the latter. 13. Gray, Catalogue of Mammalia, the British Museum, Part 3. 1852, page 160. In several domestic breeds of these two animals, the males alone are furnished with horns, and in some breeds, for instance, in the sheep of North Wales, though both sexes are properly horned, the ewes are very liable to be hornless. I have been informed by a trustworthy witness, who purposely inspected a flock of these same sheep during the lambing season, that the horns at birth are generally more fully developed in the male than in the female. Mr. J. Peel crossed his lonk sheep, both sexes of which always bear horns, with hornless Leicesters and hornless Shropshire Downs. And the result was that the male offspring had their horns considerably reduced, whilst the females were wholly destitute of them. These several facts indicate that, with sheep, the horns are a much less firmly fixed character in the females than in the males, and this leads us to look at the horns as properly of masculine origin. With the adult muskox, Ovibos moschatus, the horns of the male are larger than those of the female, and in the latter the bases do not touch. 14. Richardson, Fauna Bor, Americana, page 278. In regard to ordinary cattle, Mr. Blyth remarks, in most of the wild bovine animals the horns are both longer and thicker in the bull than in the cow, and in the cow banteng, Bos sondaicus, the horns are remarkably small, and inclined much backwards. In the domestic races of cattle, both of the humped and humpless types, the horns are short and thick in the bull, longer and more slender in the cow and ox. And in the Indian buffalo, they are shorter and thicker in the bull, longer and more slender in the cow. In the wild gaur, B. gaurus, the horns are mostly both longer and thicker in the bull than in the cow. 15. Land and Water, 1867, page 346. Dr. Forsyth Major also informs me that a fossil skull, believed to be that of the female Bos etruscus, has been found in Val d'Arno, which is wholly without horns. In the rhinoceros simus, as I may add, the horns of the female are generally longer but less powerful than in the male, and in some other species of rhinoceros they are said to be shorter in the female. 16. Sir Andrew Smith, Zoology of S. Africa, pl 19. Owen, Anatomy of Vertebrates, Volume 3. Page 624. From these various facts we may infer as probable that horns of all kinds, even when they are equally developed in the two sexes, were primarily acquired by the male in order to conquer other males, and have been transferred more or less completely to the female. The effects of castration deserve notice, as throwing light on this same point. Stags after the operation never renew their horns. The male reindeer, however, must be accepted, as after castration he does renew them. This fact, as well as the possession of horns by both sexes, seems at first to prove that the horns in this species do not constitute a sexual character. 17. This is the conclusion of Sedlitz, Die Darwinsche Theory, 1871, page 47. But as they are developed at a very early age, before the sexes differ in constitution, it is not surprising that they should be unaffected by castration, even if they were aboriginally acquired by the male. With sheep both sexes properly bear horns, and I am informed that with Welsh sheep the horns of the males are considerably reduced by castration, but the degree depends much on the age at which the operation is performed. As is likewise the case with other animals. Merino rams have large horns, whilst the ewes, generally speaking, are without horns, and in this breed castration seems to produce a somewhat greater effect. So that if performed at an early age the horns remain almost undeveloped. 18. I am much obliged to Professor Victor Karras, for having made inquiries for me in Saxony on this subject. H. von Nethusius, Viehzucht, 1872. Page 64, says that the horns of sheep castrated at an early period either altogether disappear or remain as mere rudiments, but I do not know whether he refers to merinos or to ordinary breeds. On the Guinea coast there is a breed in which the females never bear horns, and, as Mr. Winwood Reade informs me, the rams after castration are quite destitute of them. With cattle, the horns of the males are much altered by castration, for instead of being short and thick, they become longer than those of the cow, but otherwise resemble them. The antelope bezoartica offers a somewhat analogous case. The males have long straight spiral horns, nearly parallel to each other, and directed backwards. The females occasionally bear horns, but these when present are of a very different shape, for they are not spiral, and spreading widely, bend round with the points forwards. Now it is a remarkable fact that, in the castrated male, as Mr. Blyth informs me, the horns are of the same peculiar shape as in the female, but longer and thicker. If we may judge from analogy, the female probably shews us, in these two cases of cattle and the antelope, the former condition of the horns in some early progenitor of each species. But why castration should lead to the reappearance of an early condition of the horns cannot be explained with any certainty. Nevertheless, it seems probable that in nearly the same manner as the constitutional disturbance in the offspring, caused by a cross between two distinct species or races, often leads to the reappearance of long-lost characters. 19. I have given various experiments and other evidence proving that this is the case, in my Variation of Animals and Plants Under Domestication, Volume 2. 1868, pages 39 to 47, so here. The disturbance in the constitution of the individual, resulting from castration, produces the same effect. The tusks of the elephant, in the different species or races, differ according to sex, nearly as do the horns of ruminants. In India and Malacca the males alone are provided with well-developed tusks. The elephant of Ceylon is considered by most naturalists as a distinct race, but by some as a distinct species, and here, not 1 in 100 is found with tusks, the few that possess them being exclusively males. 20. Sir J. Emerson Tennant, Ceylon, 1859, Volume 2. Page 274. For Malacca, Journal of Indian Archipelago, Volume 4. Page 357. The African elephant is undoubtedly distinct, and the female has large well-developed tusks, though not so large as those of the male. These differences in the tusks of the several races and species of elephants, the great variability of the horns of deer, as notably in the wild reindeer, the occasional presence of horns in the female antelope bezoartica, and their frequent absence in the female of Antilocapra americana, the presence of 2 tusks in some few male narwhals, the complete absence of tusks in some female walruses are all instances of the extreme variability of secondary sexual characters, and of their liability to differ in closely allied forms. Although tusks and horns appear in all cases to have been primarily developed as sexual weapons, they often serve other purposes. The elephant uses his tusks in attacking the tiger. According to Bruce, he scores the trunks of trees until they can be thrown down easily, and he likewise thus extracts the farinaceous cores of palms. In Africa he often uses 1 tusk, always the same, to probe the ground and thus ascertain whether it will bear his weight. The common bull defends the herd with his horns. And the elk in Sweden has been known, according to Lloyd, to strike a wolf dead with a single blow of his great horns. Many similar facts could be given. One of the most curious secondary uses to which the horns of an animal may be occasionally put is that observed by Captain Hutton, 21. Calcutta Journal of Natural History, Volume 2, 1843, page 526. With the wild goat, Capra aegagrus, of the Himalayas and, as it is also said with the ibex, namely that when the male accidentally falls from a height he bends inwards his head, and by alighting on his massive horns, breaks the shock. The female cannot thus use her horns, which are smaller, but from her more quiet disposition she does not need this strange kind of shield so much. Each male animal uses his weapons in his own peculiar fashion. The common ram makes a charge and butts with such force with the bases of his horns, that I have seen a powerful man knocked over like a child. Goats and certain species of sheep, for instance the Ovis cycloceros of Afghanistan, 22. Mr. Blythe, in Land and Water, March, 1867, page 134, on the authority of Captain Hutton and others. For the wild Pembrokeshire goats, see the Field, 1869, page 150. Rear on their hind legs, and then not only but make a cut down and a jerk up, with the ribbed front of their scimitar-shaped horn, as with a saber. When the O. Cycloceros attacked a large domestic ram, who was a noted bruiser, he conquered him by the sheer novelty of his mode of fighting, always closing at once with his adversary, and catching him across the face and nose with a sharp drawing jerk of the head, and then bounding out of the way before the blow could be returned. In Pembrokeshire a male goat, the master of a flock which during several generations had run wild, was known to have killed several males in single combat. This goat possessed enormous horns, measuring 39 inches in a straight line from tip to tip. The common bull, as every one knows, gores and tosses his opponent. But the Italian buffalo is said never to use his horns. He gives a tremendous blow with his convex forehead, and then tramples on his fallen enemy with his knees, an instinct which the common bull does not possess. 23. M. E. M. Bailey, Sir L. Usage de Corns, etc. Annal des Sciences Nat. Tom. 2, 1824, page 369. Hence a dog who pins a buffalo by the nose is immediately crushed. We must, however, remember that the Italian buffalo has been long domesticated, and it is by no means certain that the wild parent form had similar horns. Mr. Bartlett informs me that when a female Cape buffalo, Bubulus cafeae, was turned into an enclosure with a bull of the same species, she attacked him, and he in return pushed her about with great violence. But it was manifest to Mr. Bartlett that, had not the bull shown dignified forbearance, he could easily have killed her by a single lateral thrust with his immense horns. The giraffe uses his short, hair-covered horns, which are rather longer in the male than in the female, in a curious manner. For, with his long neck, he swings his head to either side, almost upside down, with such force that I have seen a hard plank deeply indented by a single blow. With antelopes it is sometimes difficult to imagine how they can possibly use their curiously shaped horns, thus the springbok, ant. Euchre, has rather short upright horns, with the sharp points bent inwards almost at right angles, so as to face each other. Mr. Bartlett does not know how they are used, but suggests that they would inflict a fearful wound down each side of the face of an antagonist. The slightly curved horns of the Oryx leucoryx, Fig. 63, are directed backwards, and are of such length that their points reach beyond the middle of the back, over which they extend in almost parallel lines. Thus they seem singularly ill-fitted for fighting, but Mr. Bartlett informs me that when two of these animals prepare for battle, they kneel down, with their beads between their four legs, and in this attitude the horns stand nearly parallel and close to the ground, with the points directed forwards and a little upwards. The combatants then gradually approach each other, and each endeavors to get the upturned points under the body of the other. If one succeeds in doing this, he suddenly springs up, throwing up his head at the same time, and can thus wound or perhaps even transfix his antagonist. Both animals always kneel down, so as to guard as far as possible against this maneuver. It has been recorded that one of these antelopes has used his horn with effect even against a lion. Yet from being forced to place his head between the forelegs in order to bring the points of the horns forward, he would generally be under a great disadvantage when attacked by any other animal. It is, therefore, not probable that the horns have been modified into their present great length and peculiar position, as a protection against beasts of prey. We can however see that, as soon as some ancient male progenitor of the oryx acquired moderately long horns, directed a little backwards, he would be compelled, in his battles with rival males, to bend his head somewhat inwards or downwards, as is now done by certain stags. And it is not improbable that he might have acquired the habit of at first occasionally and afterwards of regularly kneeling down. In this case it is almost certain that the males which possessed the longest horns would have had a great advantage over others with shorter horns. And then the horns would gradually have been rendered longer and longer, through sexual selection, until they acquired their present extraordinary length and position. With stags of many kinds the branches of the horns offer a curious case of difficulty, for certainly a single straight point would inflict a much more serious wound than several diverging ones. In Sir Philip Egerton's museum there is a horn of the red deer, Cervus elephas, 30 inches in length, with not fewer than 15 snags or branches. And at Moritzburg there is still preserved a pair of antlers of a red deer, shot in 1699 by Frederick I, one of which bears the astonishing number of 33 branches and the other 27, making altogether 60 branches. Richardson figures a pair of antlers of the wild reindeer with 29 points. 24. On the horns of red deer, Owen, British Fossil Mammals, 1846, page 478, Richardson on the horns of the reindeer, Fauna Bor, Americana, 1829, page 240. I am indebted to Professor Victor Karras, for the Moritzburg case. From the manner in which the horns are branched, and more especially from deer being known occasionally to fight together by kicking with their 4 feet, 25. Honorable J.D. Cotton, Ottawa Academic, of Nat Science, May 1868, page 9, says that the American deer fight with their 4 feet, after the question of superiority has been once settled and acknowledged in the herd. Bailey, Sir L. Usage de Corns, Annales des Sciences Nat. Tom. 2, 1824, page 371, M. Bailey actually comes to the conclusion that their horns are more injurious than useful to them. But this author overlooks the pitched battles between rival males. As I felt much perplexed about the use or advantage of the branches, I applied to Mr. McNeill of Colonsay, who has long and carefully observed the habits of red deer, and he informs me that he has never seen some of the branches brought into use, but that the brow antlers, from inclining downwards, are a great protection to the forehead, and their points are likewise used in attack. Sir Philip Edgerton also informs me both as to red deer and fallow deer that, in fighting, they suddenly dash together, and getting their horns fixed against each other's bodies, a desperate struggle ensues. When one is at last forced to yield and turn round, the victor endeavors to plunge his brow antlers into his defeated foe. It thus appears that the upper branches are used chiefly or exclusively for pushing and fencing. Nevertheless, in some species the upper branches are used as weapons of offense. When a man was attacked by a wapiti deer, Cervus canadensis, in Judge Cotton's Park in Ottawa, and several men tried to rescue him, the stag never raised his head from the ground. In fact, he kept his face almost flat on the ground, with his nose nearly between his 4 feet, except when he rolled his head to one side to take a new observation preparatory to a plunge. In this position the ends of the horns were directed against his adversaries. In rolling his head he necessarily raised it somewhat, because his antlers were so long that he could not roll his head without raising them on one side, while, on the other side they touched the ground. The stag by this procedure gradually drove the party of rescuers backwards to a distance of 150 or 200 feet, and the attacked man was killed. 26. See a most interesting account in the appendix to Honorable J.D. Cotton's paper, as above quoted. Although the horns of stags are efficient weapons, there can, I think, be no doubt that a single point would have been much more dangerous than a branched antler. And Judge Cotton, who has had large experience with deer, fully concurs in this conclusion. Nor do the branching horns, though highly important as a means of defense against rival stags, appear perfectly well adapted for this purpose, as they are liable to become interlocked. The suspicion has therefore crossed my mind that they may serve in part as ornaments. That the branched antlers of stags as well as the elegant lyrated horns of certain antelopes, with their graceful double curvature, Fig. 64, are ornamental in our eyes, no one will dispute. If, then, the horns, like the splendid accoutrements of the knights of old, add to the noble appearance of stags and antelopes, they may have been modified partly for this purpose, though mainly for actual service in battle. But I have no evidence in favor of this belief. An interesting case has lately been published, from which it appears that the horns of a deer in one district in the United States are now being modified through sexual and natural selection. A writer in an excellent American journal, 27. The American Naturalist, December 1869, page 552, says, that he has hunted for the last 21 years in the Adirondacks, where the Cervus virginianus abounds. About 14 years ago he first heard of spikehorn bucks. These became from year to year more common. About 5 years ago he shot one, and afterwards another, and now they are frequently killed. The spikehorn differs greatly from the common antler of the C. virginianus. It consists of a single spike, more slender than the antler, and scarcely half so long, projecting forward from the brow, and terminating in a very sharp point. It gives a considerable advantage to its possessor over the common buck. Besides enabling him to run more swiftly through the thick woods and underbrush, every hunter knows that does and yearling bucks run much more rapidly than the large bucks when armed with their cumbrous antlers. The spikehorn is a more effective weapon than the common antler. With this advantage the spikehorn bucks are gaining upon the common bucks, and may, in time, entirely supersede them in the Adirondacks. Undoubtedly, the first spikehorn buck was merely an accidental freak of nature. But his spikehorns gave him an advantage, and enabled him to propagate his peculiarity. His descendants having a like advantage, have propagated the peculiarity in a constantly increasing ratio, till they are slowly crowding the antlered deer from the region they inhabit. A critic has well objected to this account by asking, why, if the simple horns are now so advantageous, were the branched antlers of the parent form ever developed? To this I can only answer by remarking, that a new mode of attack with new weapons might be a great advantage, as shown by the case of the ovicycloceros, who thus conquered a domestic ram famous for his fighting power. Though the branched antlers of a stag are well adapted for fighting with his rivals, and though it might be an advantage to the pronghorn variety slowly to acquire long and branched horns, if he had to fight only with others of the same kind, yet it by no means follows that branched horns would be the best fitted for conquering a foe differently armed. In the foregoing case of the oryx leucoryx, it is almost certain that the victory would rest with an antelope having short horns, and who therefore did not need to kneel down, though an oryx might profit by having still longer horns, if he fought only with his proper rivals. Male quadrupeds, which are furnished with tusks, use them in various ways, as in the case of horns. The boar strikes laterally and upwards, the musk deer downwards with serious effect. 28. Pallas, Spicilegia Zoologica, Fasc 13. 1779, page 18. The walrus, though having so short a neck and so unwieldy a body, can strike either upwards, or downwards, or sideways, with equal dexterity. 29. Lamont, Seasons with the Seahorses, 1861, page 141. I was informed by the late Dr. Falconer, that the Indian elephant fights in a different manner according to the position and curvature of his tusks. When they are directed forwards and upwards he is able to fling a tiger to a great distance, it is said to even 30 feet. When they are short and turned downwards he endeavors suddenly to pin the tiger to the ground and, in consequence, is dangerous to the rider, who is liable to be jerked off the howdah. 30. See also Course, Philosophical Transactions, 1799, p. 212, on the manner in which the short-tusked Mukna variety attacks other elephants. Very few male quadrupeds possess weapons of two distinct kinds specially adapted for fighting with rival males. The male muntjac deer, Cervulus, however, offers an exception, as he is provided with horns and exserted canine teeth. But we may infer from what follows that one form of weapon has often been replaced in the course of ages by another. With ruminants the development of horns generally stands in an inverse relation with that of even moderately developed canine teeth. Thus camels, guanacos, chevrotains, and musk deer, are hornless, and they have efficient canines. These teeth being always of smaller size in the females than in the males. The camelidae have, in addition to their true canines, a pair of canine-shaped incisors in their upper jaws. 31. Owen, Anatomy of Vertebrates, Volume 3. Page 349. Male deer and antelopes, on the other hand, possess horns, and they rarely have canine teeth, and these, when present, are always of small size, so that it is doubtful whether they are of any service in their battles. In Antelope montana they exist only as rudiments in the young male, disappearing as he grows old, and they are absent in the female at all ages. But the females of certain other antelopes and of certain deer have been known occasionally to exhibit rudiments of these teeth. 32. See Ruppel, in Proc. Zoolog. SOC January 12, 1836, page 3, on the canines in deer and antelopes, with a note by Mr. Martin on a female American deer. See also Falconer, Paleont. Memoirs and Notes, Volume 1, 1868, page 576, on canines in an adult female deer. In old males of the musk deer the canines, Pallas, Spic. Zoolog, Fasc 13. 1779, p. 18, sometimes grow to the length of 3 inches, whilst in old females a rudiment projects scarcely half an inch above the gums. Stallions have small canine teeth, which are either quite absent or rudimentary in the mare. But they do not appear to be used in fighting, for stallions bite with their incisors, and do not open their mouths wide like camels and guanacos. Whenever the adult male possesses canines, now inefficient, whilst the female has either none or mere rudiments, we may conclude that the early male progenitor of the species was provided with efficient canines, which have been partially transferred to the females. The reduction of these teeth in the males seems to have followed from some change in their manner of fighting, often, but not in the horse, caused by the development of new weapons. Tusks and horns are manifestly of high importance to their possessors, for their development consumes much organized matter. A single tusk of the Asiatic elephant, one of the extinct woolly species and of the African elephant, have been known to weigh respectively 150, 160, and 180 pounds, and even greater weights have been given by some authors. 33. Emerson Tennant, Ceylon, 1859, Volume 2. Page 275, Owen, British Fossil Mammals, 1846, page 245. With deer, in which the horns are periodically renewed, the drain on the constitution must be greater. The horns, for instance, of the moose weigh from 50 to 60 pounds, and those of the extinct Irish elk from 60 to 70 pounds, the skull of the latter weighing on an average only 5 pounds and a quarter. Although the horns are not periodically renewed in sheep, yet their development, in the opinion of many agriculturists, entails a sensible loss to the breeder. Stags, moreover, in escaping from beasts of prey are loaded with an additional weight for the race, and are greatly retarded in passing through a woody country. The moose, for instance, with horns extending 5.5 feet from tip to tip, although so skillful in their use that he will not touch or break a twig when walking quietly, cannot act so dexterously whilst rushing away from a pack of wolves. During his progress he holds his nose up, so as to lay the horns horizontally back, and in this attitude cannot see the ground distinctly. 34. Richardson, Fauna Bor, Americana, on the Moose, Alsa's Palmata, pages 236, 237. On the Expanse of the Horns, Land and Water, 1869, page 143. See also Owen, British Fossil Mammals, on the Irish Elk, pages 447, 455. The tips of the horns of the great Irish elk were actually 8 feet apart. Whilst the horns are covered with velvet, which lasts with red deer for about 12 weeks, they are extremely sensitive to a blow. So that in Germany the stags at this time somewhat changed their habits, and avoiding dense forests, frequent young woods and low thickets. 35. Forest Creatures, by C. Boner, 1861, page 60. These facts remind us that male birds have acquired ornamental plumes at the cost of retarded flight, and other ornaments at the cost of some loss of power in their battles with rival males. With mammals, when, as is often the case, the sexes differ in size, the males are almost always larger and stronger. I am informed by Mr. Gould that this holds good in a marked manner with the marsupials of Australia, the males of which appear to continue growing until an unusually late age. But the most extraordinary case is that of one of the seals, Calorinus ursinus, a full-grown female weighing less than 1/6 of a full-grown male. 36. See the very interesting paper by Mr. J. A. Allen in Bull. Muse Comp. Zoology of Cambridge, United States, Volume 2. Number 1, page 82. The weights were ascertained by a careful observer, Captain Bryant. Dr. Gill in The American Naturalist, January, 1871, Prof. Shaler on the relative size of the sexes of whales, American Naturalist, January, 1873. Dr. Gill remarks that it is with the polygamous seals, the males of which are well known to fight savagely together, that the sexes differ much in size. The monogamous species differing but little. Whales also afford evidence of the relation existing between the pugnacity of the males and their large size compared with that of the female. The males of the right whales do not fight together, and they are not larger, but rather smaller, than their females. On the other hand, male sperm whales fight much together, and their bodies are often found scarred with the imprint of their rivals' teeth, and they are double the size of the females. The greater strength of the male, as Hunter long ago remarked, 37. Animal Economy, page 45. is invariably displayed in those parts of the body which are brought into action in fighting with rival males, for instance, in the massive neck of the bull. Male quadrupeds are also more courageous and pugnacious than the females. There can be little doubt that these characters have been gained, partly through sexual selection, owing to a long series of victories, by the stronger and more courageous males over the weaker, and partly through the inherited effects of use. It is probable that the successive variations in strength, size, and courage, whether due to mere variability or to the effects of use, by the accumulation of which male quadrupeds have acquired these characteristic qualities, occurred rather late in life, and were consequently to a large extent limited in their transmission to the same sex. From these considerations I was anxious to obtain information as to the Scotch Deerhound, the sexes of which differ more in size than those of any other breed, though bloodhounds differ considerably, or than in any wild canine species known to me. Accordingly, I applied to Mr. Cupples, well known for his success with this breed, who has weighed and measured many of his own dogs, and who has with great kindness collected for me the following facts from various sources. Fine male dogs, measured at the shoulder, range from 28 inches, which is low, to 33 or even 34 inches in height, and in weight from 80 pounds, which is light, to 120 pounds, or even more. The females range in height from 23 to 27, or even to 28 inches, and in weight from 50 to 70, or even 80 pounds. 38. See also Richardson's Manual on the Dog, page 59. Much valuable information on the Scottish Deerhound is given by Mr. McNeill, who first called attention to the inequality in size between the sexes, in Scrope's Art of Deer Stalking. I hope that Mr. Cupples will keep to his intention of publishing a full account and history of this famous breed. Mr. Cupples concludes that from 95 to 100 pounds for the male, and 70 for the female, would be a safe average, but there is reason to believe that formerly both sexes attained a greater weight. Mr. Cupples has weighed puppies when a fortnight old. In one litter the average weight of 4 males exceeded that of 2 females by 6.5 ounces, in another litter the average weight of 4 males exceeded that of 1 female by less than 1 ounce. The same males when 3 weeks old, exceeded the female by 7.5 ounces, and at the age of 6 weeks by nearly 14 ounces. Mr. Wright of Yeldersley House, in a letter to Mr. Cupples, says, I have taken notes on the sizes and weights of puppies of many litters, and as far as my experience goes, dog puppies as a rule differ very little from bitches till they arrive at about 5 or 6 months old. And then the dogs begin to increase, gaining upon the bitches both in weight and size. At birth, and for several weeks afterwards, a bitch puppy will occasionally be larger than any of the dogs, but they are invariably beaten by them later. Mr. McNeill, of Colonsay, concludes that the males do not attain their full growth till over 2 years old, though the females attain it sooner. According to Mr. Cupples' experience, male dogs go on growing in stature till they are from 12 to 18 months old, and in weight till from 18 to 24 months old. Whilst the females cease increasing in stature at the age of from 9 to 14 or 15 months, and in weight at the age of from 12 to 15 months. From these various statements it is clear that the full difference in size between the male and female Scotch Deerhound is not acquired until rather late in life. The males almost exclusively are used for coursing, for, as Mr. McNeill informs me, the females have not sufficient strength and weight to pull down a full-grown deer. From the names used in old legends, it appears, as I hear from Mr. Cupples, that, at a very ancient period, the males were the most celebrated, the females being mentioned only as the mothers of famous dogs. Hence, during many generations, it is the male which has been chiefly tested for strength, size, speed, and courage, and the best will have been bred from. As, however, the males do not attain their full dimensions until rather late in life, they will have tended, in accordance with the law often indicated, to transmit their characters to their male offspring alone. And thus the great inequality in size between the sexes of the Scotch Deerhound may probably be accounted for. The males of some few quadrupeds possess organs or parts developed solely as a means of defense against the attacks of other males. Some kinds of deer use, as we have seen, the upper branches of their horns chiefly or exclusively for defending themselves, and the oryx antelope, as I am informed by Mr. Bartlett, fences most skillfully with his long, gently curved horns. But these are likewise used as organs of offense. The same observer remarks that rhinoceroses in fighting, parry each other's sidelong blows with their horns, which clatter loudly together, as do the tusks of boars. Although wild boars fight desperately, they seldom, according to Brehm, receive fatal wounds, as the blows fall on each other's tusks, or on the layer of gristly skin covering the shoulder, called by the German hunters, the shield. And here we have a part specially modified for defense. With boars in the prime of life, Fig. 65, the tusks in the lower jaw are used for fighting, but they become in old age, as Brehm states, so much curved inwards and upwards over the snout that they can no longer be used in this way. They may, however, still serve, and even more effectively, as a means of defense. In compensation for the loss of the lower tusks as weapons of offense, those in the upper jaw, which always project a little laterally, increase in old age so much in length and curve so much upwards that they can be used for attack. Nevertheless, an old boar is not so dangerous to man as one at the age of 6 or 7 years. 39, Brehm, Theroben, B. 2. SS 729-732. In the full-grown male Barbarossa pig of Celebes, Fig. 66, the lower tusks are formidable weapons, like those of a European boar in the prime of life, whilst the upper tusks are so long and have their points so much curled inwards, sometimes even touching the forehead, that they are utterly useless as weapons of attack. They more nearly resemble horns than teeth, and are so manifestly useless as teeth that the animal was formerly supposed to rest his head by hooking them on to a branch. Their convex surfaces, however, if the head were held a little laterally, would serve as an excellent guard, and hence, perhaps, it is that in old animals they are generally broken off, as if by fighting. 40. See Mr. Wallace's interesting account of this animal, The Malay Archipelago, 1869, Volume 1, page 435. Here, then, we have the curious case of the upper tusks of the Barbarossa regularly assuming during the prime of life a structure which apparently renders them fitted only for defense. Whilst in the European boar the lower tusks assume in a less degree and only during old age nearly the same form, and then serve in like manner solely for defense. In the wart-hog, see Phacochirus ethiopicus, Fig. 67, the tusks in the upper jaw of the male curve upwards during the prime of life, and from being pointed serve as formidable weapons. The tusks in the lower jaw are sharper than those in the upper, but from their shortness it seems hardly possible that they can be used as weapons of attack. They must, however, greatly strengthen those in the upper jaw, from being ground so as to fit closely against their bases. Neither the upper nor the lower tusks appear to have been specially modified to act as guards, though no doubt they are to a certain extent used for this purpose. But the wart-hog is not destitute of other special means of protection, for it has, on each side of the face, beneath the eyes, a rather stiff, yet flexible, cartilaginous, oblong pad, figure 67, which projects 2 or 3 inches outwards. And it appeared to Mr. Bartlett and myself, when viewing the living animal, that these pads, when struck from beneath by the tusks of an opponent, would be turned upwards, and would thus admirably protect the somewhat prominent eyes. I may add, on the authority of Mr. Bartlett, that these boars when fighting stand directly face to face. Lastly, the African river hog, Potamochirus penicillatus, has a hard cartilaginous knob on each side of the face beneath the eyes, which answers to the flexible pad of the wart-hog. It has also 2 bony prominences on the upper jaw above the nostrils. A boar of this species in the zoological gardens recently broke into the cage of the wart-hog. They fought all night long, and were found in the morning much exhausted, but not seriously wounded. It is a significant fact, as shewing the purposes of the above described projections and excrescences, that these were covered with blood, and were scored and abraded in an extraordinary manner. Although the males of so many members of the pig family are provided with weapons, and as we have just seen with means of defense, these weapons seem to have been acquired within a rather late geological period. Dr. Forsyth Major specifies, 41. Atti della Soc. Italiana d. Sc. Nat. 1873, Volume 15. Fasc 4. Several Miocene species, in none of which do the tusks appear to have been largely developed in the males, and Professor Rudemeyer was formerly struck with this same fact. The mane of the lion forms a good defense against the attacks of rival lions, the one danger to which he is liable, for the males, as Sir Smith informs me, engage in terrible battles, and a young lion dares not approach an old one. In 1857 a tiger at Bromwich broke into the cage of a lion and a fearful scene ensued. The lion's mane saved his neck and head from being much injured, but the tiger at last succeeded in ripping up his belly, and in a few minutes he was dead. 42. The Times, November 10, 1857. In regard to the Canada lynx, see Audubon and Bachman, Quadrupeds of North America, 1846, page 139. The broad ruff round the throat and chin of the Canadian lynx, Felis canadensis, is much longer in the male than in the female, but whether it serves as a defense I do not know. Male seals are well known to fight desperately together, and the males of certain kinds, Otaria jubata, 43. Dr. Murray, on Otaria, Proc. Zoolog. SOC 1869, page 109. Mr. J. A. Allen, in the paper above quoted, p. 75, doubts whether the hair, which is longer on the neck in the male than in the female, deserves to be called a mane, have great manes, whilst the females have small ones or none. The male baboon of the Cape of Good Hope, Cynocephaly porcarius, has a much longer mane and larger canine teeth than the female. And the mane probably serves as a protection, for, on asking the keepers in the zoological gardens, without giving them any clue to my object, whether any of the monkeys especially attacked each other by the nape of the neck, I was answered that this was not the case, except with the above baboon. In the Hamadryas baboon, Ehrenberg compares the mane of the adult male to that of a young lion, whilst in the young of both sexes and in the female the mane is almost absent. It appeared to me probable that the immense woolly mane of the male American bison, which reaches almost to the ground, and is much more developed in the males than in the females, served as a protection to them in their terrible battles. But an experienced hunter told Judge Cotton that he had never observed anything which favored this belief. The stallion has a thicker and fuller mane than the mare. And I have made particular inquiries of two great trainers and breeders, who have had charge of many entire horses, and am assured that they invariably endeavor to seize one another by the neck. It does not, however, follow from the foregoing statements, that when the hair on the neck serves as a defense, that it was originally developed for this purpose, though this is probable in some cases, as in that of the lion. I am informed by Mr. McNeill that the long hairs on the throat of the stag, Cervus elephas, serve as a great protection to him when hunted, for the dogs generally endeavor to seize him by the throat. But it is not probable that these hairs were specially developed for this purpose, otherwise the young and the females would have been equally protected. Choice in pairing by either sex of quadrupeds. Before describing in the next chapter, the differences between the sexes in voice, odors emitted, and ornaments, it will be convenient here to consider whether the sexes exert any choice in their unions. Does the female prefer any particular male, either before or after the males may have fought together for supremacy, or does the male, when not a polygamist, select any particular female? The general impression amongst breeders seems to be that the male accepts any female, and this owing to his eagerness, is, in most cases, probably the truth. Whether the female as a general rule indifferently accepts any male is much more doubtful. In the 14th chapter, on birds, a considerable body of direct and indirect evidence was advanced, shewing that the female selects her partner. And it would be a strange anomaly if female quadrupeds, which stand higher in the scale and have higher mental powers, did not generally, or at least often, exert some choice. The female could in most cases escape, if wooed by a male that did not please or excite her. And when pursued by several males, as commonly occurs, she would often have the opportunity, whilst they were fighting together, of escaping with some one male, or at least of temporarily pairing with him. This latter contingency has often been observed in Scotland with female red deer, as I am informed by Sir Philip Egerton and others. 44. Mr. Boner, in his excellent description of the habits of the red deer in Germany, Forest Creatures, 1861, p. 81, says, while the stag is defending his rights against one intruder, another invades the sanctuary of his harem, and carries off trophy after trophy. Exactly the same thing occurs with seals, see Mr. J. A. Allen, Ibid page 100. It is scarcely possible that much should be known about female quadrupeds in a state of nature making any choice in their marriage unions. The following curious details on the courtship of one of the eared seals, Calorinus ursinus, are given. 45. Mr. J. A. Allen in Bull. Mus. Comp. Zoolog. Of Cambridge, United States, Volume 2. Number 1, page 99, on the authority of Captain Bryant, who had ample opportunities for observation. He says, many of the females on their arrival at the island where they breed appear desirous of returning to some particular male, and frequently climb the outlying rocks to overlook the rookeries, calling out and listening as if for a familiar voice. Then changing to another place they do the same again. As soon as a female reaches the shore, the nearest male goes down to meet her, making meanwhile a noise like the clucking of a hen to her chickens. He bows to her and coaxes her until he gets between her and the water so that she cannot escape him. Then his manner changes, and with a harsh growl he drives her to a place in his harem. This continues until the lower row of harems is nearly full. Then the males higher up select the time when their more fortunate neighbors are off their guard to steal their wives. This they do by taking them in their mouths and lifting them over the heads of the other females, and carefully placing them in their own harem, carrying them as cats do their kittens. Those still higher up pursue the same method until the whole space is occupied. Frequently a struggle ensues between two males for the possession of the same female, and both seizing her at once pull her in two or terribly lacerate her with their teeth. When the space is all filled, the old male walks around complacently reviewing his family, scolding those who crowd or disturb the others, and fiercely driving off all intruders. This surveillance always keeps him actively occupied. As so little is known about the courtship of animals in a state of nature, I have endeavored to discover how far our domesticated quadrupeds evince any choice in their unions. Dogs offer the best opportunity for observation, as they are carefully attended to and well understood. Many breeders have expressed a strong opinion on this head. Thus, Mr. Mayhew remarks, the females are able to bestow their affections and tender recollections are as potent over them as they are known to be in other cases, where higher animals are concerned. Bitches are not always prudent in their loves, but are apt to fling themselves away on curs of low degree. If reared with a companion of vulgar appearance, there often springs up between the pair a devotion which no time can afterward subdue. The passion, for such it really is, becomes of a more than romantic endurance. Mr. Mayhew, who attended chiefly to the smaller breeds, is convinced that the females are strongly attracted by males of a large size. 46. Dogs, Their Management, by E. Mayhew, MRCVS, 2nd edition, 1864, pages 187 to 192. The well-known veterinary Blaine states, 47. Quoted by Alex Walker, on Intermarriage, 1838, page 276, see also page 244. That his own female pug dog became so attached to a spaniel, and a female setter to a cur, that in neither case would they pair with a dog of their own breed until several weeks had elapsed. Two similar and trustworthy accounts have been given me in regard to a female retriever and a spaniel, both of which became enamored with terrier dogs. Mr. Couples informs me that he can personally vouch for the accuracy of the following more remarkable case, in which a valuable and wonderfully intelligent female terrier loved a retriever belonging to a neighbor to such a degree that she had often to be dragged away from him. After their permanent separation, although repeatedly shewing milk in her teats, she would never acknowledge the courtship of any other dog, and to the regret of her owner never bore puppies. Mr. Cupples also states, that in 1868, a female deerhound in his kennel thrice produced puppies, and on each occasion shewed a marked preference for one of the largest and handsomest, but not the most eager, of 4 deerhounds living with her. All in the prime of life. Mr. Cupples has observed that the female generally favors a dog whom she has associated with and knows. Her shyness and timidity at first incline her against a strange dog. The male, on the contrary, seems rather inclined towards strange females. It appears to be rare when the male refuses any particular female, but Mr. Wright, of Yeldersley House, a great breeder of dogs, informs me that he has known some instances. He cites the case of one of his own deerhounds, who would not take any notice of a particular female mastiff, so that another deerhound had to be employed. It would be superfluous to give, as I could, other instances, and I will only add that Mr. Barr, who has carefully bred many bloodhounds, states that in almost every instance particular individuals of opposite sexes shew a decided preference for each other. Finally, Mr. Cupples, after attending to this subject for another year, has written to me, I have had full confirmation of my former statement, that dogs in breeding form decided preferences for each other, being often influenced by size, bright color, and individual characters, as well as by the degree of their previous familiarity. In regard to horses, Mr. Blenkerin, the greatest breeder of race horses in the world, informs me that stallions are so frequently capricious in their choice, rejecting one mare and without any apparent cause taking to another, that various artifices have to be habitually used. The famous monarch, for instance, would never consciously look at the dam of Gladiateur, and a trick had to be practiced. We can partly see the reason why valuable racehorse stallions, which are in such demand as to be exhausted, should be so particular in their choice. Mr. Blenkerin has never known a mare reject a horse, but this has occurred in Mr. Wright's stable, so that the mare had to be cheated. Prosper Lucas, 48. Trait de El Heard. Nat. Tom. 2, 1850, page 296. Quotes various statements from French authorities, and remarks, on voit de étalons que se prenant d'une jument, et negligent touts les autres. He gives, on the authority of Bailyn, similar facts in regard to bulls, and Mr. H. Reeks assures me that a famous short-horn bull belonging to his father, invariably refused to be matched with a black cow. Hofberg, in describing the domesticated reindeer of Lapland says, Foemini majors e fortures mares pre caterus admittent, ad eos confugiant, a junioribus agitati, cahos in fugam congitant. 49, Amenitates Academic, Volume 4. 1788, page 160. A clergyman, who has bred many pigs, asserts that sows often reject one boar and immediately accept another. From these facts there can be no doubt that, with most of our domesticated quadrupeds, strong individual antipathies and preferences are frequently exhibited, and much more commonly by the female than by the male. This being the case, it is improbable that the unions of quadrupeds in a state of nature should be left to mere chance. It is much more probable that the females are allured or excited by particular males, who possess certain characters in a higher degree than other males, but what these characters are, we can seldom or never discover with certainty. Chapter 18. Secondary Sexual Characters of Mammals Continued. Voice remarkable sexual peculiarities in seals. Odor development of the hair color of the hair and skin. Anomalous case of the female being more ornamented than the male. Color and ornaments due to sexual selection, color acquired for the sake of protection. Color, though common to both sexes, often due to sexual selection. On the disappearance of spots and stripes in adult quadrupeds. On the colors and ornaments of the quadrumana. Summary. Quadrupeds use their voices for various purposes, as a signal of danger, as a call from one member of a troop to another, or from the mother to her lost offspring, or from the latter for protection to their mother. But such uses need not here be considered. We are concerned only with the difference between the voices of the sexes, for instance between that of the lion and lioness, or of the bull and cow. Almost all male animals use their voices much more during the rutting season than at any other time, and some, as the giraffe and porcupine. 1. Owen, Anatomy of Vertebrates, Volume 3. Page 585. Are said to be completely mute excepting at this season. As the throats, i.e. the larynx and thyroid bodies. 2. Ibid, page 595. Of stags periodically become enlarged at the beginning of the breeding season, it might be thought that their powerful voices must be somehow of high importance to them, but this is very doubtful. From information given to me by two experienced observers, Mr. McNeill and Sir P. Edgerton, it seems that young stags under 3 years old do not roar or bellow. And that the old ones begin bellowing at the commencement of the breeding season, at first only occasionally and moderately, whilst they restlessly wander about in search of the females. Their battles are prefaced by loud and prolonged bellowing, but during the actual conflict they are silent. Animals of all kinds which habitually use their voices utter various noises under any strong emotion, as when enraged and preparing to fight. But this may merely be the result of nervous excitement, which leads to the spasmodic contraction of almost all the muscles of the body, as when a man grinds his teeth and clenches his fists in rage or agony. No doubt stags challenge each other to mortal combat by bellowing, but those with the more powerful voices, unless at the same time the stronger, better armed, and more courageous, would not gain any advantage over their rivals. It is possible that the roaring of the lion may be of some service to him by striking terror into his adversary, for when enraged he likewise erects his mane and thus instinctively tries to make himself appear as terrible as possible. But it can hardly be supposed that the bellowing of the stag, even if it be of service to him in this way, can have been important enough to have led to the periodical enlargement of the throat. Some writers suggest that the bellowing serves as a call to the female. But the experienced observers above quoted inform me that female deer do not search for the male, though the males search eagerly for the females, as indeed might be expected from what we know of the habits of other male quadrupeds. The voice of the female, on the other hand, quickly brings to her one or more stags. 3. See, for instance, Major W. Ross King, The Sportsman in Canada, 1866, pages 53, 131, on the habits of the moose and wild reindeer. As is well known to the hunters who in wild countries imitate her cry. If we could believe that the male had the power to excite or allure the female by his voice, the periodical enlargement of his vocal organs would be intelligible on the principle of sexual selection, together with inheritance limited to the same sex and season. But we have no evidence in favor of this view. As the case stands, the loud voice of the stag during the breeding season does not seem to be of any special service to him, either during his courtship or battles, or in any other way. But may we not believe that the frequent use of the voice, under the strong excitement of love, jealousy, and rage, continued during many generations, may at last have produced an inherited effect on the vocal organs of the stag, as well as of other male animals? This appears to me, in our present state of knowledge, the most probable view. The voice of the adult male gorilla is tremendous, and he is furnished with a laryngeal sac, as is the adult male orang. 4. Bowen, Anatomy of Vertebrates, Volume 3. p. 600, the gibbons rank among the noisiest of monkeys, and the Sumatra species, Hylobates syndactylus, is also furnished with an air sac, but Mr. Blythe, who has had opportunities for observation, does not believe that the male is noisier than the female. Hence, these latter monkeys probably use their voices as a mutual call. And this is certainly the case with some quadrupeds, for instance the beaver. 5. Mr. Green, in Journal of Linnean Society, Volume 10, Zoology, 1869, Note 362. Another gibbon, the H. Agilus, is remarkable, from having the power of giving a complete and correct octave of musical notes. 6. C. L. Martin, General Introduction to the Natural History of Man. Animals, 1841, page 431. Which we may reasonably suspect serves as a sexual charm, but I shall have to recur to this subject in the next chapter. The vocal organs of the American mycetes choria are 1/3 larger in the male than in the female, and are wonderfully powerful. These monkeys in warm weather make the forests resound at morning and evening with their overwhelming voices. The males begin the dreadful concert, and often continue it during many hours, the females sometimes joining in with their less powerful voices. An excellent observer, Renger, 7. Nedergeschickter Sagathier von Paraguay, 1830, SS 15, 21. Could not perceive that they were excited to begin by any special cause. He thinks that, like many birds, they delight in their own music, and try to excel each other. Whether most of the foregoing monkeys have acquired their powerful voices in order to beat their rivals and charm the females, or whether the vocal organs have been strengthened and enlarged through the inherited effects of long-continued use, without any particular good being thus gained, I will not pretend to say. But the former view, at least in the case of the Hylobates agilis, seems the most probable. I may here mention two very curious sexual peculiarities occurring in seals, because they have been supposed by some writers to affect the voice. The nose of the male sea elephant, Macrorhinus proboscideus, becomes greatly elongated during the breeding season, and can then be erected. In this state it is sometimes a foot in length. The female is not thus provided at any period of life. The male makes a wild, hoarse, gurgling noise, which is audible at a great distance and is believed to be strengthened by the proboscis, the voice of the female being different. Lesson compares the erection of the proboscis, with the swelling of the wattles of male gallinaceous birds whilst courting the females. In another allied kind of seal, the bladdernose, Cystophora cristata, the head is covered by a great hood or bladder. This is supported by the septum of the nose, which is produced far backwards and rises into an internal crest 7 inches in height. The hood is clothed with short hair, and is muscular. Can be inflated until it more than equals the whole head in size. The males when rutting, fight furiously on the ice, and their roaring is said to be sometimes so loud as to be heard 4 miles off. When attacked they likewise roar or bellow. And whenever irritated the bladder is inflated and quivers. Some naturalists believe that the voice is thus strengthened, but various other uses have been assigned to this extraordinary structure. Mr. R. Brown thinks that it serves as a protection against accidents of all kinds, but this is not probable, for, as I am assured by Mr. Lamont, who killed 600 of these animals, the hood is rudimentary in the females, and it is not developed in the males during youth. 8. On the sea elephant, see an article by Lesson, in Dict Class. History Nat. Tom. 13, page 418. For the Cystophora, or Stomatopus, see Dr. Decay, Annals of Lyceum of Nat History, New York, Volume 1, 1824, page 94. Pennant has also collected information from the sealers on this animal. The fullest account is given by Mr. Brown, in Proc. Zoolog. SOC 1868, page 435. Odor. With some animals, as with the notorious skunk of America, the overwhelming odor which they emit appears to serve exclusively as a defense. With shrewmice, Sorex, both sexes possess abdominal scent glands, and there can be little doubt, from the rejection of their bodies by birds and beasts of prey, that the odor is protective. Nevertheless, the glands become enlarged in the males during the breeding season. In many other quadrupeds the glands are of the same size in both sexes. 9. As with the castorium of the beaver, see Mr. L.H. Morgan's most interesting work, The American Beaver, 1868, page 300. Pallas, Spic. Zoolog, Fasc. 8. 1779, page 23, has well discussed the odoriferous glands of mammals. Owen, Anat, of Vertebrates, Volume 3. p. 634, also gives an account of these glands, including those of the elephant, and, page 763, those of shrewmice. On bats, Mr. Dobson in Proceedings of the Zoological Society 1873, page 241, but their uses are not known. In other species the glands are confined to the males, or are more developed than in the females, and they almost always become more active during the rutting season. At this period the glands on the sides of the face of the male elephant enlarge, and emit a secretion having a strong musky odor. The males, and rarely the females, of many kinds of bats have glands and protrudable sacs situated in various parts. And it is believed that these are odoriferous. The rank effluvium of the male goat is well known, and that of certain male deer is wonderfully strong and persistent. On the banks of the Plata I perceived the air tainted with the odor of the male Cervus campestris, at half a mile to leeward of a herd. And a silk handkerchief, in which I carried home a skin, though often used and washed, retained, when first unfolded, traces of the odor for 1 year and 7 months. This animal does not emit its strong odor until more than a year old, and if castrated whilst young never emits it. 10. Renger, Nedergeschichter Saugethier von Paraguay, 1830, s. 355. This observer also gives some curious particulars in regard to the odor. Besides the general odor, permeating the whole body of certain ruminants, for instance, Bos moschatus, in the breeding season, many deer, antelopes, sheep, and goats possess odoriferous glands in various situations, more especially on their faces. The so-called tear sacs, or suborbital pits, come under this head. These glands secrete a semi-fluid fetid matter which is sometimes so copious as to stain the whole face, as I have myself seen in an antelope. They are usually larger in the male than in the female, and their development is checked by castration. 11. Owen, Anatomy of Vertebrates, Volume 3. Page 632. See also Dr. Murray's observations on those glands in the Proc. Zoolog. SOC 1870, p. 340, Demarest, on the Antilope subgutturosa, Mammalogy, 1820, page 455. According to Demarest they are altogether absent in the female of Antilope subgutturosa. Hence, there can be no doubt that they stand in close relation with the reproductive functions. They are also sometimes present, and sometimes absent, in nearly allied forms. In the adult male musk deer, Moschus musciferus, a naked space round the tail is bedewed with an odoriferous fluid, whilst in the adult female, and in the male until 2 years old, this space is covered with hair and is not odoriferous. The proper musk sac of this deer is from its position necessarily confined to the male, and forms an additional scent organ. It is a singular fact that the matter secreted by this latter gland, does not, according to Pallas, change in consistence, or increase in quantity, during the rutting season. Nevertheless this naturalist admits that its presence is in some way connected with the act of reproduction. He gives, however, only a conjectural and unsatisfactory explanation of its use. 12. Pallas, Spicelegia Zoolog, Fasc 13. 1799, page 24. Demoulin, Dict. Class. Dehist. Nat. Tom. 3, page 586. In most cases, when only the male emits a strong odor during the breeding season, it probably serves to excite or allure the female. We must not judge on this head by our own taste, for it is well known that rats are enticed by certain essential oils, and cats by valerian, substances far from agreeable to us, and that dogs, though they will not eat carrion, sniff and roll on it. From the reasons given when discussing the voice of the stag, we may reject the idea that the odor serves to bring the females from a distance to the males. Active and long-continued use cannot here have come into play, as in the case of the vocal organs. The odor emitted must be of considerable importance to the male, inasmuch as large and complex glands, furnished with muscles for everting the sac, and for closing or opening the orifice, have in some cases been developed. The development of these organs is intelligible through sexual selection, if the most odoriferous males are the most successful in winning the females, and in leaving offspring to inherit their gradually perfected glands and odors. Development of the hair. We have seen that male quadrupeds often have the hair on their necks and shoulders much more developed than the females, and many additional instances could be given. This sometimes serves as a defense to the male during his battles, but whether the hair in most cases has been specially developed for this purpose, is very doubtful. We may feel almost certain that this is not the case, when only a thin and narrow crest runs along the back, for a crest of this kind would afford scarcely any protection, and the ridge of the back is not a place likely to be injured. Nevertheless, such crests are sometimes confined to the males, or are much more developed in them than in the females. 2 Antelopes, the Tragelaphus scriptus, 13. Dr. Gray, Gleanings from the Menagerie at Knowsley, pl. 28. Fig. 70, and Portax picta may be given as instances. When stags, and the males of the wild goat, are enraged or terrified, these crests stand erect. 14. Judge Cottone on the Wapiti, Transact. Ottawa Academic, Nat Sciences, 1868, pages 36, 40. Blythe, Land and Water, on Capre Gagris 1867, page 37. But it cannot be supposed that they have been developed merely for the sake of exciting fear in their enemies. One of the above-named antelopes, the Portax picta, has a large well-defined brush of black hair on the throat. And this is much larger in the male than in the female. In the Amatragus tragelaphus of North Africa, a member of the sheep family, the forelegs are almost concealed by an extraordinary growth of hair, which depends from the neck and upper halves of the legs, but Mr. Bartlett does not believe that this mantle is of the least use to the male, in whom it is much more developed than in the female. Male quadrupeds of many kinds differ from the females in having more hair, or hair of a different character, on certain parts of their faces. Thus the bull alone has curled hair on the forehead. 15. Hunter's Essays and Observations, edited by Owen, 1861. Volume 1, page 236. In 3 closely allied subgenera of the goat family, only the males possess beards, sometimes of large size. In 2 other subgenera both sexes have a beard, but it disappears in some of the domestic breeds of the common goat, and neither sex of the Hemitragus has a beard. In the ibex the beard is not developed during the summer, and is so small at other times that it may be called rudimentary. 16. See Dr. Gray's Catalogue of Mammalia in the British Museum, Part 3. 1852, page 144. With some monkeys the beard is confined to the male, as in the orang, or is much larger in the male than in the female, as in the Mycetes choria and Pithecia satanas, figure 68. So it is with the whiskers of some species of Macacus, 17. Regner, Saugthier, etc., s. 14, Damarist, Mammalogy, page 86, and, as we have seen, with the manes of some species of baboons. But with most kinds of monkeys the various tufts of hair about the face and head are alike in both sexes. The males of various members of the ox family, Bovidae, and of certain antelopes, are furnished with a dewlap, or great fold of skin on the neck, which is much less developed in the female. Now, what must we conclude with respect to such sexual differences as these? No one will pretend that the beards of certain male goats, or the dewlaps of the bull, or the crests of hair along the backs of certain male antelopes, are of any use to them in their ordinary habits. It is possible that the immense beard of the male Pithecia, and the large beard of the male orang, may protect their throats when fighting, for the keepers in the zoological gardens inform me that many monkeys attack each other by the throat. But it is not probable that the beard has been developed for a distinct purpose from that served by the whiskers, mustache, and other tufts of hair on the face, and no one will suppose that these are useful as a protection. Must we attribute all these appendages of hair or skin to mere purposeless variability in the male? It cannot be denied that this is possible. For in many domesticated quadrupeds, certain characters, apparently not derived through reversion from any wild parent form, are confined to the males, or are more developed in them than in the females, for instance. The hump on the male zebu cattle of India, the tail of fat-tailed rams, the arched outline of the forehead in the males of several breeds of sheep, and lastly, the mane, the long hairs on the hind legs, and the dewlap of the male of the Berbera goat. 18. See the chapters on these several animals in Volume 1, of my Variation of Animals under Domestication, also Volume 2, Page 73, also Chapter 20. On the practice of selection by semi-civilized people. For the Berbera goat, see Dr. Gray, Catalogue, Ibid page 157. The mane, which occurs only in the rams of an African breed of sheep, is a true secondary sexual character, for, as I hear from Mr. Winwood Reade, it is not developed if the animal be castrated. Although we ought to be extremely cautious, as shown in my work on Variation under Domestication, in concluding that any character, even with animals kept by semi-civilized people, has not been subjected to selection by man, and thus augmented. Yet in the cases just specified this is improbable. More especially as the characters are confined to the males, or are more strongly developed in them than in the females. If it were positively known that the above African ram is a descendant of the same primitive stock as the other breeds of sheep, and if the Berbera male goat with his mane, dewlap, etc., is descended from the same stock as other goats, then, assuming that selection has not been applied to these characters, they must be due to simple variability, together with sexually limited inheritance. Hence it appears reasonable to extend this same view to all analogous cases with animals in a state of nature. Nevertheless, I cannot persuade myself that it generally holds good, as in the case of the extraordinary development of hair on the throat and forelegs of the male Amatragus, or in that of the immense beard of the male Pithecia. Such study as I have been able to give to nature makes me believe that parts or organs which are highly developed, were acquired at some period for a special purpose. With those antelopes in which the adult male is more strongly colored than the female, and with those monkeys in which the hair on the face is elegantly arranged and colored in a diversified manner, it seems probable that the crests and tufts of hair were gained as ornaments. And this I know is the opinion of some naturalists. If this be correct, there can be little doubt that they were gained or at least modified through sexual selection, but how far the same view may be extended to other mammals is doubtful. Color of the hair and of the naked skin. I will first give briefly all the cases known to me of male quadrupeds differing in color from the females. With marsupials, as I am informed by Mr. Gould, the sexes rarely differ in this respect. But the great red kangaroo offers a striking exception, delicate blue being the prevailing tint in those parts of the female which in the male are red. 19. Osfronter rufus, Gould, Mammals of Australia, 1863, Volume 2. On the Didelphis, Damarist, Mammalogy, page 256. In the Didelphis opossum of Cayenne the female is said to be a little more red than the male. Of the rodents, Dr. Gray remarks, African squirrels, especially those found in the tropical regions, have the fur much brighter and more vivid at some seasons of the year than at others, and the fur of the male is generally brighter than that of the female. 20. Annals and Magazine of Natural History, November 1867, page 325. On the Mus minutus, Damarist, Mammalogy, page 304. Dr. Gray informs me that he specified the African squirrels, because, from their unusually bright colors, they best exhibit this difference. The female of the Mus minutus of Russia is of a paler and dirtier tint than the male. In a large number of bats the fur of the male is lighter than in the female. 21. J. Allen, in Bulletin of Mus Comp. Zoolog. Of Cambridge, United States, 1869, page 207. Mr. Dobson on Sexual Characters in the Chiroptera, Proceedings of the Zoological Society, 1873, page 241. Dr. Gray on Sloths, Ibid 1871, page 436. Mr. Dobson also remarks, with respect to these animals, differences, depending partly or entirely on the possession by the male of fur of a much more brilliant hue, or distinguished by different markings or by the greater length of certain portions, are met only, to any appreciable extent, in the frugivorous bats in which the sense of sight is well developed. This last remark deserves attention, as bearing on the question whether bright colors are serviceable to male animals from being ornamental. In one genus of sloths, it is now established, as Dr. Gray states, that the males are ornamented differently from the females, that is to say, that they have a patch of soft short hair between the shoulders, which is generally of a more or less orange color, and in one species pure white. The females, on the contrary, are destitute of this mark. The terrestrial carnivora and insectivora rarely exhibit sexual differences of any kind, including color. The ocelot, Felis pardalis, however, is exceptional, for the colors of the female, compared with those of the male, are moins apparents, le fauve, etant plus turn, le blanc moins per. Les rays ayant moins de largeur et les taches moins de diamètre. 22, Demarest, Mammalogy, 1820, page 220. On Felis mitis, Renger, Ibid S. 194. The sexes of the allied Felis mitis also differ, but in a less degree, the general hues of the female being rather paler than in the male, with the spots less black. The marine carnivora or seals, on the other hand, sometimes differ considerably in color, and they present, as we have already seen, other remarkable sexual differences. Thus the male of the Otaria nigrescens of the southern hemisphere is of a rich brown shade above, whilst the female, who acquires her adult tints earlier in life than the male, is dark gray above, the young of both sexes being of a deep chocolate color. The male of the northern Phoca groenlandica is tawny gray, with a curious saddle-shaped dark mark on the back. The female is much smaller, and has a very different appearance, being dull white or yellowish straw color, with a tawny hue on the back. The young at first are pure white and can hardly be distinguished among the icy hummocks and snow, their color thus acting as a protection. 23, Dr. Murray on the Otaria, Proceedings Zoological Society, 1869, page 108. Mr. R. Brown on the P. Groenlandica, Ibid 1868, page 417. See also on the colors of seals, Demarest, Ibid pages 243, 249. With ruminants sexual differences of color occur more commonly than in any other order. A difference of this kind is general in the strepsicerine antelopes. Thus the male nilga, Portax picta, is bluish-gray and much darker than the female, with the square white patch on the throat, the white marks on the fetlocks, and the black spots on the ears all much more distinct. We have seen that in this species the crests and tufts of hair are likewise more developed in the male than in the hornless female. I am informed by Mr. Blyth that the male, without shedding his hair, periodically becomes darker during the breeding season. Young males cannot be distinguished from young females until about 12 months old. And if the male is emasculated before this period, he never, according to the same authority, changes color. The importance of this latter fact, as evidence that the coloring of the Portax is of sexual origin, becomes obvious, when we hear, 24. Judge Cottone, in Transactions of the Ottawa Academy of Natural Sciences, 1868, page 4, that neither the red summer coat nor the blue winter coat of the Virginian deer is at all affected by emasculation. With most or all of the highly ornamented species of Tragelaphus the males are darker than the hornless females, and their crests of hair are more fully developed. In the male of that magnificent antelope, the Derbian eland, the body is redder, the whole neck much blacker, and the white band which separates these colors broader than in the female. In the Cape eland, also, the male is slightly darker than the female. 25, Dr. Gray, Cat. Of Mam. In Brit. Muse, Part 3. 1852, pages 134 to 142, also Dr. Gray, Gleanings from the Menagerie of Nosley, in which there is a splendid drawing of the Arias derbianus, see the text on Tragelaphus. For the Cape eland, Arias cana, see Andrew Smith, Zoology of S. Africa, pl 41 and 42. There are also many of these antelopes in the zoological gardens. In the Indian black buck, Bezoartica, which belongs to another tribe of antelopes, the male is very dark, almost black, whilst the hornless female is fawn-colored. We meet in this species, as Mr. Blyth informs me, with an exactly similar series of facts, as in the Portax picta, namely, in the male periodically changing color during the breeding season, in the effects of emasculation on this change. And in the young of both sexes being indistinguishable from each other. In the antelope niger the male is black, the female, as well as the young of both sexes, being brown. In A. Sing-sing the male is much brighter colored than the hornless female, and his chest and belly are blacker, in the male A. The marks and lines which occur on various parts of the body are black, instead of brown as in the female, in the brindled gnu, A. Gorgon, the colors of the male are nearly the same as those of the female, only deeper and of a brighter hue. 26. On the ant niger, see, Proc. Zul. SOC 1850, page 133. With respect to an allied species, in which there is an equal sexual difference in color, see Sir S. Baker, The Albert Nyanza, 1866, Volume 2. Page 627. For the A. Sing-sing, gray, cat. B. Muse, page 100. Demarest, Mammalogy, page 468, on the A. Andrew Smith, Zoology of S. Africa, on the new. Other analogous cases could be added. The Banteng bull, Bos sondaicus, of the Malayan archipelago is almost black, with white legs and buttocks. The cow is of a bright dun, as are the young males until about the age of 3 years, when they rapidly change color. The emasculated bull reverts to the color of the female. The female Kima's goat is paler, and both it and the female Capre gagris are said to be more uniformly tinted than their males. Deer rarely present any sexual differences in color. Judge Cotton, however, informs me that in the males of the wapiti deer, Cervus canadensis, the neck, belly, and legs are much darker than in the female, but during the winter the darker tints gradually fade away and disappear. I may here mention that Judge Cotton has in his park 3 races of the Virginian deer, which differ slightly in color, but the differences are almost exclusively confined to the blue winter or breeding coat. So that this case may be compared with those given in a previous chapter of closely allied or representative species of birds, which differ from each other only in their breeding plumage. 27. Ottawa Academy of Sciences, May 21, 1868, pages 3, 5. The females of Cervus pallidosus of S. America, as well as the young of both sexes, do not possess the black stripes on the nose and the blackish-brown line on the breast, which are characteristic of the adult males. 28. S. Muller, on the Banteng, Zug. Indischen Archipel. 1839–1844, tab. 35. See also Raffles, as quoted by Mr. Blythe, in Land and Water, 1867, page 476. On Goats, Dr. Gray, Catalogue of the British Museum, page 146, Demarest, Mammalogy, page 482. On the Cervus pallidosus, Regner, Ibid S. 345. Lastly, as I am informed by Mr. Blythe, the mature male of the beautifully colored and spotted axis deer is considerably darker than the female, and this hue the castrated male never acquires. The last order which we need consider is that of the primates. The male of the lemur macaco is generally coal-black, whilst the female is brown. 29. Sclater, Proc. Zul. SOC 1866, p.i. The same fact has also been fully ascertained by M.M. Pollen and Van Dam. See, also, Dr. Gray in Annals and Magazine of Natural History, May 1871, page 340. Of the quadrumana of the New World, the females and young of Mycetes chorea are grayish-yellow and like each other. In the second year the young male becomes reddish-brown, in the third, black, excepting the stomach, which, however, becomes quite black in the fourth or fifth year. There is also a strongly marked difference in color between the sexes of Mycetes aniculus and Cebus capucinus, the young of the former, and I believe of the latter species, resembling the females. With Pithecia leucocephala the young likewise resemble the females, which are brownish-black above and light rusty-red beneath, the adult males being black. The ruff of hair round the face of Atlas marginatus is tinted yellow in the male and white in the female. Turning to the Old World, the males of Hylobates hullock are always black, with the exception of a white band over the brows. The females vary from whitey brown to a dark tint mixed with black, but are never wholly black. 30. On Mycetes, Renger, Ibides, 14, and Brem, Theroben, B. I. S. 96, 107. On Atlas Damarist, Mammalogy, page 75. On Hylobates, Blythe, Land and Water, 1867, page 135. On the Semnopithecus, S. Muller, Zug. Indischen Archipel, tab. X. In the beautiful Cercopithecus Diana, the head of the adult male is of an intense black, whilst that of the female is dark gray. In the former the fur between the thighs is of an elegant fawn color, in the latter it is paler. In the beautiful and curious mustache monkey, Cercopithecus cephas, the only difference between the sexes is that the tail of the male is chestnut and that of the female gray, but Mr. Bartlett informs me that all the hues become more pronounced in the male when adult, whilst in the female they remain as they were during youth. According to the colored figures given by Solomon Muller, the male of Semnopithecus chrysomylus is nearly black, the female being pale brown. In the Cercopithecus cynosurus and Griseo-voridis one part of the body, which is confined to the male sex, is of the most brilliant blue or green, and contrasts strikingly with the naked skin on the hinder part of the body, which is vivid red. Lastly, in the baboon family, the adult male of Cynocephaly hamadryas differs from the female not only by his immense mane, but slightly in the color of the hair and of the naked callosities. In the drill, c. Leucophaeus, the females and young are much paler colored, with less green, than the adult males. No other member in the whole class of mammals is colored in so extraordinary a manner as the adult male mandrill, see Mormon. The face at this age becomes of a fine blue, with the ridge and tip of the nose of the most brilliant red. According to some authors, the face is also marked with whitish stripes, and is shaded in parts with black, but the colors appear to be variable. On the forehead there is a crest of hair, and on the chin a yellow beard. Toutes les parties supérieures de leurs cuisses et le grand espace nu de leurs fesses sont également colorées du rouge le plus vif, avec un mélange de bleu qui n'y manque réellement pas d'élégance. 31. Gervais, Hist, Nat de Mammifers, 1854, p. 103, figures are given of the skull of the male. Also Damarist, Mammalogy, page 70. Jeffries T. Hilaire and F. Cuvier, Hist, Nat de Mammifers, 1824, tom. I. When the animal is excited all the naked parts become much more vividly tinted. Several authors have used the strongest expressions in describing these resplendent colors, which they compare with those of the most brilliant birds. Another remarkable peculiarity is that when the great canine teeth are fully developed, immense protuberances of bone are formed on each cheek, which are deeply furrowed longitudinally, and the naked skin over them is brilliantly colored. As just described. Figure 69. In the adult females and in the young of both sexes these protuberances are scarcely perceptible, and the naked parts are much less bright colored, the face being almost black, tinged with blue. In the adult female, however, the nose at certain regular intervals of time becomes tinted with red. In all the cases hitherto given the male is more strongly or brighter colored than the female, and differs from the young of both sexes. But as with some few birds it is the female which is brighter colored than the male, so with the rhesus monkey, Macacus rhesus, the female has a large surface of naked skin round the tail, of a brilliant carmine red, which, as I was assured by the keepers in the zoological gardens, periodically becomes even yet more vivid, and her face also is pale red. On the other hand, in the adult male and in the young of both sexes, as I saw in the gardens, neither the naked skin at the posterior end of the body, nor the face, shew a trace of red. It appears, however, from some published accounts, that the male does occasionally, or during certain seasons, exhibit some traces of the red. Although he is thus less ornamented than the female, yet in the larger size of his body larger canine teeth, more developed whiskers, more prominent superciliary ridges, he follows the common rule of the male excelling the female, I have now given all the cases known to me of a difference in color between the sexes of mammals. Some of these may be the result of variations confined to one sex and transmitted to the same sex, without any good being gained, and therefore without the aid of selection. We have instances of this with our domesticated animals, as in the males of certain cats being rusty red, whilst the females are tortoise-shell colored. Analogous cases occur in nature. Mr. Bartlett has seen many black varieties of the jaguar, leopard, vulpine phalanger, and wombat, and he is certain that all, or nearly all these animals, were males. On the other hand, with wolves, foxes, and apparently American squirrels, both sexes are occasionally born black. Hence it is quite possible that with some mammals a difference in color between the sexes, especially when this is congenital, may simply be the result, without the aid of selection, of the occurrence of one or more variations, which from the first were sexually limited in their transmission. Nevertheless, it is improbable that the diversified, vivid, and contrasted colors of certain quadrupeds, for instance, of the above monkeys and antelopes, can thus be accounted for. We should bear in mind that these colors do not appear in the male at birth, but only at or near maturity, and that unlike ordinary variations, they are lost if the male be emasculated. It is on the whole probable that the strongly marked colors and other ornamental characters of male quadrupeds are beneficial to them in their rivalry with other males, and have consequently been acquired through sexual selection. This view is strengthened by the differences in color between the sexes occurring almost exclusively, as may be collected from the previous details. In those groups and subgroups of mammals which present other and strongly marked secondary sexual characters, these being likewise due to sexual selection, quadrupeds manifestly take notice of color. Sir S. Baker repeatedly observed that the African elephant and rhinoceros attacked white or grey horses with special fury. I have elsewhere shown, 32. The Variation of Animals and Plants Under Domestication, 1868, Volume 2. Pages 102, 103. That half-wild horses apparently prefer to pair with those of the same color, and that herds of fallow deer of different colors, though living together, have long kept distinct. It is a more significant fact that a female zebra would not admit the addresses of a male ass until he was painted so as to resemble a zebra, and then, as John Hunter remarks, she received him very readily. In this curious fact, we have instinct excited by mere color, which had so strong an effect as to get the better of everything else. But the male did not require this, the female being an animal somewhat similar to himself, was sufficient to rouse him. 33, Essays and Observations, by J. Hunter, edited by Owen, 1861, Volume 1, page 194. In an earlier chapter we have seen that the mental powers of the higher animals do not differ in kind, though greatly in degree, from the corresponding powers of man, especially of the lower and barbarous races. And it would appear that even their taste for the beautiful is not widely different from that of the quadrumana. As the Negro of Africa raises the flesh on his face into parallel ridges, or cicatrices, high above the natural surface, which unsightly deformities are considered great personal attractions, 34. Sir S. Baker, The Nile Tributaries of Abyssinia, 1867. As Negroes and savages in many parts of the world paint their faces with red, blue, white, or black bars, so the male mandrill of Africa appears to have acquired his deeply furrowed and gaudily colored face from having been thus rendered attractive to the female. No doubt it is to us a most grotesque notion that the posterior end of the body should be colored for the sake of ornament even more brilliantly than the face, but this is not more strange than that the tails of many birds should be especially decorated. With mammals we do not at present possess any evidence that the males take pains to display their charms before the female. And the elaborate manner in which this is performed by male birds and other animals is the strongest argument in favor of the belief that the females admire, or are excited by, the ornaments and colors displayed before them. There is, however, a striking parallelism between mammals and birds in all their secondary sexual characters, namely in their weapons for fighting with rival males, in their ornamental appendages, and in their colors. In both classes, when the male differs from the female, the young of both sexes almost always resembled each other, and in a large majority of cases resemble the adult female. In both classes the male assumes the characters proper to his sex shortly before the age of reproduction, and if emasculated at an early period, loses them. In both classes the change of color is sometimes seasonal, and the tints of the naked parts sometimes become more vivid during the act of courtship. In both classes the male is almost always more vividly or strongly colored than the female, and is ornamented with larger crests of hair or feathers, or other such appendages. In a few exceptional cases the female in both classes is more highly ornamented than the male. With many mammals, and at least in the case of one bird, the male is more odoriferous than the female. In both classes the voice of the male is more powerful than that of the female. Considering this parallelism, there can be little doubt that the same cause, whatever it may be, has acted on mammals and birds. And the result, as far as ornamental characters are concerned, may be attributed, as it appears to me, to the long-continued preference of the individuals of one sex for certain individuals of the opposite sex. Combined with their success in leaving a larger number of offspring to inherit their superior attractions. Equal transmission of ornamental characters to both sexes. With many birds, ornaments, which analogy leads us to believe were primarily acquired by the males, have been transmitted equally, or almost equally, to both sexes. And we may now inquire how far this view applies to mammals. With a considerable number of species, especially of the smaller kinds, both sexes have been colored, independently of sexual selection, for the sake of protection. But not, as far as I can judge, in so many cases, nor in so striking a manner, as in most of the lower classes. Audubon remarks that he often mistook the muskrat, 35. Fiber zibethicus, Audubon and Bachman, The Quadrupeds of North America, 1846, page 109, whilst sitting on the banks of a muddy stream, for a clod of earth, so complete was the resemblance. The hair on her form is a familiar instance of concealment through color. Yet this principle partly fails in a closely allied species, the rabbit, for when running to its burrow, it is made conspicuous to the sportsman, and no doubt to all beasts of prey, by its upturned white tail. No one doubts that the quadrupeds inhabiting snow-clad regions have been rendered white to protect them from their enemies, or to favor their stealing on their prey. In regions where snow never lies for long, a white coat would be injurious. Consequently, species of this color are extremely rare in the hotter parts of the world. It deserves notice that many quadrupeds inhabiting moderately cold regions, although they do not assume a white winter dress, become paler during this season. And this apparently is the direct result of the conditions to which they have long been exposed. Pallas, 36. Novi species quadrupedum e glirium ordine, 1778, page 7. What I have called the roe is the Capreolus sibiricus subicaudatus of Pallas. States that in Siberia a change of this nature occurs with the wolf, two species of mustela, the domestic horse, the Equus hemianus, the domestic cow, two species of antelopes, the musk, deer, the roe, elk, and reindeer. The roe, for instance, has a red summer and a grayish-white winter coat, and the latter may perhaps serve as a protection to the animal whilst wandering through the leafless thickets, sprinkled with snow and hoarfrost. If the above-named animals were gradually to extend their range into regions perpetually covered with snow, their pale winter coats would probably be rendered through natural selection, whiter and whiter, until they became as white as snow. Mr. Reeks has given me a curious instance of an animal profiting by being peculiarly colored. He raised from 50 to 60 white and brown piebald rabbits in a large walled orchard. And he had at the same time some similarly colored cats in his house. Such cats, as I have often noticed, are very conspicuous during day. But as they used to lie and watch during the dusk at the mouths of the burrows, the rabbits apparently did not distinguish them from their party-colored brethren. The result was that, within 18 months, every one of these party-colored rabbits was destroyed, and there was evidence that this was effected by the cats. Color seems to be advantageous to another animal, the skunk, in a manner of which we have had many instances in other classes. No animal will voluntarily attack one of these creatures on account of the dreadful odor which it emits when irritated. But during the dusk it would not easily be recognized and might be attacked by a beast of prey. Hence it is, as Mr. Belt believes, 37. The Naturalist in Nicaragua, page 249. That the skunk is provided with a great white bushy tail, which serves as a conspicuous warning. Although we must admit that many quadrupeds have received their present tints either as a protection, or as an aid in procuring prey, yet with a host of species, the colors are far too conspicuous and too singularly arranged to allow us to suppose that they serve for these purposes. We may take as an illustration certain antelopes, when we see the square white patch on the throat, the white marks on the fetlocks, and the round black spots on the ears, all more distinct in the male of the Portax picta, than in the female. When we see that the colors are more vivid, that the narrow white lines on the flank and the broad white bar on the shoulder are more distinct in the male Arias derbianus than in the female. When we see a similar difference between the sexes of the curiously ornamented Trigelaphus scriptus, figure 70, we cannot believe that differences of this kind are of any service to either sex in their daily habits of life. It seems a much more probable conclusion that the various marks were first acquired by the males and their colors intensified through sexual selection, and then partially transferred to the females. If this view be admitted, there can be little doubt that the equally singular colors and marks of many other antelopes, though common to both sexes, have been gained and transmitted in a like manner. Both sexes, for instance, of the kudu, Strepsiceros kudu, figure 64, have narrow white vertical lines on their hind flanks, and an elegant angular white mark on their foreheads. Both sexes in the genus Mammals are very oddly colored. In D. pygarga the back and neck are purplish red, shading on the flanks into black, and these colors are abruptly separated from the white belly and from a large white space on the buttocks. The head is still more oddly colored, a large oblong white mask, narrowly edged with black, covers the face up to the eyes. Figure 71, there are 3 white stripes on the forehead, and the ears are marked with white. The fawns of this species are of a uniform pale yellowish-brown. In Damalus albifrons the coloring of the head differs from that in the last species in a single white stripe replacing the 3 stripes, and in the ears being almost wholly white. 38. See the fine plates in A. Smith's Zoology of South Africa, and Dr. Gray's Gleanings from the Menagerie of Nosley. After having studied to the best of my ability the sexual differences of animals belonging to all classes, I cannot avoid the conclusion that the curiously arranged colors of many antelopes, though common to both sexes, are the result of sexual selection primarily applied to the male. The same conclusion may perhaps be extended to the tiger, one of the most beautiful animals in the world, the sexes of which cannot be distinguished by color, even by the dealers in wild beasts. Mr. Wallace believes, 39. Westminster Review, July 1, 1867, page 5, that the striped coat of the tiger so assimilates with the vertical stems of the bamboo, as to assist greatly in concealing him from his approaching prey. But this view does not appear to me satisfactory. We have some slight evidence that his beauty may be due to sexual selection, for in 2 species of Felis the analogous marks and colors are rather brighter in the male than in the female. The zebra is conspicuously striped, and stripes cannot afford any protection in the open plains of South Africa. Burchell, 40. Travels in South Africa, 1824, Volume 2. Page 315. In describing a herd says, their sleek ribs glistened in the sun, and the brightness and regularity of their striped coats presented a picture of extraordinary beauty, in which probably they are not surpassed by any other quadruped. But as throughout the whole group of the equidae the sexes are identical in color, we have here no evidence of sexual selection. Nevertheless, he who attributes the white and dark vertical stripes on the flanks of various antelopes to this process, will probably extend the same view to the royal tiger and beautiful zebra. We have seen in a former chapter that when young animals belonging to any class follow nearly the same habits of life as their parents, and yet are colored in a different manner, it may be inferred that they have retained the coloring of some ancient and extinct progenitor. In the family of pigs, and in the tapirs, the young are marked with longitudinal stripes, and thus differ from all the existing adult species in these two groups. With many kinds of deer the young are marked with elegant white spots, of which their parents exhibit not a trace. A graduated series can be followed from the axis deer, both sexes of which at all ages and during all seasons are beautifully spotted, the male being rather more strongly colored than the female, to species in which neither the old or the young are spotted. I will specify some of the steps in this series. The Manchurian deer, Cervus manchuricus, is spotted during the whole year, but, as I have seen in the zoological gardens, the spots are much plainer during the summer, when the general color of the coat is lighter, than during the winter, when the general color is darker and the horns are fully developed. In the hog deer, Hyelaphus porcinus, the spots are extremely conspicuous during the summer when the coat is reddish-brown, but quite disappear during the winter when the coat is brown. 41. Dr. Gray, Gleanings from the Menagerie of Noseley, p. 64, Mr. Blythe, in speaking, Land and Water, 1869, page 42, of the hog deer of Ceylon, says it is more brightly spotted with white than the common hog deer, at the season when it renews its horns. In both these species the young are spotted. In the Virginian deer the young are likewise spotted, and about 5%. Of the adult animals living in Judge Cotton's Park, as I am informed by him, temporarily exhibit at the period when the red summer coat is being replaced by the bluish winter coat, a row of spots on each flank, which are always the same in number, though very variable in distinctness. From this condition there is but a very small step to the complete absence of spots in the adults at all seasons, and, lastly, to their absence at all ages and seasons, as occurs with certain species. From the existence of this perfect series, and more especially from the fawns of so many species being spotted, we may conclude that the now living members of the deer family are the descendants of some ancient species which, like the axis deer, was spotted at all ages and seasons. A still more ancient progenitor probably somewhat resembled the Hyamoscus aquaticus, for this animal is spotted, and the hornless males have large exserted canine teeth, of which some few true deer still retain rudiments. Hyamoscus, also, offers one of those interesting cases of a form linking together two groups, for it is intermediate in certain osteological characters between the pachyderms and ruminants, which were formerly thought to be quite distinct. 42. Falconer and Cotley, Proc. Geolog. SOC 1843, and Falconer's, Pow. Memoirs, Volume 1, page 196. A curious difficulty here arises. If we admit that colored spots and stripes were first acquired as ornaments, how comes it that so many existing deer, the descendants of an aboriginally spotted animal, and all the species of pigs and tapirs, the descendants of an aboriginally striped animal, have lost in their adult state their former ornaments? I cannot satisfactorily answer this question. We may feel almost sure that the spots and stripes disappeared at or near maturity in the progenitors of our existing species, so that they were still retained by the young, and, owing to the law of inheritance at corresponding ages, were transmitted to the young of all succeeding generations. It may have been a great advantage to the lion and puma, from the open nature of their usual haunts, to have lost their stripes, and to have been thus rendered less conspicuous to their prey. And if the successive variations, by which this end was gained, occurred rather late in life, the young would have retained their stripes, as is now the case. As to deer, pigs, and tapirs, Fritz Müller has suggested to me that these animals, by the removal of their spots or stripes through natural selection, would have been less easily seen by their enemies, and that they would have especially required this protection, as soon as the carnivora increased in size and number during the tertiary periods. This may be the true explanation, but it is rather strange that the young should not have been thus protected, and still more so that the adults of some species should have retained their spots, either partially or completely, during part of the year. We know that, when the domestic ass varies and becomes reddish-brown, gray, or black, the stripes on the shoulders and even on the spine frequently disappear, though we cannot explain the cause. Very few horses, except dun-colored kinds, have stripes on any part of their bodies, yet we have good reason to believe that the aboriginal horse was striped on the legs and spine, and probably on the shoulders. 43. The Variation of Animals and Plants Under Domestication, 1868, Volume 1, pages 61 to 64. Hence the disappearance of the spots and stripes in our adult existing deer, pigs, and tapirs, may be due to a change in the general color of their coats. But whether this change was effected through sexual or natural selection, or was due to the direct action of the conditions of life, or to some other unknown cause, it is impossible to decide. An observation made by Mr. Sclater well illustrates our ignorance of the laws which regulate the appearance and disappearance of stripes. The species of Asinus which inhabit the Asiatic continent are destitute of stripes, not having even the cross-shoulder stripe, whilst those which inhabit Africa are conspicuously striped, with the partial exception of A. Teniopus, which has only the cross-shoulder stripe and generally some faint bars on the legs, and this species inhabits the almost intermediate region of Upper Egypt and Abyssinia. 44, Proc. Zol. SOC 1862, page 164. See, also, Dr. Hartmann, and D. Landu. BD, 43. S. 222. Quadrumana. Before we conclude, it will be well to add a few remarks on the ornaments of monkeys. In most of the species the sexes resemble each other in color, but in some, as we have seen, the males differ from the females, especially in the color of the naked parts of the skin, in the development of the beard, whiskers, and mane. Many species are colored either in so extraordinary or so beautiful a manner, and are furnished with such curious and elegant crests of hair, that we can hardly avoid looking at these characters as having been gained for the sake of ornament. The accompanying figures, figures 72 to 76, serve to shew the arrangement of the hair on the face and head in several species. It is scarcely conceivable that these crests of hair, and the strongly contrasted colors of the fur and skin, can be the result of mere variability without the aid of selection. And it is inconceivable that they can be of use in any ordinary way to these animals. If so, they have probably been gained through sexual selection, though transmitted equally, or almost equally, to both sexes. With many of the quadrumana, we have additional evidence of the action of sexual selection in the greater size and strength of the males, and in the greater development of their canine teeth, in comparison with the females. A few instances will suffice of the strange manner in which both sexes of some species are colored, and of the beauty of others. The face of the Cercopithecus pedorista, Fig. 77, is black, the whiskers and beard being white, with a defined, round, white spot on the nose, covered with short white hair, which gives to the animal an almost ludicrous aspect. The Semnopithecus frontatus likewise has a blackish face with a long black beard, and a large naked spot on the forehead of a bluish-white color. The face of Macacus lasiotus is dirty flesh-colored, with a defined red spot on each cheek. The appearance of Cercocebus ethiops is grotesque, with its black face, white whiskers and collar, chestnut head, and a large naked white spot over each eyelid. In very many species, the beard, whiskers, and crests of hair round the face are of a different color from the rest of the head, and when different, are always of a lighter tint. 45. I observed this fact in the zoological gardens. And many cases may be seen in the colored plates in Jeffreys T. Hilaire and F. Cuvier, Histoire nat de mammifères, Tom. I. 1824, being often pure white, sometimes bright yellow, or reddish. The whole face of the South American Brachyurus calvus is of a glowing scarlet hue, but this color does not appear until the animal is nearly mature. 46. Bates, The Naturalist on the Amazons, 1863, Volume 2. Page 310. The naked skin of the face differs wonderfully in color in the various species. It is often brown or flesh color, with parts perfectly white, and often as black as that of the most sooty negro. In the Brachyurus the scarlet tint is brighter than that of the most blushing Caucasian damsel. It is sometimes more distinctly orange than in any Mongolian, and in several species it is blue, passing into violet or gray. In all the species known to Mr. Bartlett, in which the adults of both sexes have strongly colored faces, the colors are dull or absent during early youth. This likewise holds good with the mandrill and rhesus, in which the face and the posterior parts of the body are brilliantly colored in one sex alone. In these latter cases we have reason to believe that the colors were acquired through sexual selection. And we are naturally led to extend the same view to the foregoing species, though both sexes when adult have their faces colored in the same manner. Although many kinds of monkeys are far from beautiful according to our taste, other species are universally admired for their elegant appearance and bright colors. The Semnopithecus nemeus, though peculiarly colored, is described as extremely pretty. The orange-tinted face is surrounded by long whiskers of glossy whiteness, with a line of chestnut red over the eyebrows. The fur on the back is of a delicate gray, with a square patch on the loins, the tail and the forearms being of a pure white. A gorget of chestnut surmounts the chest. The thighs are black, with the legs chestnut red. I will mention only two other monkeys for their beauty, and I have selected these as presenting slight sexual differences in color, which renders it in some degree probable that both sexes owe their elegant appearance to sexual selection. In the mustache monkey, Cercopithecus cephas, the general color of the fur is mottled greenish with the throat white. In the male the end of the tail is chestnut, but the face is the most ornamented part, the skin being chiefly bluish-gray, shading into a blackish tint beneath the eyes, with the upper lip of a delicate blue. Clothed on the lower edge with a thin black mustache. The whiskers are orange-colored, with the upper part black, forming a band which extends backwards to the ears, the latter being clothed with whitish hairs. In the Zoological Society's gardens I have often overheard visitors admiring the beauty of another monkey, deservedly called Cercopithecus diana. Figure 78, the general color of the fur is gray, the chest and inner surface of the forelegs are white. A large triangular defined space on the hinder part of the back is rich chestnut. In the male the inner sides of the thighs and the abdomen are delicate fawn-colored, and the top of the head is black. The face and ears are intensely black, contrasting finely with a white transverse crest over the eyebrows and a long white peaked beard, of which the basal portion is black. 47. I have seen most of the above monkeys in the Zoological Society's gardens. The description of the Semnopithecus nemeus is taken from Mr. W. C. Martin's Natural History of Mammalia, 1841, page 460, see also pages 475, 523. In these and many other monkeys, the beauty and singular arrangement of their colors, and still more the diversified and elegant arrangement of the crests and tufts of hair on their heads, force the conviction on my mind that these characters have been acquired through sexual selection exclusively as ornaments. Summary. The law of battle for the possession of the female appears to prevail throughout the whole great class of mammals. Most naturalists will admit that the greater size, strength, courage, and pugnacity of the male, his special weapons of offense, as well as his special means of defense, have been acquired or modified through that form of selection which I have called sexual. This does not depend on any superiority in the general struggle for life, but on certain individuals of one sex, generally the male, being successful in conquering other males, and leaving a larger number of offspring to inherit their superiority than do the less successful males. There is another and more peaceful kind of contest, in which the males endeavor to excite or allure the females by various charms. This is probably carried on in some cases by the powerful odors emitted by the males during the breeding season, the odoriferous glands having been acquired through sexual selection. Whether the same view can be extended to the voice is doubtful, for the vocal organs of the males must have been strengthened by use during maturity, under the powerful excitements of love, jealousy, or rage, and will consequently have been transmitted to the same sex. Various crests, tufts, and mantles of hair, which are either confined to the male, or are more developed in this sex than in the female, seem in most cases to be merely ornamental, though they sometimes serve as a defense against rival males. There is even reason to suspect that the branching horns of stags, and the elegant horns of certain antelopes, though properly serving as weapons of offense or defense, have been partly modified for ornament. When the male differs in color from the female, he generally exhibits darker and more strongly contrasted tints. We do not in this class meet with the splendid red, blue, yellow, and green tints, so common with male birds and many other animals. The naked parts, however, of certain quadrumana must be accepted, for such parts, often oddly situated, are brilliantly colored in some species. The colors of the male in other cases may be due to simple variation, without the aid of selection. But when the colors are diversified and strongly pronounced, when they are not developed until near maturity, and when they are lost after emasculation, we can hardly avoid the conclusion that they have been acquired through sexual selection for the sake of ornament, and have been transmitted exclusively, or almost exclusively, to the same sex. When both sexes are colored in the same manner, and the colors are conspicuous or curiously arranged, without being of the least apparent use as a protection, and especially when they are associated with various other ornamental appendages, we are led by analogy to the same conclusion, namely, that they have been acquired through sexual selection, although transmitted to both sexes. That conspicuous and diversified colors, whether confined to the males or common to both sexes, are as a general rule associated in the same groups and subgroups with other secondary sexual characters serving for war or for ornament, will be found to hold good, if we look back to the various cases given in this and the last chapter. The law of the equal transmission of characters to both sexes, as far as color and other ornaments are concerned, has prevailed far more extensively with mammals than with birds. But weapons, such as horns and tusks, have often been transmitted either exclusively or much more perfectly to the males than to the females. This is surprising, for, as the males generally use their weapons for defense against enemies of all kinds, their weapons would have been of service to the females. As far as we can see, their absence in this sex can be accounted for only by the form of inheritance which has prevailed. Finally, with quadrupeds the contest between the individuals of the same sex, whether peaceful or bloody, has, with the rarest exceptions, been confined to the males. So that the latter have been modified through sexual selection, far more commonly than the females, either for fighting with each other or for alluring the opposite sex. Part 3. Sexual Selection in Relation to Man, and Conclusion. Chapter 19. Secondary Sexual Characters of Man. Differences between man and woman. Causes of such differences and of certain characters common to both sexes. Law of battle. Differences in mental powers and voice on the influence of beauty in determining the marriages of mankind. Attention paid by savages to ornaments. Their ideas of beauty in woman. The tendency to exaggerate each natural peculiarity. With mankind the differences between the sexes are greater than in most of the quadrumana, but not so great as in some, for instance, the mandrill. Man on an average is considerably taller, heavier, and stronger than woman, with squarer shoulders and more plainly pronounced muscles. Owing to the relation which exists between muscular development and the projection of the brows. 1. Schaffhausen, translation in Anthropological Review, October 1868, pages 419, 420, 427, the superciliary ridge is generally more marked in man than in woman. His body, and especially his face, is more hairy, and his voice has a different and more powerful tone. In certain races the women are said to differ slightly in tint from the men. For instance, Schweinfurth, in speaking of a negress belonging to the Monbutous, who inhabit the interior of Africa a few degrees north of the equator, says, like all her race, she had a skin several shades lighter than her husband's, being something of the color of half-roasted coffee. 2. The Heart of Africa, English translation 1873, Vol. I, page 544. As the women labor in the fields and are quite unclothed, it is not likely that they differ in color from the men owing to less exposure to the weather. European women are perhaps the brighter colored of the two sexes, as may be seen when both have been equally exposed. Man is more courageous, pugnacious and energetic than woman, and has a more inventive genius. His brain is absolutely larger, but whether or not proportionately to his larger body, has not, I believe, been fully ascertained. In woman the face is rounder, the jaws and the base of the skull smaller. The outlines of the body rounder, in parts more prominent, and her pelvis is broader than in man. 3. Ecker, translation, in Anthropological Review, October 1868, pages 351 to 356. The comparison of the form of the skull in men and women has been followed out with much care by Welker. But this latter character may perhaps be considered rather as a primary than a secondary sexual character. She comes to maturity at an earlier age than man. As with animals of all classes, so with man, the distinctive characters of the male sex are not fully developed until he is nearly mature, and if emasculated they never appear. The beard, for instance, is a secondary sexual character, and male children are beardless, though at an early age they have abundant hair on the head. It is probably due to the rather late appearance in life of the successive variations whereby man has acquired his masculine characters, that they are transmitted to the male sex alone. Male and female children resemble each other closely, like the young of so many other animals in which the adult sexes differ widely. They likewise resemble the mature female much more closely than the mature male. The female, however, ultimately assumes certain distinctive characters, and in the formation of her skull, is said to be intermediate between the child and the man. 4. Ecker and Welker, Ibid pages 352, 355, Voigt, Lectures on Man, ENG Translat. Page 81. Again, as the young of closely allied though distinct species do not differ nearly so much from each other as do the adults, so it is with the children of the different races of man. Some have even maintained that race differences cannot be detected in the infantile skull. 5. Schaffhausen, Anthropologue. Review, Ibid page 429. In regard to color, the newborn Negro child is reddish nut brown, which soon becomes slaty gray. The black color being fully developed within a year in the Sudan, but not until 3 years in Egypt. The eyes of the Negro are at first blue, and the hair chestnut brown rather than black, being curled only at the ends. The children of the Australians immediately after birth are yellowish-brown, and become dark at a later age. Those of the Guaranese of Paraguay are whitish-yellow, but they acquire in the course of a few weeks the yellowish-brown tint of their parents. Similar observations have been made in other parts of America. 6. Pruner-Bay, on Negro Infants as quoted by Voigt, Lectures on Man, ENG Translat. 1864, page 189, for further facts on Negro infants, as quoted from Winterbottom and Camper, C. Lawrence, Lectures on Physiology, etc. 1822, page 451. For the infants of the Guaranese, C. Rengner, Saugethier, etc. S. 3. See also Gaudron, de l'Espèce, Tom. 2, 1859, page 253. For the Australians, Waits, Introduction to Anthropology, ENG Translat. 1863, page 99. I have specified the foregoing differences between the male and female sex in mankind, because they are curiously like those of the quadrumana. With these animals the female is mature at an earlier age than the male. At least this is certainly the case in Cebus azari. 7. Rengner, Saugethier, etc., 1830, s. 49. The males of most species are larger and stronger than the females, of which fact the gorilla affords a well-known instance. Even in so trifling a character as the greater prominence of the superciliary ridge, the males of certain monkeys differ from the females. 8. As in Macacus cynomolgus, Damarist, Mammalogy, page 65, and in Hylobates agilis, Geoffrey St. Hilaire and F. Cuvier, Histoire nat de Mammifères, 1824, tom. I, page 2, and agree in this respect with mankind. In the gorilla and certain other monkeys, the cranium of the adult male presents a strongly marked sagittal crest, which is absent in the female, and Ecker found a trace of a similar difference between the two sexes in the Australians. 9. Anthropological Review, October 1868, page 353. With monkeys when there is any difference in the voice, that of the male is the more powerful. We have seen that certain male monkeys have a well-developed beard, which is quite deficient, or much less developed in the female. No instance is known of the beard, whiskers, or mustache being larger in the female than in the male monkey. Even in the color of the beard there is a curious parallelism between man and the quadrumana, for with man when the beard differs in color from the hair of the head, as is commonly the case, it is, I believe, almost always of a lighter tint, being often reddish. I have repeatedly observed this fact in England, but 2 gentlemen have lately written to me, saying that they form an exception to the rule. One of these gentlemen accounts for the fact by the wide difference in color of the hair on the paternal and maternal sides of his family. Both had been long aware of this peculiarity, one of them having often been accused of dyeing his beard, and had been thus led to observe other men, and were convinced that the exceptions were very rare. Dar. Hooker attended to this little point for me in Russia, and found no exception to the rule. In Calcutta, Mr. J. Scott, of the Botanic Gardens, was so kind as to observe the many races of men to be seen there, as well as in some other parts of India, namely, 2 races of Sikkim, the Bhotias, Hindus, Burmese, and Chinese. Most of which races have very little hair on the face. And he always found that when there was any difference in color between the hair of the head and the beard, the latter was invariably lighter. Now with monkeys, as has already been stated, the beard frequently differs strikingly in color from the hair of the head, and in such cases it is always of a lighter hue, being often pure white, sometimes yellow or reddish. 10. Mr. Blyth informs me that he has only seen one instance of the beard, whiskers, etc., in a monkey becoming white with old age, as is so commonly the case with us. This, however, occurred in an aged Macacus cynomolgus, kept in confinement whose mustaches were remarkably long and human-like. Altogether this old monkey presented a ludicrous resemblance to one of the reigning monarchs of Europe, after whom he was universally nicknamed. In certain races of man the hair on the head hardly ever becomes gray, thus Mr. D. Forbes has never, as he informs me, seen an instance with the Aymaras and Quichuas of South America. In regard to the general hairiness of the body, the women in all races are less hairy than the men. And in some few quadrumana the under side of the body of the female is less hairy than that of the male. 11. This is the case with the females of several species of hylobates, see Jeffreys T. Hilaire and F. Cuvier, Hist. Nat de Mam. Tom. I. See also, on H. Lar, Penny Cyclopedia, Volume 2. Pages 149, 150. Lastly, male monkeys, like men, are bolder and fiercer than the females. They lead the troop, and when there is danger, come to the front. We thus see how close is the parallelism between the sexual differences of man and the quadrumana. With some few species, however, as with certain baboons, the orang and the gorilla, there is a considerably greater difference between the sexes, as in the size of the canine teeth, in the development and color of the hair, and especially in the color of the naked parts of the skin, than in mankind. All the secondary sexual characters of man are highly variable, even within the limits of the same race, and they differ much in the several races. These 2 rules hold good generally throughout the animal kingdom. In the excellent observations made on board the Nevera, 12. The results were deduced by Dr. Weisbach from the measurements made by Drs. K. Scherzer and Schwartz, see Ries der Nevera, Anthropologue. Thiel, 1867, SS 216, 231, 234, 236, 239, 269. The male Australians were found to exceed the females by only 65 mm. In height, whilst with the Javans the average excess was 218 mm. So that in this latter race the difference in height between the sexes is more than thrice as great as with the Australians. Numerous measurements were carefully made of the stature, the circumference of the neck and chest, the length of the backbone and of the arms, in various races. And nearly all these measurements shew that the males differ much more from one another than do the females. This fact indicates that, as far as these characters are concerned, it is the male which has been chiefly modified, since the several races diverged from their common stock. The development of the beard and the hairiness of the body differ remarkably in the men of distinct races, and even in different tribes or families of the same race. We Europeans see this amongst ourselves. In the island of St. Kilda, according to Martin, 13. Voyage to St. Kilda, 3rd edition 1753, page 37, the men do not acquire beards until the age of 30 or upwards, and even then the beards are very thin. On the Europaeo-Asiatic continent, beards prevail until we pass beyond India, though with the natives of Ceylon they are often absent, as was noticed in ancient times by Diodorus. 14. Sir J. E. Tennant, Ceylon, Volume 2. 1859, page 107. Eastward of India beards disappear, as with the Siamese, Malays, Kalmucks, Chinese, and Japanese, nevertheless, the Ainos, 15. Cataphages, Revue de Corps Scientifiques, August 29, 1868, page 630, Voigt, Lectures on Man, Eng trans. Page 127. Who inhabit the northernmost islands of the Japan archipelago, are the hairiest men in the world. With Negroes the beard is scanty or wanting, and they rarely have whiskers. In both sexes the body is frequently almost destitute of fine down. 16. On the beards of Negroes, Voigt, Lectures, etc. page 127, Waits, Introduct. To Anthropology, England, Translat. 1863, Volume 1, page 96. It is remarkable that in the United States, Investigations in Military and Anthropological Statistics of American Soldiers, 1869, page 569, the pure Negroes and their crossed offspring seem to have bodies almost as hairy as Europeans. On the other hand, the Papuans of the Malay archipelago, who are nearly as black as Negroes, possess well-developed beards. 17. Wallace, The Malay Arch, Volume 2. 1869, page 178. In the Pacific Ocean the inhabitants of the Fiji archipelago have large bushy beards, whilst those of the not distant archipelagos of Tonga and Samoa are beardless, but these men belong to distinct races. In the Ellis group all the inhabitants belong to the same race, yet on one island alone, namely Nunmea, the men have splendid beards, whilst on the other islands, they have, as a rule, a dozen straggling hairs for a beard. 18. Dr. J. Barnard Davis on Oceanic Races, in Anthropological Review, April 1870, pages 185, 191. Throughout the great American continent the men may be said to be beardless. But in almost all the tribes a few short hairs are apt to appear on the face, especially in old age. With the tribes of North America, Catlin estimates that 18 out of 20 men are completely destitute by nature of a beard. But occasionally there may be seen a man, who has neglected to pluck out the hairs at puberty, with a soft beard an inch or two in length. The Guaranese of Paraguay differ from all the surrounding tribes in having a small beard, and even some hair on the body, but no whiskers. 19. Catlin, North American Indians, 3rd, edition 1842, volume 2. Page 227. On the Guaranese, see Azara, Voyages dans l'Amérique Maride, Tom. 2, 1809, page 85, also Ringer, Saugethier von Paraguay, S. 3. I am informed by Mr. D. Forbes, who particularly attended to this point, that the Aymaras and Quichuas of the Cordillera are remarkably hairless, yet in old age a few straggling hairs occasionally appear on the chin. The men of these two tribes have very little hair on the various parts of the body where hair grows abundantly in Europeans, and the women have none on the corresponding parts. The hair on the head, however, attains an extraordinary length in both sexes, often reaching almost to the ground, and this is likewise the case with some of the American tribes. In the amount of hair, and in the general shape of the body, the sexes of the American Aborigines do not differ so much from each other, as in most other races. 20. Professor and Mrs. Agassiz, Journey in Brazil, p. 530, remark that the sexes of the American Indians differ less than those of the Negroes and of the higher races. See also Ringer, Ibid page 3, on the Guaranese. This fact is analogous with what occurs with some closely allied monkeys. Thus the sexes of the chimpanzee are not as different as those of the orang or gorilla. 21. Rudemeyer, Die Grenzen der Tierwelt, eine Betrachtung zu Darwins Lehre, 1868, s. 54. In the previous chapters we have seen that with mammals, birds, fishes, insects, etc., many characters, which there is every reason to believe were primarily gained through sexual selection by one sex, have been transferred to the other. As this same form of transmission has apparently prevailed much with mankind, it will save useless repetition if we discuss the origin of characters peculiar to the male sex together with certain other characters common to both sexes. Law of battle. With savages, for instance, the Australians, the women are the constant cause of war both between members of the same tribe and between distinct tribes. So no doubt it was in ancient times. Nam fut ante Helena mulier teterima belli causa. With some of the North American Indians, the contest is reduced to a system. That excellent observer, Hearn, 22. A Journey from Prince of Wales Fort, 8 VO, edition Dublin, 1796, page 104. Sir J. Lubbock, Origin of Civilization, 1870, page 69, gives other and similar cases in North America. For the guanas of South America see Azara, Voyages, etc. Tom. 2, page 94. Says, it has ever been the custom among these people for the men to wrestle for any woman to whom they are attached, and, of course, the strongest party always carries off the prize. A weak man, unless he be a good hunter, and well beloved, is seldom permitted to keep a wife that a stronger man thinks worth his notice. This custom prevails throughout all the tribes, and causes a great spirit of emulation among their youth, who are upon all occasions, from their childhood, trying their strength and skill in wrestling. With the guanas of South America, Azara states that the men rarely marry till 20 years old or more, as before that age they cannot conquer their rivals. Other similar facts could be given. But even if we had no evidence on this head, we might feel almost sure, from the analogy of the higher quadrumana, 23. On the fighting of the male gorillas, see Dr. Savage, in Boston Journal of Natural History, Volume 5, 1847, page 423. On Presbytus Entellus, see the Indian Field, 1859, page 146, that the law of battle had prevailed with man during the early stages of his development. The occasional appearance at the present day of canine teeth which project above the others, with traces of a diastema or open space for the reception of the opposite canines, is in all probability a case of reversion to a former state. When the progenitors of man were provided with these weapons, like so many existing male quadrumana. It was remarked in a former chapter that as man gradually became erect, and continually used his hands and arms for fighting with sticks and stones, as well as for the other purposes of life, he would have used his jaws and teeth less and less. The jaws, together with their muscles, would then have been reduced through disuse, as would the teeth through the not well understood principles of correlation and economy of growth. For we everywhere see that parts, which are no longer of service, are reduced in size. By such steps the original inequality between the jaws and teeth in the two sexes of mankind would ultimately have been obliterated. The case is almost parallel with that of many male ruminants, in which the canine teeth have been reduced to mere rudiments, or have disappeared, apparently in consequence of the development of horns. As the prodigious difference between the skulls of the two sexes in the orang and gorilla stands in close relation with the development of the immense canine teeth in the males, we may infer that the reduction of the jaws and teeth in the early male progenitors of man must have led to a most striking and favorable change in his appearance. There can be little doubt that the greater size and strength of man, in comparison with woman, together with his broader shoulders, more developed muscles, rugged outline of body, his greater courage and pugnacity, are all due in chief part to inheritance from his half-human male ancestors. These characters would, however, have been preserved or even augmented during the long ages of man's savagery, by the success of the strongest and boldest men, both in the general struggle for life and in their contests for wives. A success which would have ensured their leaving a more numerous progeny than their less favored brethren. It is not probable that the greater strength of man was primarily acquired through the inherited effects of his having worked harder than woman for his own subsistence and that of his family. For the women in all barbarous nations are compelled to work at least as hard as the men. With civilized people the arbitrament of battle for the possession of the women has long ceased. On the other hand, the men, as a general rule, have to work harder than the women for their joint subsistence, and thus their greater strength will have been kept up. Difference in the mental powers of the two sexes. With respect to differences of this nature between man and woman, it is probable that sexual selection has played a highly important part. I am aware that some writers doubt whether there is any such inherent difference. But this is at least probable from the analogy of the lower animals which present other secondary sexual characters. No one disputes that the bull differs in disposition from the cow, the wild boar from the sow, the stallion from the mare, and, as is well known to the keepers of menageries, the males of the larger apes from the females. Woman seems to differ from man in mental disposition, chiefly in her greater tenderness and less selfishness. And this holds good even with savages, as shown by a well-known passage in Mungo Park's Travels, and by statements made by many other travelers. Woman, owing to her maternal instincts, displays these qualities towards her infants in an eminent degree, therefore it is likely that she would often extend them towards her fellow creatures. Man is the rival of other men. He delights in competition, and this leads to ambition which passes too easily into selfishness. These latter qualities seem to be his natural and unfortunate birthright. It is generally admitted that with woman the powers of intuition, of rapid perception, and perhaps of imitation, are more strongly marked than in man. But some, at least, of these faculties are characteristic of the lower races, and therefore of a past and lower state of civilization. The chief distinction in the intellectual powers of the two sexes is shown by man's attaining to a higher eminence, in whatever he takes up, than can woman, whether requiring deep thought, reason, or imagination, or merely the use of the senses and hands. If two lists were made of the most eminent men and women in poetry, painting, sculpture, music, inclusive both of composition and performance, history, science, and philosophy, with half a dozen names under each subject, the two lists would not bear comparison. We may also infer, from the law of the deviation from averages, so well illustrated by Mr. Galton, in his work on Hereditary Genius, that if men are capable of a decided preeminence over women in many subjects, the average of mental power in man must be above that of woman. Amongst the half-human progenitors of man, and amongst savages, there have been struggles between the males during many generations for the possession of the females. But mere bodily strength and size would do little for victory, unless associated with courage, perseverance, and determined energy. With social animals, the young males have to pass through many a contest before they win a female, and the older males have to retain their females by renewed battles. They have, also, in the case of mankind, to defend their females, as well as their young, from enemies of all kinds, and to hunt for their joint subsistence. But to avoid enemies or to attack them with success, to capture wild animals, and to fashion weapons, requires the aid of the higher mental faculties, namely, observation, reason, invention, or imagination. These various faculties will thus have been continually put to the test and selected during manhood. They will, moreover, have been strengthened by use during this same period of life. Consequently, in accordance with the principle often alluded to, we might expect that they would at least tend to be transmitted chiefly to the male offspring at the corresponding period of manhood. Now, when two men are put into competition, or a man with a woman, both possessed of every mental quality in equal perfection, save that one has higher energy, perseverance, and courage, the latter will generally become more eminent in every pursuit, and will gain the ascendancy. 24. J. Stuart Mill remarks, The Subjection of Women, 1869, page 122, the things in which man most excels woman are those which require most plodding, and long hammering at single thoughts. What is this but energy and perseverance? He may be said to possess genius, for genius has been declared by a great authority to be patience, and patience, in this sense, means unflinching, undaunted perseverance. But this view of genius is perhaps deficient. For without the higher powers of the imagination and reason, no eminent success can be gained in many subjects. These latter faculties, as well as the former, will have been developed in man, partly through sexual selection, that is, through the contest of rival males, and partly through natural selection, that is, from success in the general struggle for life. And as in both cases the struggle will have been during maturity, the characters gained will have been transmitted more fully to the male than to the female offspring. It accords in a striking manner with this view of the modification and reinforcement of many of our mental faculties by sexual selection, that, firstly, they notoriously undergo a considerable change at puberty, 25. Maudsley, Mind and Body, p. 31, and, secondly, that eunuchs remain throughout life inferior in these same qualities. Thus, man has ultimately become superior to woman. It is, indeed, fortunate that the law of the equal transmission of characters to both sexes prevails with mammals. Otherwise, it is probable that man would have become as superior in mental endowment to woman, as the peacock is in ornamental plumage to the peahen. It must be borne in mind that the tendency in characters acquired by either sex late in life, to be transmitted to the same sex at the same age, and of early acquired characters to be transmitted to both sexes, are rules which, though general, do not always hold. If they always held good, we might conclude, but I here exceed my proper bounds, that the inherited effects of the early education of boys and girls would be transmitted equally to both sexes. So that the present inequality in mental power between the sexes would not be effaced by a similar course of early training, nor can it have been caused by their dissimilar early training. In order that woman should reach the same standard as man, she ought, when nearly adult, to be trained to energy and perseverance, and to have her reason and imagination exercised to the highest point. And then she would probably transmit these qualities chiefly to her adult daughters. All women, however, could not be thus raised, unless during many generations those who excelled in the above robust virtues were married, and produced offspring in larger numbers than other women. As before remarked of bodily strength, although men do not now fight for their wives, and this form of selection has passed away, yet during manhood, they generally undergo a severe struggle in order to maintain themselves and their families. And this will tend to keep up or even increase their mental powers, and, as a consequence, the present inequality between the sexes. 26. An observation by Voigt bears on this subject. He says, it is a remarkable circumstance, that the difference between the sexes, as regards the cranial cavity, increases with the development of the race. So that the male European excels much more the female, than the Negro the Negress. Welcker confirms this statement of Huschke from his measurements of Negro and German skulls. But Voigt admits, Lectures on Man, Eng Translat. 1864, page 81, that more observations are requisite on this point. Voice and musical powers. In some species of quadrumana there is a great difference between the adult sexes, in the power of their voices and in the development of the vocal organs, and man appears to have inherited this difference from his early progenitors. His vocal cords are about 1/3 longer than in woman, or than in boys, and emasculation produces the same effect on him as on the lower animals, for it arrests that prominent growth of the thyroid, etc., which accompanies the elongation of the cords. 27, Owen, Anatomy of Vertebrates, Volume 3. Page 603. With respect to the cause of this difference between the sexes, I have nothing to add to the remarks in the last chapter on the probable effects of the long-continued use of the vocal organs by the male under the excitement of love, rage and jealousy. According to Sir Duncan Gibb, 28. Journal of the Anthropological Society, April 1869, page 57. And 66, the voice and the form of the larynx differ in the different races of mankind, but with the Tartars, Chinese, etc. The voice of the male is said not to differ so much from that of the female, as in most other races. The capacity and love for singing or music, though not a sexual character in man, must not here be passed over. Although the sounds emitted by animals of all kinds serve many purposes, a strong case can be made out that the vocal organs were primarily used and perfected in relation to the propagation of the species. Insects and some few spiders are the lowest animals which voluntarily produce any sound, and this is generally effected by the aid of beautifully constructed stridulating organs, which are often confined to the males. The sounds thus produced consist, I believe in all cases, of the same note, repeated rhythmically. 29. Dr. Scudder, Notes on Stridulation, in Proc. Boston SOC of Nat History, Volume 11. April 1868. And this is sometimes pleasing even to the ears of man. The chief and, in some cases, exclusive purpose appears to be either to call or charm the opposite sex. The sounds produced by fishes are said in some cases to be made only by the males during the breeding season. All the air-breathing vertebrata necessarily possess an apparatus for inhaling and expelling air, with a pipe capable of being closed at one end. Hence when the primeval members of this class were strongly excited and their muscles violently contracted, purposeless sounds would almost certainly have been produced. And these, if they proved in any way serviceable, might readily have been modified or intensified by the preservation of properly adapted variations. The lowest vertebrates which breathe air are amphibians. And of these, frogs and toads possess vocal organs, which are incessantly used during the breeding season, and which are often more highly developed in the male than in the female. The male alone of the tortoise utters a noise, and this only during the season of love. Male alligators roar or bellow during the same season. Every one knows how much birds use their vocal organs as a means of courtship. And some species likewise perform what may be called instrumental music. In the class of mammals, with which we are here more particularly concerned, the males of almost all the species use their voices during the breeding season much more than at any other time, and some are absolutely mute excepting at this season. With other species both sexes, or only the females, use their voices as a love call. Considering these facts, and that the vocal organs of some quadrupeds are much more largely developed in the male than in the female, either permanently or temporarily during the breeding season. And considering that in most of the lower classes the sounds produced by the males, serve not only to call but to excite or allure the female. It is a surprising fact that we have not as yet any good evidence that these organs are used by male mammals to charm the females. The American Mycetes caraya perhaps forms an exception, as does the Hylobates agilis, an ape allied to man. This gibbon has an extremely loud but musical voice. Mr. Waterhouse states, 30. Given in W.C.L. Martin's General Introduction to Natural History of Man. Animals, 1841, page 432, Owen, Anatomy of Vertebrates, Volume 3, page 600. It appeared to me that in ascending and descending the scale, the intervals were always exactly halftones. And I am sure that the highest note was the exact octave to the lowest. The quality of the notes is very musical. And I do not doubt that a good violinist would be able to give a correct idea of the gibbon's composition, excepting as regards its loudness. Mr. Waterhouse then gives the notes. Professor Owen, who is a musician, confirms the foregoing statement, and remarks, though erroneously, that this gibbon alone of brute mammals may be said to sing. It appears to be much excited after its performance. Unfortunately, its habits have never been closely observed in a state of nature, but from the analogy of other animals, it is probable that it uses its musical powers more especially during the season of courtship. This gibbon is not the only species in the genus which sings, for my son, Francis Darwin, attentively listened in the zoological gardens to H. Leuciscus whilst singing a cadence of 3 notes, in true musical intervals and with a clear musical tone. It is a more surprising fact that certain rodents utter musical sounds. Singing mice have often been mentioned and exhibited, but imposture has commonly been suspected. We have, however, at last a clear account by a well-known observer, the Reverend S. Lockwood, 31. The American Naturalist, 1871, page 761. Of the musical powers of an American species, the Hesperomys cognatus, belonging to a genus distinct from that of the English mouse. This little animal was kept in confinement, and the performance was repeatedly heard. In one of the two chief songs, the last bar would frequently be prolonged to 2 or 3. And she would sometimes change from C sharp and D, to C natural and D, then warble on these two notes a while, and wind up with a quick chirp on C sharp and D. The distinctness between the semitones was very marked, and easily appreciable to a good ear. Mr. Lockwood gives both songs in musical notation, and adds that though this little mouse had no ear for time, yet she would keep to the key of B, 2 flats, and strictly in a major key. Her soft clear voice falls an octave with all the precision possible, then at the wind-up, it rises again into a very quick trill on C sharp and D. A critic has asked how the ears of man, and he ought to have added of other animals, could have been adapted by selection so as to distinguish musical notes. But this question shews some confusion on the subject. A noise is the sensation resulting from the coexistence of several aerial, simple vibrations, of various periods, each of which intermits so frequently that its separate existence cannot be perceived. It is only in the want of continuity of such vibrations, and in their want of harmony inter se, that a noise differs from a musical note. Thus an ear to be capable of discriminating noises and the high importance of this power to all animals is admitted by every one must be sensitive to musical notes. We have evidence of this capacity even low down in the animal scale, thus crustaceans are provided with auditory hairs of different lengths, which have been seen to vibrate when the proper musical notes are struck. 32. Helmholtz, Theorie Phys. De la Musique, 1868, page 187. As stated in a previous chapter, similar observations have been made on the hairs of the antennae of gnats. It has been positively asserted by good observers that spiders are attracted by music. It is also well known that some dogs howl when hearing particular tones. 33. Several accounts have been published to this effect. Mr. Peach writes to me that an old dog of his howls when B-flat is sounded on the flute, and to no other note. I may add another instance of a dog always whining, when one note on a concertina, which was out of tune, was played. Seals apparently appreciate music, and their fondness for it was well known to the ancients, and is often taken advantage of by the hunters at the present day. 34. Mr. R. Brown, in Proc. Zol. Soc. 1868, page 410. Therefore, as far as the mere perception of musical notes is concerned, there seems no special difficulty in the case of man or of any other animal. Helmholtz has explained on physiological principles why concords are agreeable, and discords disagreeable to the human ear, but we are little concerned with these, as music in harmony is a late invention. We are more concerned with melody, and here again, according to Helmholtz, it is intelligible why the notes of our musical scale are used. The ear analyses all sounds into their component, simple vibrations, although we are not conscious of this analysis. In a musical note the lowest in pitch of these is generally predominant, and the others which are less marked are the octave, the 12th, the second octave, etc., all harmonies of the fundamental predominant note. Any two notes of our scale have many of these harmonic overtones in common. It seems pretty clear then, that if an animal always wished to sing precisely the same song, he would guide himself by sounding those notes in succession, which possess many over-tones in common, that is, he would choose for his song notes which belong to our musical scale. But if it be further asked why musical tones in a certain order and rhythm give man and other animals pleasure, we can no more give the reason than for the pleasantness of certain tastes and smells. That they do give pleasure of some kind to animals, we may infer from their being produced during the season of courtship by many insects, spiders, fishes, amphibians, and birds. For unless the females were able to appreciate such sounds and were excited or charmed by them, the persevering efforts of the males, and the complex structures often possessed by them alone, would be useless, and this it is impossible to believe. Human song is generally admitted to be the basis or origin of instrumental music. As neither the enjoyment or the capacity of producing musical notes are faculties of the least use to man in reference to his daily habits of life, they must be ranked amongst the most mysterious with which he is endowed. They are present, though in a very rude condition, in men of all races, even the most savage. But so different is the taste of the several races, that our music gives no pleasure to savages, and their music is to us in most cases hideous and unmeaning. Dr. Seaman, in some interesting remarks on this subject, 35. Journal of Anthropological Society, October 1870, p. clv. See also the several later chapters in Sir John Lubbock's Prehistoric Times, 2nd edition 1869, which contain an admirable account of the habits of savages. Doubts whether even amongst the nations of Western Europe, intimately connected as they are by close and frequent intercourse, the music of the one is interpreted in the same sense by the others. By traveling eastwards we find that there is certainly a different language of music. Songs of joy and dance accompaniments are no longer, as with us, in the major keys, but always in the minor. Whether or not the half-human progenitors of man possessed, like the singing gibbons, the capacity of producing, and therefore no doubt of appreciating, musical notes, we know that man possessed these faculties at a very remote period. M. Lartet has described 2 flutes made out of the bones and horns of the reindeer, found in caves together with flint tools and the remains of extinct animals. The arts of singing and of dancing are also very ancient, and are now practiced by all or nearly all the lowest races of man. Poetry, which may be considered as the offspring of song, is likewise so ancient, that many persons have felt astonished that it should have arisen during the earliest ages of which we have any record. We see that the musical faculties, which are not wholly deficient in any race, are capable of prompt and high development, for Hottentots and Negroes have become excellent musicians. Although in their native countries they rarely practice anything that we should consider music. Schweinfurth, however, was pleased with some of the simple melodies which he heard in the interior of Africa. But there is nothing anomalous in the musical faculties lying dormant in man. Some species of birds which never naturally sing, can without much difficulty be taught to do so, thus a house sparrow has learnt the song of a linnet. As these 2 species are closely allied, and belong to the order of incessors, which includes nearly all the singing birds in the world, it is possible that a progenitor of the sparrow may have been a songster. It is more remarkable that parrots, belonging to a group distinct from the incessors, and having differently constructed vocal organs, can be taught not only to speak, but to pipe or whistle tunes invented by man. So that they must have some musical capacity. Nevertheless it would be very rash to assume that parrots are descended from some ancient form which was a songster. Many cases could be advanced of organs and instincts originally adapted for one purpose, having been utilized for some distinct purpose. 36. Since this chapter was printed, I have seen a valuable article by Mr. Chauncey Wright, North American Review, October 1870, page 293, who, in discussing the above subject, remarks, there are many consequences of the ultimate laws or uniformities of nature, through which the acquisition of one useful power will bring with it many resulting advantages as well as limiting disadvantages, actual or possible, which the principle of utility may not have comprehended in its action. As I have attempted to shew in an early chapter of this work, this principle has an important bearing on the acquisition by man of some of his mental characteristics. Hence the capacity for high musical development which the savage races of man possess, may be due either to the practice by our semi-human progenitors of some rude form of music, or simply to their having acquired the proper vocal organs for a different purpose. But in this latter case we must assume, as in the above instance of parrots, and as seems to occur with many animals, that they already possessed some sense of melody. Music arouses in us various emotions, but not the more terrible ones of horror, fear, rage, etc. It awakens the gentler feelings of tenderness and love, which readily pass into devotion. In the Chinese annals it is said, music hath the power of making heaven descend upon earth. It likewise stirs up in us the sense of triumph and the glorious ardor for war. These powerful and mingled feelings may well give rise to the sense of sublimity. We can concentrate, as Dr. Seaman observes, greater intensity of feeling in a single musical note than in pages of writing. It is probable that nearly the same emotions, but much weaker and far less complex, are felt by birds when the male pours forth his full volume of song, in rivalry with other males, to captivate the female. Love is still the commonest theme of our songs. As Herbert Spencer remarks, music arouses dormant sentiments of which we had not conceived the possibility, and do not know the meaning. Or, as Richter says, tells us of things we have not seen and shall not see. Conversely, when vivid emotions are felt and expressed by the orator, or even in common speech, musical cadences and rhythm are instinctively used. The Negro in Africa when excited often bursts forth in song, another will reply in song, whilst the company, as if touched by a musical wave, murmur a chorus in perfect unison. 37. Winwood Reade, The Martyrdom of Man, 1872, p. 441, and African Sketch Book, 1873, Volume 2. Page 313. Even monkeys express strong feelings in different tones, anger and impatience by low, fear and pain by high notes. 38. Renger, Saugethier von Paraguay, S. 49. The sensations and ideas thus excited in us by music, or expressed by the cadences of oratory, appear from their vagueness, yet depth, like mental reversions to the emotions and thoughts of a long-past age. All these facts with respect to music and impassioned speech become intelligible to a certain extent, if we may assume that musical tones and rhythm were used by our half-human ancestors, during the season of courtship. When animals of all kinds are excited not only by love, but by the strong passions of jealousy, rivalry, and triumph. From the deeply laid principle of inherited associations, musical tones in this case would be likely to call up vaguely and indefinitely the strong emotions of a long-past age. As we have every reason to suppose that articulate speech is one of the latest, as it certainly is the highest, of the arts acquired by man. And as the instinctive power of producing musical notes and rhythms is developed low down in the animal series, it would be altogether opposed to the principle of evolution. If we were to admit that man's musical capacity has been developed from the tones used in impassioned speech, we must suppose that the rhythms and cadences of oratory are derived from previously developed musical powers. 39. See the very interesting discussion on the origin and function of music, by Mr. Herbert Spencer, in his Collected Essays, 1858, page 359. Mr. Spencer comes to an exactly opposite conclusion to that at which I have arrived. He concludes, as did Diderot formerly, that the cadences used in emotional speech afford the foundation from which music has been developed. Whilst I conclude that musical notes and rhythm were first acquired by the male or female progenitors of mankind for the sake of charming the opposite sex. Thus musical tones became firmly associated with some of the strongest passions an animal is capable of feeling, and are consequently used instinctively, or through association when strong emotions are expressed in speech. Mr. Spencer does not offer any satisfactory explanation, nor can I, why high or deep notes should be expressive, both with man and the lower animals, of certain emotions. Mr. Spencer gives also an interesting discussion on the relations between poetry, recitative and song. We can thus understand how it is that music, dancing, song, and poetry are such very ancient arts. We may go even further than this, and, as remarked in a former chapter, believe that musical sounds afforded one of the bases for the development of language. 40. I find in Lord Monboddo's Origin of Language, Volume 1, 1774, page 469, that Dr. Blacklock likewise thought that the first language among men was music, and that before our ideas were expressed by articulate sounds, they were communicated by tones varied according to different degrees of gravity and acuteness. As the males of several quadruminous animals have their vocal organs much more developed than in the females, and as a gibbon, one of the anthropomorphous apes, pours forth a whole octave of musical notes and may be said to sing. It appears probable that the progenitors of man, either the males or females or both sexes, before acquiring the power of expressing their mutual love in articulate language, endeavored to charm each other with musical notes and rhythm. So little is known about the use of the voice by the quadruminate during the season of love, that we have no means of judging whether the habit of singing was first acquired by our male or female ancestors. Women are generally thought to possess sweeter voices than men, and as far as this serves as any guide, we may infer that they first acquired musical powers in order to attract the other sex. 41. See an interesting discussion on this subject by Haeckel, Generelle Morphology, B. 2. 1866, s. 246. But if so, this must have occurred long ago, before our ancestors had become sufficiently human to treat and value their women merely as useful slaves. The impassioned orator, bard, or musician, when with his varied tones and cadences he excites the strongest emotions in his hearers, little suspects that he uses the same means by which his half-human ancestors long ago aroused each other's ardent passions, during their courtship and rivalry. The influence of beauty in determining the marriages of mankind. In civilized life man is largely, but by no means exclusively, influenced in the choice of his wife by external appearance. But we are chiefly concerned with primeval times, and our only means of forming a judgment on this subject is to study the habits of existing semi-civilized and savage nations. If it can be shown that the men of different races prefer women having various characteristics, or conversely with the women, we have then to inquire whether such choice, continued during many generations, would produce any sensible effect on the race, either on one sex or both according to the form of inheritance which has prevailed. It will be well first to shew in some detail that savages pay the greatest attention to their personal appearance. 42. A full and excellent account of the manner in which savages in all parts of the world ornament themselves, is given by the Italian traveler, Professor Mantegazza, Rio de la Plata, Viaggi e Studi, 1867, pages 525 to 545. All the following statements, when other references are not given, are taken from this work. See, also, Waite's, Introduction to Anthropology, ENG Translat. Volume 1, 1863, page 275, iti passim. Lawrence also gives very full details in his Lectures on Physiology, 1822. Since this chapter was written Sir J. Lubbock has published his Origin of Civilization, 1870, in which there is an interesting chapter on the present subject, and from which, pages 42, 48, I have taken some facts about savages dyeing their teeth and hair, and piercing their teeth. That they have a passion for ornament is notorious, and an English philosopher goes so far as to maintain, that clothes were first made for ornament and not for warmth. As Professor Waite remarks, however poor and miserable man is, he finds a pleasure in adorning himself. The extravagance of the naked Indians of South America in decorating themselves is shown, by a man of large stature gaining with difficulty enough by the labor of a fortnight to procure in exchange the chica necessary to paint himself red. 43. Humboldt, Personal Narrative, ENG Translat. Volume 4. Page 515, on the imagination shown in painting the body, page 522, on modifying the form of the calf of the leg, page 466. The ancient barbarians of Europe during the reindeer period brought to their caves any brilliant or singular objects which they happened to find. Savages at the present day everywhere deck themselves with plumes, necklaces, armlets, earrings, etc. They paint themselves in the most diversified manner. If painted nations, as Humboldt observes, had been examined with the same attention as clothed nations, it would have been perceived that the most fertile imagination and the most mutable caprice have created the fashions of painting, as well as those of garments. In one part of Africa the eyelids are colored black, in another the nails are colored yellow or purple. In many places the hair is dyed of various tints. In different countries the teeth are stained black, red, blue, etc. And in the Malay archipelago it is thought shameful to have white teeth, like those of a dog. Not one great country can be named, from the polar regions in the north to New Zealand in the south, in which the Aborigines do not tattoo themselves. This practice was followed by the Jews of old, and by the ancient Britons. In Africa some of the natives tattoo themselves, but it is a much more common practice to raise protuberances by rubbing salt into incisions made in various parts of the body. And these are considered by the inhabitants of Kordofan and Darfur to be great personal attractions. In the Arab countries no beauty can be perfect until the cheeks or temples have been gashed. 44. The Nile Tributaries, 1867. The Albert Nyanza, 1866, Volume 1, page 218. In South America, as Humboldt remarks, a mother would be accused of culpable indifference towards her children, if she did not employ artificial means to shape the calf of the leg after the fashion of the country. In the Old and New Worlds the shape of the skull was formerly modified during infancy in the most extraordinary manner, as is still the case in many places, and such deformities are considered ornamental. For instance, the savages of Colombia, 45. Quoted by Pritchard, Physical History of Mankind, 4th edition Volume 1, 1851, page 321, deem a much flattened head an essential point of beauty. The hair is treated with especial care in various countries. It is allowed to grow to full length, so as to reach to the ground, or is combed into a compact frizzled mop, which is the Papuan's pride and glory. 46. On the Papuans, Wallace, The Malay Archipelago, Volume 2. Page 445. On the Coiffure of the Africans, Sir S. Baker, The Albert Nyanza, Volume 1, page 210. In northern Africa, man requires a period of from 8 to 10 years to perfect his coiffure. With other nations the head is shaved, and in parts of South America and Africa even the eyebrows and eyelashes are eradicated. The natives of the Upper Nile knock out the 4 front teeth, saying that they do not wish to resemble brutes. Further south, the Batokas knock out only the 2 upper incisors, which, as Livingstone, 47. Travels, page 533, remarks, gives the face a hideous appearance, owing to the prominence of the lower jaw. But these people think the presence of the incisors most unsightly, and on beholding some Europeans, cried out, "Look at the great teeth." The chief Sibituani tried in vain to alter this fashion. In various parts of Africa and in the Malay archipelago the natives file the incisors into points like those of a saw, or pierce them with holes, into which they insert studs. As the face with us is chiefly admired for its beauty, so with savages it is the chief seat of mutilation. In all quarters of the world the septum, and more rarely the wings of the nose are pierced. Rings, sticks, feathers, and other ornaments being inserted into the holes. The ears are everywhere pierced and similarly ornamented, and with the botocudos and lenguas of South America the hole is gradually so much enlarged that the lower edge touches the shoulder. In North and South America and in Africa either the upper or lower lip is pierced, and with the botocudos the hole in the lower lip is so large that a disc of wood, 4 inches in diameter, is placed in it. Mantegazza gives a curious account of the shame felt by a South American native, and of the ridicule which he excited, when he sold his tembeta, the large colored piece of wood which is passed through the hole. In Central Africa the women perforate the lower lip and wear a crystal, which, from the movement of the tongue, has a wriggling motion, indescribably ludicrous during conversation. The wife of the chief of Latuka told Sir S. Baker, 49. The Albert Nyanza, 1866, Volume 1, page 217, that Lady Baker would be much improved if she would extract her 4 front teeth from the lower jaw, and wear the long pointed polished crystal in her under lip. Further south with the Makalolo, the upper lip is perforated, and a large metal and bamboo ring, called a palili, is worn in the hole. This caused the lip in one case to project 2 inches beyond the tip of the nose. And when the lady smiled, the contraction of the muscles elevated it over the eyes. Why do the women wear these things? The venerable chief, Chinsurdi, was asked. Evidently surprised at such a stupid question, he replied, "For beauty. They are the only beautiful things women have. Men have beards, women have none. What kind of a person would she be without the palili?" She would not be a woman at all with a mouth like a man, but no beard. 49. Livingstone, British Association, 1860, report given in the Athenaeum, July 7, 1860, page 29. Hardly any part of the body, which can be unnaturally modified, has escaped. The amount of suffering thus caused must have been extreme, for many of the operations require several years for their completion, so that the idea of their necessity must be imperative. The motives are various. The men paint their bodies to make themselves appear terrible in battle, certain mutilations are connected with religious rites, or they mark the age of puberty, or the rank of the man, or they serve to distinguish the tribes. Amongst savages the same fashions prevail for long periods. 50. Sir S. Baker, Ibid Volume 1, page 210, speaking of the natives of Central Africa says, every tribe has a distinct and unchanging fashion for dressing the hair. See Agassiz, Journey in Brazil, 1868, page 318, on invariability of the tattooing of Amazonian Indians, and thus mutilations, from whatever cause first made, soon come to be valued as distinctive marks. But self-adornment, vanity, and the admiration of others, seem to be the commonest motives. In regard to tattooing, I was told by the missionaries in New Zealand that when they tried to persuade some girls to give up the practice, they answered, "We must just have a few lines on our lips, else when we grow old we shall be so very ugly." With the men of New Zealand, a most capable judge, 51. Reverend R. Taylor, New Zealand and its Inhabitants, 1855, page 152. Says, to have fine tattooed faces was the great ambition of the young, both to render themselves attractive to the ladies, and conspicuous in war. A star tattooed on the forehead and a spot on the chin are thought by the women in one part of Africa to be irresistible attractions. 52, Mantegazza, Viaggi e Studi, page 542. In most, but not all parts of the world, the men are more ornamented than the women, and often in a different manner, sometimes, though rarely, the women are hardly at all ornamented. As the women are made by savages to perform the greatest share of the work, and as they are not allowed to eat the best kinds of food, so it accords with the characteristic selfishness of man that they should not be allowed to obtain or use the finest ornaments. Lastly, it is a remarkable fact, as proved by the foregoing quotations, that the same fashions in modifying the shape of the head, in ornamenting the hair, in painting, tattooing, in perforating the nose, lips, or ears, in removing or filing the teeth, etc., now prevail, and have long prevailed, in the most distant quarters of the world. It is extremely improbable that these practices, followed by so many distinct nations, should be due to tradition from any common source. They indicate the close similarity of the mind of man, to whatever race he may belong, just as do the almost universal habits of dancing, masquerading, and making rude pictures. Having made these preliminary remarks on the admiration felt by savages for various ornaments, and for deformities most unsightly in our eyes, let us see how far the men are attracted by the appearance of their women. And what are their ideas of beauty? I have heard it maintained that savages are quite indifferent about the beauty of their women, valuing them solely as slaves. It may therefore be well to observe that this conclusion does not at all agree with the care which the women take in ornamenting themselves, or with their vanity. Burchell, 53. Travels in South Africa, 1824, Volume 1, page 414. Gives an amusing account of a bushwoman who used as much grease, red ochre, and shining powder, as would have ruined any but a very rich husband. She displayed also much vanity and too evident a consciousness of her superiority. Mr. Winwood Reade informs me that the Negroes of the West Coast often discuss the beauty of their women. Some competent observers have attributed the fearfully common practice of infanticide partly to the desire felt by the women to retain their good looks. 54, c. For references, Gerland, Über das Osterbeben der Nedervölker, 1868, SS 51, 53, 55. Also Azara, Voyages, etc., Tom. 2, page 116. In several regions the women wear charms and use love philters to gain the affections of the men, and Mr. Brown enumerates 4 plants used for this purpose by the women of northwestern America. 55. On the vegetable productions used by the northwestern American Indians, see Pharmaceutical Journal, Volume 10. Hearn, 56. A Journey from Prince of Wales Fort, 8 VO, edition 1796, page 89. An excellent observer, who lived many years with the American Indians, says, in speaking of the women, ask a northern Indian what is beauty, and he will answer, a broad flat face, small eyes, high cheekbones. 3 or 4 broad black lines across each cheek, a low forehead, a large broad chin, a clumsy hook nose, a tawny hide, and breasts hanging down to the belt. Pallas, who visited the northern parts of the Chinese Empire, says, those women are preferred who have the Manchu form, that is to say, a broad face, high cheekbones, very broad noses, and enormous ears. 57. Quoted by Pritchard, Physical History of Mankind, 3rd edition Volume 4. 1844, page 519, Voigt, Lectures on Man, ENG Translat. Page 129. On the Opinion of the Chinese on the Singalese, E. Tennant, Ceylon, 1859, Volume 2. Page 107. And Voigt remarks that the obliquity of the eye, which is proper to the Chinese and Japanese, is exaggerated in their pictures for the purpose, as it seems, of exhibiting its beauty. As contrasted with the eye of the red-haired barbarians. It is well known, as Huck repeatedly remarks, that the Chinese of the interior think Europeans hideous, with their white skins and prominent noses. The nose is far from being too prominent. According to our ideas, in the natives of Ceylon, yet, the Chinese in the 7th century, accustomed to the flat features of the Mongol races, were surprised at the prominent noses of the Singalese, and Tsang described them as having the beak of a bird, with the body of a man. Finlayson, after minutely describing the people of Cochin China, says that their rounded heads and faces are their chief characteristics. And, he adds, the roundness of the whole countenance is more striking in the women, who are reckoned beautiful in proportion as they display this form of face. The Siamese have small noses with divergent nostrils, a wide mouth, rather thick lips, a remarkably large face, with very high and broad cheekbones. It is, therefore, not wonderful that beauty, according to our notion, is a stranger to them. Yet they consider their own females to be much more beautiful than those of Europe. 58. Pritchard, as taken from Crawford and Finlayson, Phys. History of Mankind, Volume 4. Pages 534, 535. It is well known that with many Hottentot women the posterior part of the body projects in a wonderful manner, they are steatopygous, and Sir Andrew Smith is certain that this peculiarity is greatly admired by the men. 59. Idem illustrissimus viator dixit mihi precinctorium vel tabulum foemini, quat nobis teterimum est, quandam per magno estimari ab hominibus in hac gente. Nunc residential mutata est e sensentatum conformationem minimi op tandem esse. He once saw a woman who was considered a beauty, and she was so immensely developed behind, that when seated on level ground she could not rise, and had to push herself along until she came to a slope. Some of the women in various Negro tribes have the same peculiarity, and, according to Burton, the Somo men are said to choose their wives by ranging them in a line, and by picking her out who projects farthest a tergo. Nothing can be more hateful to a Negro than the opposite form. 60. The Anthropological Review, November 1864, page 237. For additional references, see Waite's, Introduction to Anthropology, ENG Translat, 1863, Volume 1, page 105. With respect to color, the Negroes rallied Mungo Park on the whiteness of his skin and the prominence of his nose, both of which they considered as unsightly and unnatural conformations. He in return praised the glossy jet of their skins and the lovely depression of their noses. This they said was honey mouth, nevertheless they gave him food. The African Moors, also, knitted their brows and seemed to shudder at the whiteness of his skin. On the eastern coast, the Negro boys when they saw Burton, cried out, "Look at the white man, does he not look like a white ape?" On the western coast, as Mr. Winwood Reade informs me, the Negroes admire a very black skin more than one of a lighter tint. But their horror of whiteness may be attributed, according to this same traveler, partly to the belief held by most Negroes that demons and spirits are white and partly to their thinking it a sign of ill health. The Banyai of the more southern part of the continent are Negroes, but a great many of them are of a light coffee and milk color, and, indeed, this color is considered handsome throughout the whole country. So that here we have a different standard of taste. With the Kaffirs, who differ much from Negroes, the skin, except among the tribes near Delagoa Bay, is not usually black, the prevailing color being a mixture of black and red, the most common shade being chocolate. Dark complexions, as being most common, are naturally held in the highest esteem. To be told that he is light-colored, or like a white man, would be deemed a very poor compliment by a Kaffir. I have heard of one unfortunate man who was so very fair that no girl would marry him. One of the titles of the Zulu king is, "You who are black." 61, Mungo Park's Travels in Africa, 4-2. 1816, pages 53, 131. Burton's statement is quoted by Schaffhausen, Archiv. For Anthropology, 1866, s. 163. On the Banyai, Livingstone, Travels, page 64. On the Kaffirs, the Reverend J. Shooter, The Kaffirs of Natal and the Zulu Country, 1857, page 1. Mr. Galton, in speaking to me about the natives of Africa, remarked that their ideas of beauty seem very different from ours, for in one tribe too slim, slight, and pretty girls were not admired by the natives. Turning to other quarters of the world, in Java, a yellow, not a white girl, is considered, according to Madame Pfeiffer, a beauty. A man of Cochin China spoke with contempt of the wife of the English ambassador, that she had white teeth like a dog, and a rosy color like that of potato flowers. We have seen that the Chinese dislike our white skin, and that the Americans admire a tawny hide. In America, the Urucaras, who inhabit the wooded, damp slopes of the eastern Cordillera, are remarkably pale-colored, as their name in their own language expresses. Nevertheless they consider European women as very inferior to their own. 62, for the Javans and Cochin Chinese, see Waite's, Introduct. To Anthropology, E.N.G. Translat. Volume 1, page 305. On the Urucaras, A. D'Orbigny, as quoted in Pritchard, Physical History of Mankind, Volume 5, 3rd edition page 476. In several of the tribes of North America the hair on the head grows to a wonderful length. And Catlin gives a curious proof how much this is esteemed, for the chief of the Crows was elected to this office from having the longest hair of any man in the tribe, namely 10 feet and 7 inches. The Aymaras and Quichuas of America, likewise have very long hair, and this, as Mr. D. Forbes informs me, is so much valued as a beauty, that cutting it off was the severest punishment which he could inflict on them. In both the northern and southern halves of the continent the natives sometimes increase the apparent length of their hair by weaving into it fibrous substances. Although the hair on the head is thus cherished, that on the face is considered by the North American Indians, as very vulgar, and every hair is carefully eradicated. This practice prevails throughout the American continent from Vancouver's Island in the north to Tierra del Fuego in the south. When York Minster, a Fuegian on board the Beagle, was taken back to his country, the natives told him he ought to pull out the few short hairs on his face. They also threatened a young missionary, who was left for a time with them, to strip him naked, and pluck the hair from his face and body, yet he was far from being a hairy man. This fashion is carried so far that the Indians of Paraguay eradicate their eyebrows and eyelashes, saying that they do not wish to be like horses. 63, North American Indians, by G. Catlin, 3rd edition, 1842, Volume 1, page 49, Volume 2, page 227. On the Natives of Vancouver's Island, C. Sproat, Scenes and Studies of Savage Life, 1868, page 25. On the Indians of Paraguay, Azara, Voyages, Tom. 2, page 105. It is remarkable that throughout the world the races which are almost completely destitute of a beard dislike hairs on the face and body, and take pains to eradicate them. The Kalmucks are beardless, and they are well known, like the Americans, to pluck out all straggling hairs, and so it is with the Polynesians, some of the Malays, and the Siamese. Mr. Veitch states that the Japanese ladies all objected to our whiskers, considering them very ugly, and told us to cut them off, and be like Japanese men. The New Zealanders have short, curled beards. Yet they formerly plucked out the hairs on the face. They had a saying that, there is no woman for a hairy man. But it would appear that the fashion has changed in New Zealand, perhaps owing to the presence of Europeans, and I am assured that beards are now admired by the Maoris. 64, on the Siamese, Pritchard, Ibid Volume 4. Page 533. On the Japanese, Veitch in Gardner's Chronicle, 1860, page 1104. On the New Zealanders, Mantagazza, Viagi e Studi, 1867, page 526. For the other nations mentioned, see references in Lawrence, Lectures on Physiology, etc., 1822, page 272. On the other hand, bearded races admire and greatly value their beards. Among the Anglo-Saxons every part of the body had a recognized value. The loss of the beard being estimated at 20 shillings, while the breaking of a thigh was fixed at only 12. 65, Lubbock, Origin of Civilization, 1870, page 321. In the East men swear solemnly by their beards. We have seen that Chinsurdi, the chief of the Makalolo in Africa, thought that beards were a great ornament. In the Pacific the Fijian's beard is profuse and bushy, and is his greatest pride. Whilst the inhabitants of the adjacent archipelagos of Tonga and Samoa are beardless, and abhor a rough chin. In one island alone of the Ellis group the men are heavily bearded, and not a little proud thereof. 66, Dr. Barnard Davis quotes Mr. Pritchard and others for these facts in regard to the Polynesians, in Anthropologue. Review, April 1870, pages 185, 191. We thus see how widely the different races of man differ in their taste for the beautiful. In every nation sufficiently advanced to have made effigies of their gods or of their deified rulers, the sculptors no doubt have endeavored to express their highest ideal of beauty and grandeur. 67. Ch. Kant has remarks to this effect in his Trait de Legislation, 3rd edition 1837, page 136. Under this point of view it is well to compare in our mind the Jupiter or Apollo of the Greeks with the Egyptian or Assyrian statues. And these with the hideous bas-reliefs on the ruined buildings of Central America. I have met with very few statements opposed to this conclusion. Mr. Winwood Reade, however, who has had ample opportunities for observation, not only with the Negroes of the west coast of Africa, but with those of the interior who have never associated with Europeans, is convinced that their ideas of beauty are on the whole the same as ours. And Dr. Rolfs writes to me to the same effect with respect to Bornu and the countries inhabited by the Pulo tribes. Mr. Reade found that he agreed with the Negroes in their estimation of the beauty of the native girls, and that their appreciation of the beauty of European women corresponded with ours. They admire long hair, and use artificial means to make it appear abundant. They admire also a beard, though themselves very scantily provided. Mr. Reade feels doubtful what kind of nose is most appreciated. A girl has been heard to say, "I do not want to marry him, he has got no nose," and this shews that a very flat nose is not admired. We should, however, bear in mind that the depressed, broad noses and projecting jaws of the Negroes of the West Coast are exceptional types with the inhabitants of Africa. Notwithstanding the foregoing statements, Mr. Reade admits that Negroes do not like the color of our skin, they look on blue eyes with aversion, and they think our noses too long and our lips too thin. He does not think it probable that Negroes would ever prefer the most beautiful European woman, on the mere grounds of physical admiration, to a good-looking negress. 68. The African Sketch Book, Volume 2. 1873, pages 253, 394, 521. The Fuegians, as I have been informed by a missionary who long resided with them, consider European women as extremely beautiful. But from what we have seen of the judgment of the other aborigines of America, I cannot but think that this must be a mistake, unless indeed the statement refers to the few Fuegians who have lived for some time with Europeans, and who must consider us as superior beings. I should add that a most experienced observer, Captain Burton, believes that a woman whom we consider beautiful is admired throughout the world. Anthropological Review, March, 1864, page 245. The general truth of the principle, long ago insisted on by Humboldt, 69. Personal Narrative, E.N.G. Translat. Volume 4. Page 518, and elsewhere. Mantegazza, in his Viaggi Studi, strongly insists on this same principle. That man admires and often tries to exaggerate whatever characters nature may have given him, is shown in many ways. The practice of beardless races extirpating every trace of a beard, and often all the hairs on the body affords one illustration. The skull has been greatly modified during ancient and modern times by many nations, and there can be little doubt that this has been practiced, especially in N and S, America, in order to exaggerate some natural and admired peculiarity. Many American Indians are known to admire a head so extremely flattened as to appear to us idiotic. The natives on the northwestern coast compress the head into a pointed cone. And it is their constant practice to gather the hair into a knot on the top of the head, for the sake, as Dr. Wilson remarks, of increasing the apparent elevation of the favorite conoid form. The inhabitants of Arakan admire a broad, smooth forehead, and in order to produce it, they fasten a plate of lead on the heads of the newborn children. On the other hand, a broad, well-rounded occiput is considered a great beauty by the natives of the Fiji Islands. 70. On the Skulls of the American Tribes, see Knott and Glidden, Types of Mankind, 1854, page 440. Pritchard, Physical History of Mankind, Volume 1, 3rd edition page 321, on the Natives of Arakan, Ibid Volume 4. Page 537. Wilson, Physical Ethnology, Smithsonian Institution, 1863, page 288, on the Fijians, page 290. Sir J. Lubbock, Prehistoric Times, 2nd edition 1869, page 506, gives an excellent resume on this subject. As with the skull, so with the nose. The ancient Huns during the age of Attila were accustomed to flatten the noses of their infants with bandages, for the sake of exaggerating a natural conformation. With the Tahitians, to be called long nose is considered as an insult, and they compress the noses and foreheads of their children for the sake of beauty. The same holds with the Malays of Sumatra, the Hottentots, certain Negroes, and the natives of Brazil. 71. On the Huns, Godron, de Elaspis, Tom. 2, 1859, page 300. On the Tahitians, Waits, Anthropology, E.N.G. Translat. Volume 1, page 305. Marsden, quoted by Pritchard, Phys. History of Mankind, 3rd edit. Volume 5, page 67. Lawrence, Lectures on Physiology, page 337. The Chinese have by nature unusually small feet, 72. This fact was ascertained in the Ries der Navarra, Anthropologue. Thiel. Dr. Weisbach, 1867, s. 265. And it is well known that the women of the upper classes distort their feet to make them still smaller. Lastly, Humboldt thinks that the American Indians prefer coloring their bodies with red paint in order to exaggerate their natural tint, and until recently European women added to their naturally bright colors by rouge and white cosmetics, but it may be doubted whether barbarous nations have generally had any such intention in painting themselves. In the fashions of our own dress we see exactly the same principle and the same desire to carry every point to an extreme. We exhibit, also, the same spirit of emulation. But the fashions of savages are far more permanent than ours. And whenever their bodies are artificially modified, this is necessarily the case. The Arab women of the Upper Nile occupy about 3 days in dressing their hair. They never imitate other tribes, but simply vie with each other in the superlativeness of their own style. Dar. Wilson, in speaking of the compressed skulls of various American races, adds, such usages are among the least eradicable, and long survive the shock of revolutions that change dynasties and efface more important national peculiarities. 73. Smithsonian Institution, 1863, page 289. On the Fashions of Arab Women, Sir S. Baker, The Nile Tributaries, 1867, page 121. The same principle comes into play in the art of breeding, and we can thus understand, as I have elsewhere explained, 74. The Variation of Animals and Plants under Domestication, Volume 1, page 214, Volume 2. Page 240, the wonderful development of the many races of animals and plants, which have been kept merely for ornament. Fanciers always wish each character to be somewhat increased, they do not admire a medium standard, they certainly do not desire any great and abrupt change in the character of their breeds. They admire solely what they are accustomed to, but they ardently desire to see each characteristic feature a little more developed. The senses of man and of the lower animals seem to be so constituted that brilliant colors in certain forms, as well as harmonious and rhythmical sounds, give pleasure and are called beautiful, but why this should be so we know not. It is certainly not true that there is in the mind of man any universal standard of beauty with respect to the human body. It is, however, possible that certain tastes may in the course of time become inherited, though there is no evidence in favor of this belief, and if so, each race would possess its own innate ideal standard of beauty. It has been argued, 75. Schaffhausen, Archiv. For Anthropology, 1866, s. 164, that ugliness consists in an approach to the structure of the lower animals, and no doubt this is partly true with the more civilized nations, in which intellect is highly appreciated. But this explanation will hardly apply to all forms of ugliness. The men of each race prefer what they are accustomed to, they cannot endure any great change. But they like variety, and admire each characteristic carried to a moderate extreme. 76. Mr. Bain has collected, Mental and Moral Science, 1868, pages 304 to 314, about a dozen more or less different theories of the idea of beauty, but none is quite the same as that here given. Men accustomed to a nearly oval face, to straight and regular features, and to bright colors, admire, as we Europeans know, these points when strongly developed. On the other hand, men accustomed to a broad face, with high cheekbones, a depressed nose, and a black skin, admire these peculiarities when strongly marked. No doubt characters of all kinds may be too much developed for beauty. Hence a perfect beauty, which implies many characters modified in a particular manner, will be in every race a prodigy. As the great anatomist Bichat long ago said, if everyone were cast in the same mold, there would be no such thing as beauty. If all our women were to become as beautiful as the Venus de Medici, we should for a time be charmed, but we should soon wish for variety. And as soon as we had obtained variety, we should wish to see certain characters a little exaggerated beyond the then existing common standard. Chapter 20. Secondary Sexual Characters of Man continued. On the effects of the continued selection of women according to a different standard of beauty in each race, on the causes which interfere with sexual selection in civilized and savage nations, conditions favorable to sexual selection during primeval times, on the manner of action of sexual selection with mankind, on the women in savage tribes having some power to choose their husbands, absence of hair on the body, and development of the beard color of the skin. Summary. We have seen in the last chapter that with all barbarous races ornaments, dress, and external appearance are highly valued, and that the men judge of the beauty of their women by widely different standards. We must next inquire whether this preference and the consequent selection during many generations of those women, which appear to the men of each race the most attractive, has altered the character either of the females alone, or of both sexes. With mammals the general rule appears to be that characters of all kinds are inherited equally by the males and females. We might therefore expect that with mankind any characters gained by the females or by the males through sexual selection would commonly be transferred to the offspring of both sexes. If any change has thus been effected, it is almost certain that the different races would be differently modified, as each has its own standard of beauty. With mankind, especially with savages, many causes interfere with the action of sexual selection as far as the bodily frame is concerned. Civilized men are largely attracted by the mental charms of women, by their wealth, and especially by their social position, for men rarely marry into a much lower rank. The men who succeed in obtaining the more beautiful women will not have a better chance of leaving a long line of descendants than other men with plainer wives, save the few who bequeath their fortunes according to primogeniture. With respect to the opposite form of selection, namely, of the more attractive men by the women, although in civilized nations women have free or almost free choice, which is not the case with barbarous races. Yet their choice is largely influenced by the social position and wealth of the men. And the success of the latter in life depends much on their intellectual powers and energy, or on the fruits of these same powers in their forefathers. No excuse is needed for treating this subject in some detail. For, as the German philosopher Schopenhauer remarks, the final aim of all love intrigues, be they comic or tragic, is really of more importance than all other ends in human life. What it all turns upon is nothing less than the composition of the next generation. It is not the weal or woe of any one individual, but that of the human race to come, which is here at stake. 1. Schopenhauer and Darwinism, in Journal of Anthropology, January 1871, page 323. There is, however, reason to believe that in certain civilized and semi-civilized nations sexual selection has effected something in modifying the bodily frame of some of the members. Many persons are convinced, as it appears to me with justice, that our aristocracy, including under this term all wealthy families in which primogeniture has long prevailed, from having chosen during many generations from all classes the more beautiful women as their wives, have become handsomer, according to the European standard, than the middle classes. Yet the middle classes are placed under equally favorable conditions of life for the perfect development of the body. Cook remarks that the superiority in personal appearance, which is observable in the heirs or nobles in all the other islands of the Pacific, is found in the Sandwich Islands, but this may be chiefly due to their better food and manner of life. The old traveler Chardin, in describing the Persians, says their blood is now highly refined by frequent intermixtures with the Georgians and Circassians, two nations which surpass all the world in personal beauty. There is hardly a man of rank in Persia who is not born of a Georgian or Circassian mother. He adds that they inherit their beauty, not from their ancestors, for without the above mixture, the men of rank in Persia, who are descendants of the Tartars, would be extremely ugly. 2. These quotations are taken from Lawrence, Lectures on Physiology, etc., 1822, page 393, who attributes the beauty of the upper classes in England to the men having long selected the more beautiful women. Here is a more curious case. The priestesses who attended the temple of Venus Erycina at San Giuliano in Sicily, were selected for their beauty out of the whole of Greece. They were not Vestal virgins, and cataphages. 3. Anthropology, Revue de Corps Scientifiques, October 1868, page 721, who states the foregoing fact, says that the women of San Giuliano are now famous as the most beautiful in the island, and are sought by artists as models. But it is obvious that the evidence in all the above cases is doubtful. The following case, though relating to savages, is well worth giving for its curiosity. Mr. Winwood Reade informs me that the Jolloffs, a tribe of Negroes on the west coast of Africa, are remarkable for their uniformly fine appearance. A friend of his asked one of these men, "How is it that everyone whom I meet is so fine-looking, not only your men but your women?" The Jollof answered, "It is very easily explained. It has always been our custom to pick out our worst-looking slaves and to sell them. It need hardly be added that with all savages, female slaves serve as concubines. That this Negro should have attributed, whether rightly or wrongly, the fine appearance of his tribe to the long-continued elimination of the ugly women is not so surprising as it may at first appear, for I have elsewhere shown, for Variation of Animals and Plants Under Domestication, Volume 1, page 207, that Negroes fully appreciate the importance of selection in the breeding of their domestic animals, and I could give from Mr. Reed additional evidence on this head. The causes which prevent or check the action of sexual selection with savages. The chief causes are, first, so-called communal marriages or promiscuous intercourse, secondly, the consequences of female infanticide, thirdly, early betrothals. And lastly, the low estimation in which women are held, as mere slaves. These 4 points must be considered in some detail. It is obvious that as long as the pairing of man, or of any other animal, is left to mere chance, with no choice exerted by either sex, there can be no sexual selection. And no effect will be produced on the offspring by certain individuals having had an advantage over others in their courtship. Now it is asserted that there exist at the present day tribes which practice what Sir J. Lubbock by courtesy calls communal marriages, that is, all the men and women in the tribe are husbands and wives to one another. The licentiousness of many savages is no doubt astonishing, but it seems to me that more evidence is requisite, before we fully admit that their intercourse is in any case promiscuous. Nevertheless all those who have most closely studied the subject, 5. Sir J. Lubbock, The Origin of Civilization, 1870, Chapter 3. Especially pages 60 to 67. Mr. Mlenin, in his extremely valuable work on Primitive Marriage, 1865, p. 163, speaks of the union of the sexes, in the earliest times as loose, transitory, and in some degree promiscuous. Mr. Mlenin and Sir J. Lubbock have collected much evidence on the extreme licentiousness of savages at the present time. Mr. L. H. Morgan, in his interesting memoir of the classificatory system of relationship. Proceedings of the American Academy of Sciences, Volume 7. February 1868, p. 475, concludes that polygamy and all forms of marriage during primeval times were essentially unknown. It appears also, from Sir J. Lubbock's work, that Bachofen likewise believes that communal intercourse originally prevailed. And whose judgment is worth much more than mine, believe that communal marriage, this expression being variously guarded, was the original and universal form throughout the world, including therein the intermarriage of brothers and sisters. The late Sir A. Smith, who had travelled widely in Africa, and knew much about the habits of savages there and elsewhere, expressed to me the strongest opinion that no race exists in which woman is considered as the property of the community. I believe that his judgment was largely determined by what is implied by the term marriage. Throughout the following discussion I use the term in the same sense as when naturalists speak of animals as monogamous, meaning thereby that the male is accepted by or chooses a single female, and lives with her either during the breeding season or for the whole year, keeping possession of her by the law of might. Or, as when they speak of a polygamous species, meaning that the male lives with several females. This kind of marriage is all that concerns us here, as it suffices for the work of sexual selection. But I know that some of the writers above referred to imply by the term marriage a recognized right protected by the tribe. The indirect evidence in favor of the belief of the former prevalence of communal marriages is strong, and rests chiefly on the terms of relationship which are employed between the members of the same tribe, implying a connection with the tribe, and not with either parent. But the subject is too large and complex for even an abstract to be here given, and I will confine myself to a few remarks. It is evident in the case of such marriages, or where the marriage tie is very loose, that the relationship of the child to its father cannot be known. But it seems almost incredible that the relationship of the child to its mother should ever be completely ignored, especially as the women in most savage tribes nurse their infants for a long time. Accordingly, in many cases the lines of descent are traced through the mother alone, to the exclusion of the father. But in other cases the terms employed express a connection with the tribe alone, to the exclusion even of the mother. It seems possible that the connection between the related members of the same barbarous tribe, exposed to all sorts of danger, might be so much more important, owing to the need of mutual protection and aid, than that between the mother and her child, as to lead to the sole use of terms expressive of the former relationships. But Mr. Morgan is convinced that this view is by no means sufficient. The terms of relationship used in different parts of the world may be divided, according to the author just quoted, into two great classes, the classificatory and descriptive, the latter being employed by us. It is the classificatory system which so strongly leads to the belief that communal and other extremely loose forms of marriage were originally universal. But as far as I can see, there is no necessity on this ground for believing in absolutely promiscuous intercourse, and I am glad to find that this is Sir J. Lubbock's view. Men and women, like many of the lower animals, might formerly have entered into strict though temporary unions for each birth. And in this case nearly as much confusion would have arisen in the terms of relationship as in the case of promiscuous intercourse. As far as sexual selection is concerned, all that is required is that choice should be exerted before the parents unite, and it signifies little whether the unions last for life or only for a season. Besides the evidence derived from the terms of relationship, other lines of reasoning indicate the former wide prevalence of communal marriage. Sir J. Lubbock accounts for the strange and widely extended habit of exogamy, that is, the men of one tribe taking wives from a distinct tribe, by communism having been the original form of intercourse. So that a man never obtained a wife for himself unless he captured her from a neighboring and hostile tribe, and then she would naturally have become his sole and valuable property. Thus the practice of capturing wives might have arisen. And from the honor so gained it might ultimately have become the universal habit. According to Sir J. Lubbock, 6. Address to British Association on the Social and Religious Condition of the Lower Races of Man, 1870, page 20. We can also thus understand the necessity of expiation for marriage as an infringement of tribal rights, since according to old ideas, a man had no right to appropriate to himself that which belonged to the whole tribe. Sir J. Lubbock further gives a curious body of facts shewing that in old times high honor was bestowed on women who were utterly licentious. And this, as he explains, is intelligible, if we admit that promiscuous intercourse was the aboriginal, and therefore long-revered custom of the tribe. 7. Origin of Civilization, 1870, page 86. In the several works above quoted, there will be found copious evidence on relationship through the females alone, or with the tribe alone. Although the manner of development of the marriage tie is an obscure subject, as we may infer from the divergent opinions on several points between the three authors who have studied it most closely, namely, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Mlennan, and Sir J. Lubbock, yet from the foregoing and several other lines of evidence it seems probable. 8. Mr. C. Stanland Wake argues strongly, Anthropologia, March, 1874, p. 197, against the views held by these three writers on the former prevalence of almost promiscuous intercourse, and he thinks that the classificatory system of relationship can be otherwise explained. That the habit of marriage, in any strict sense of the word, has been gradually developed, and that almost promiscuous or very loose intercourse was once extremely common throughout the world. Nevertheless, from the strength of the feeling of jealousy all through the animal kingdom, as well as from the analogy of the lower animals, more particularly of those which come nearest to man, I cannot believe that absolutely promiscuous intercourse prevailed in times past, shortly before man attained to his present rank in the zoological scale. Man, as I have attempted to shew, is certainly descended from some ape-like creature. With the existing quadrumana, as far as their habits are known, the males of some species are monogamous, but live during only a part of the year with the females. Of this the orang seems to afford an instance. Several kinds, for example some of the Indian and American monkeys, are strictly monogamous, and associate all the year round with their wives. Others are polygamous, for example the gorilla and several American species, and each family lives separate. Even when this occurs, the families inhabiting the same district are probably somewhat social. The chimpanzee, for instance, is occasionally met with in large bands. Again, other species are polygamous, but several males, each with his own females, live associated in a body, as with several species of baboons. 9. Brem, Theroben, B.I. Page 77, says Cynocephaly hamadryas lives in great troops containing twice as many adult females as adult males. See Ranger on American Polygamous Species, and Owen, Anatomy of Vertebrates, Volume 3. Page 746, on American Monogamous Species. Other references might be added. We may indeed conclude from what we know of the jealousy of all male quadrupeds, armed, as many of them are, with special weapons for battling with their rivals, that promiscuous intercourse in a state of nature is extremely improbable. The pairing may not last for life, but only for each birth. Yet if the males which are the strongest and best able to defend or otherwise assist their females and young, were to select the more attractive females, this would suffice for sexual selection. Therefore, looking far enough back in the stream of time, and judging from the social habits of man as he now exists, the most probable view is that he aboriginally lived in small communities, each with a single wife, or if powerful with several, whom he jealously guarded against all other men. Or he may not have been a social animal, and yet have lived with several wives, like the gorilla, for all the natives agree that but one adult male is seen in a band. When the young male grows up, a contest takes place for mastery, and the strongest, by killing and driving out the others, establishes himself as the head of the community. 10. Dr. Savage, in Boston Journal of Natural History, Volume 5. 1845-47, page 423. The younger males, being thus expelled and wandering about, would, when at last successful in finding a partner, prevent too close interbreeding within the limits of the same family. Although savages are now extremely licentious, and although communal marriages may formerly have largely prevailed, yet many tribes practice some form of marriage, but of a far more lax nature than that of civilized nations. Polygamy, as just stated, is almost universally followed by the leading men in every tribe. Nevertheless there are tribes, standing almost at the bottom of the scale, which are strictly monogamous. This is the case with the Vedas of Ceylon. They have a saying, according to Sir J. Lubbock, 11. Prehistoric Times, 1869, page 424, that death alone can separate husband and wife. An intelligent Kandyan chief, of course a polygamist, was perfectly scandalized at the utter barbarism of living with only one wife, and never parting until separated by death. It was, he said, just like the Wandero monkeys. Whether savages who now enter into some form of marriage, either polygamous or monogamous, have retained this habit from primeval times, or whether they have returned to some form of marriage. After passing through a stage of promiscuous intercourse, I will not pretend to conjecture. Infanticide. This practice is now very common throughout the world, and there is reason to believe that it prevailed much more extensively during former times. 12. Mr. Mlenin, Primitive Marriage, 1865. See especially on exogamy and infanticide, pages 130, 138, 165. Barbarians find it difficult to support themselves and their children, and it is a simple plan to kill their infants. In South America some tribes, according to Azara, formerly destroyed so many infants of both sexes that they were on the point of extinction. In the Polynesian islands women have been known to kill from 4 or 5, to even 10 of their children. And Ellis could not find a single woman who had not killed at least one. In a village on the eastern frontier of India Colonel McCulloch found not a single female child. Wherever infanticide, 13. Dar. Gerland, Uber das Osterben der Nedervoker, 1868, has collected much information on infanticide, see especially SS 27, 51, 54. Azara, Voyages, etc., Tom. 2, pages 94, 116, enters in detail on the motives. See also Mlenin, Ibid p. 139, for cases in India. In the former reprints of the second edition of this book an incorrect quotation from Sir G. gray was unfortunately given in the above passage and has now been removed from the text. Prevails the struggle for existence will be in so far less severe, and all the members of the tribe will have an almost equally good chance of rearing their few surviving children. In most cases a larger number of female than of male infants are destroyed, for it is obvious that the latter are of more value to the tribe, as they will, when grown up, aid in defending it, and can support themselves. But the trouble experienced by the women in rearing children, their consequent loss of beauty, the higher estimation set on them when few, and their happier fate, are assigned by the women themselves, and by various observers, as additional motives for infanticide. When, owing to female infanticide, the women of a tribe were few, the habit of capturing wives from neighboring tribes would naturally arise. Sir J. Lubbock, however, as we have seen, attributes the practice in chief part to the former existence of communal marriage, and to the men having consequently captured women from other tribes to hold as their sole property. Additional causes might be assigned, such as the communities being very small, in which case, marriageable women would often be deficient. That the habit was most extensively practiced during former times, even by the ancestors of civilized nations, is clearly shown by the preservation of many curious customs and ceremonies, of which Mr. M'Lennan has given an interesting account. In our own marriages the best man seems originally to have been the chief abettor of the bridegroom in the act of capture. Now as long as men habitually procured their wives through violence and craft, they would have been glad to seize on any woman, and would not have selected the more attractive ones. But as soon as the practice of procuring wives from a distinct tribe was effected through barter, as now occurs in many places, the more attractive women would generally have been purchased. The incessant crossing, however, between tribe and tribe, which necessarily follows from any form of this habit, would tend to keep all the people inhabiting the same country nearly uniform in character. And this would interfere with the power of sexual selection in differentiating the tribes. The scarcity of women, consequent on female infanticide, leads, also, to another practice, that of polyandry, still common in several parts of the world, and which formerly, as Mr. M'Lennan believes, prevailed almost universally, but this latter conclusion is doubted by Mr. Morgan and Sir J. Lubbock. 14. Primitive marriage, page 208, Sir J. Lubbock, Origin of Civilization, page 100. See also Mr. Morgan, Locke Cit. On the former prevalence of polyandry. Whenever two or more men are compelled to marry one woman, it is certain that all the women of the tribe will get married, and there will be no selection by the men of the more attractive women. But under these circumstances the women no doubt will have the power of choice, and will prefer the more attractive men. Azara, for instance, describes how carefully a Guana woman bargains for all sorts of privileges, before accepting some one or more husbands, and the men in consequence take unusual care of their personal appearance. So amongst the Todas of India, who practice polyandry, the girls can accept or refuse any man. 15. Azara, Voyages, etc., Tom. 2, pages 92 to 95, Colonel Marshall, Amongst the Todas, page 212. A very ugly man in these cases would perhaps altogether fail in getting a wife, or get one later in life. But the handsomer men, although more successful in obtaining wives, would not, as far as we can see, leave more offspring to inherit their beauty than the less handsome husbands of the same women. Early betrothals and slavery of women. With many savages it is the custom to betroth the females whilst mere infants, and this would effectually prevent preference being exerted on either side according to personal appearance. But it would not prevent the more attractive women from being afterwards stolen or taken by force from their husbands by the more powerful men, and this often happens in Australia, America, and elsewhere. The same consequences with reference to sexual selection would to a certain extent follow, when women are valued almost solely as slaves or beasts of burden, as is the case with many savages. The men, however, at all times would prefer the handsomest slaves according to their standard of beauty. We thus see that several customs prevail with savages which must greatly interfere with, or completely stop, the action of sexual selection. On the other hand, the conditions of life to which savages are exposed, and some of their habits, are favorable to natural selection, and this comes into play at the same time with sexual selection. Savages are known to suffer severely from recurrent famines, they do not increase their food by artificial means, they rarely refrain from marriage. 16. Burchell says, Travels in S. Africa, Volume 2. 1824, p. 58, that among the wild nations of southern Africa, neither men or women ever pass their lives in a state of celibacy. Azara, Voyages dans l'Amérique Maride, Tom. 2, 1809, p. 21, makes precisely the same remark in regard to the wild Indians of South America, and generally marry whilst young. Consequently they must be subjected to occasional hard struggles for existence, and the favored individuals will alone survive. At a very early period, before man attained to his present rank in the scale, many of his conditions would be different from what now obtains amongst savages. Judging from the analogy of the lower animals, he would then either live with a single female, or be a polygamist. The most powerful and able males would succeed best in obtaining attractive females. They would also succeed best in the general struggle for life, and in defending their females, as well as their offspring, from enemies of all kinds. At this early period the ancestors of man would not be sufficiently advanced in intellect to look forward to distant contingencies. They would not foresee that the rearing of all their children, especially their female children, would make the struggle for life severe for the tribe. They would be governed more by their instincts and less by their reason than are savages at the present day. They would not at that period have partially lost one of the strongest of all instincts, common to all the lower animals, namely the love of their young offspring, and consequently they would not have practiced female infanticide. Women would not have been thus rendered scarce, and polyandry would not have been practiced. For hardly any other cause, except the scarcity of women seems sufficient to break down the natural and widely prevalent feeling of jealousy, and the desire of each male to possess a female for himself. Polyandry would be a natural stepping stone to communal marriages or almost promiscuous intercourse, though the best authorities believe that this latter habit preceded polyandry. During primordial times there would be no early betrothals, for this implies foresight. Nor would women be valued merely as useful slaves or beasts of burthen. Both sexes, if the females as well as the males were permitted to exert any choice, would choose their partners not for mental charms, or property, or social position, but almost solely from external appearance. All the adults would marry or pair, and all the offspring, as far as that was possible, would be reared, so that the struggle for existence would be periodically excessively severe. Thus during these times all the conditions for sexual selection would have been more favorable than at a later period, when man had advanced in his intellectual powers but had retrograded in his instincts. Therefore, whatever influence sexual selection may have had in producing the differences between the races of man, and between man and the higher quadrumana, this influence would have been more powerful at a remote period than at the present day. Though probably not yet wholly lost. The manner of action of sexual selection with mankind. With primeval man under the favorable conditions just stated, and with those savages who at the present time enter into any marriage tie, sexual selection has probably acted in the following manner. Subject to greater or less interference from female infanticide, early betrothals, etc. The strongest and most vigorous men those who could best defend and hunt for their families, who were provided with the best weapons and possessed the most property, such as a large number of dogs or other animals, would succeed in rearing a greater average number of offspring than the weaker and poorer members of the same tribes. There can, also, be no doubt that such men would generally be able to select the more attractive women. At present the chiefs of nearly every tribe throughout the world succeed in obtaining more than one wife. I hear from Mr. Mantell that, until recently, almost every girl in New Zealand who was pretty, or promised to be pretty, was tapu to some chief. With the Kaffirs, as Mr. C. Hamilton states, 17. Anthropological Review, January 1870, page 16. The chiefs generally have the pick of the women for many miles round, and are most persevering in establishing or confirming their privilege. We have seen that each race has its own style of beauty, and we know that it is natural to man to admire each characteristic point in his domestic animals, dress, ornaments, and personal appearance, when carried a little beyond the average. If then the several foregoing propositions be admitted, and I cannot see that they are doubtful, it would be an inexplicable circumstance if the selection of the more attractive women by the more powerful men of each tribe, who would rear on an average a greater number of children, did not after the lapse of many generations somewhat modify the character of the tribe. When a foreign breed of our domestic animals is introduced into a new country, or when a native breed is long and carefully attended to either for use or ornament, it is found after several generations to have undergone a greater or less amount of change whenever the means of comparison exist. This follows from unconscious selection during a long series of generations, that is, the preservation of the most approved individuals without any wish or expectation of such a result on the part of the breeder. So again, if during many years two careful breeders rear animals of the same family, and do not compare them together or with a common standard, the animals are found to have become, to the surprise of their owners, slightly different. 18. The Variation of Animals and Plants Under Domestication, Volume 2. Pages 210 to 217. Each breeder has impressed, as von Nathusius well expresses it, the character of his own mind, his own taste and judgment on his animals. What reason, then, can be assigned why similar results should not follow from the long-continued selection of the most admired women by those men of each tribe who were able to rear the greatest number of children? This would be unconscious selection, for an effect would be produced, independently of any wish or expectation on the part of the men who preferred certain women to others. Let us suppose the members of a tribe, practicing some form of marriage, to spread over an unoccupied continent. They would soon split up into distinct hordes, separated from each other by various barriers, and still more effectually by the incessant wars between all barbarous nations. The hordes would thus be exposed to slightly different conditions and habits of life, and would sooner or later come to differ in some small degree. As soon as this occurred, each isolated tribe would form for itself a slightly different standard of beauty. 19. An ingenious writer argues, from a comparison of the pictures of Raphael, Rubens, and modern French artists, that the idea of beauty is not absolutely the same even throughout Europe. See the Lives of Haydn and Mozart, by Bombet, otherwise M. Bale, English translation, page 278. And then unconscious selection would come into action through the more powerful and leading men preferring certain women to others. Thus the differences between the tribes, at first very slight, would gradually and inevitably be more or less increased. With animals in a state of nature, many characters proper to the males, such as size, strength, special weapons, courage and pugnacity, have been acquired through the law of battle. The semi-human progenitors of man, like their allies the quadrumana, will almost certainly have been thus modified. And, as savages still fight for the possession of their women, a similar process of selection has probably gone on in a greater or less degree to the present day. Other characters proper to the males of the lower animals, such as bright colors and various ornaments, have been acquired by the more attractive males having been preferred by the females. There are, however, exceptional cases in which the males are the selectors, instead of having been the selected. We recognize such cases by the females being more highly ornamented than the males, their ornamental characters having been transmitted exclusively or chiefly to their female offspring. One such case has been described in the order to which man belongs, that of the rhesus monkey. Man is more powerful in body and mind than woman, and in the savage state he keeps her in a far more abject state of bondage than does the male of any other animal, therefore it is not surprising that he should have gained the power of selection. Women are everywhere conscious of the value of their own beauty, and when they have the means, they take more delight in decorating themselves with all sorts of ornaments than do men. They borrow the plumes of male birds, with which nature has decked this sex, in order to charm the females. As women have long been selected for beauty, it is not surprising that some of their successive variations should have been transmitted exclusively to the same sex. Consequently that they should have transmitted beauty in a somewhat higher degree to their female than to their male offspring, and thus have become more beautiful, according to general opinion, than men. Women, however, certainly transmit most of their characters, including some beauty, to their offspring of both sexes. So that the continued preference by the men of each race for the more attractive women, according to their standard of taste, will have tended to modify in the same manner all the individuals of both sexes belonging to the race. With respect to the other form of sexual selection, which with the lower animals is much the more common, namely, when the females are the selectors, and accept only those males which excite or charm them most. We have reason to believe that it formerly acted on our progenitors. Man in all probability owes his beard, and perhaps some other characters, to inheritance from an ancient progenitor who thus gained his ornaments. But this form of selection may have occasionally acted during later times. For in utterly barbarous tribes the women have more power in choosing, rejecting, and tempting their lovers, or of afterwards changing their husbands, than might have been expected. As this is a point of some importance, I will give in detail such evidence as I have been able to collect. Hearn describes how a woman in one of the tribes of Arctic America repeatedly ran away from her husband and joined her lover. And with the Chiruas of America, according to Azara, divorce is quite optional. Amongst the Abipones, a man on choosing a wife bargains with the parents about the price. But, it frequently happens that the girl rescinds what has been agreed upon between the parents and the bridegroom, obstinately rejecting the very mention of marriage. She often runs away, hides herself, and thus eludes the bridegroom. Captain Musters, who lived with the Patagonians, says that their marriages are always settled by inclination. If the parents make a match contrary to the daughter's will, she refuses and is never compelled to comply. In Tierra del Fuego a young man first obtains the consent of the parents by doing them some service, and then he attempts to carry off the girl. But if she is unwilling, she hides herself in the woods until her admirer is heartily tired of looking for her, and gives up the pursuit, but this seldom happens. In the Fiji Islands the man seizes on the woman whom he wishes for his wife by actual or pretended force, but, on reaching the home of her abductor, should she not approve of the match, she runs to someone who can protect her. If, however, she is satisfied, the matter is settled forthwith. With the Kalmucks there is a regular race between the bride and bridegroom, the former having a fair start. And Clark was assured that no instance occurs of a girl being caught, unless she has a partiality to the pursuer. Amongst the wild tribes of the Malay archipelago there is also a racing match, and it appears from M. Burian's account, as Sir J. Lubbock remarks, that the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, but to the young man who has the good fortune to please his intended bride. A similar custom, with the same result, prevails with the Koraks of north-eastern Asia. Turning to Africa, the Kaffirs by their wives and girls are severely beaten by their fathers if they will not accept a chosen husband. But it is manifest from many facts given by the Reverend Mr. Shooter, that they have considerable power of choice. Thus very ugly, though rich men, have been known to fail in getting wives. The girls, before consenting to be betrothed, compel the men to shoe themselves off first in front and then behind, and exhibit their paces. They have been known to propose to a man, and they not rarely run away with a favored lover. So again, Mr. Leslie, who was intimately acquainted with the Kaffirs, says, it is a mistake to imagine that a girl is sold by her father in the same manner, and with the same authority, with which he would dispose of a cow. Amongst the degraded bushmen of Africa, when a girl has grown up to womanhood without having been betrothed, which, however, does not often happen, her lover must gain her approbation, as well as that of the parents. 20. Azara, Voyages, etc. Tom. 2, page 23. Dobrizoffer, An Account of the Abipones, Volume 2. 1822, page 207. Captain Musters, in Proc. Arc Geograph. SOC Volume 15. Page 47. Williams on the Fiji Islanders, as quoted by Lubbock, Origin of Civilization, 1870, page 79. On the Fuegians, King and Fitzroy, Voyages of the Adventure, and Beagle, Volume 2. 1839, page 182. On the Kalmucks, quoted by Mlenin, Primitive Marriage, 1865, page 32. On the Malays, Lubbock, Ibid, page 76. The Reverend J. Shooter, on the Kaffirs of Natal, 1857, pages 52 to 60. Mr. D. Leslie, Kaffir Character and Customs, 1871, page 4. On the Bushmen, Burchell, Travels in S. Africa, 2. 1824, page 59. On the Corax by McKinnon, as quoted by Mr. Wake, in Anthropologia, October 1873, page 75. Mr. Winwood Reade made inquiries for me with respect to the Negroes of Western Africa, and he informs me that, the women, at least among the more intelligent pagan tribes, have no difficulty in getting the husbands whom they may desire. Although it is considered unwomanly to ask a man to marry them, they are quite capable of falling in love, and of forming tender, passionate, and faithful attachments. Additional cases could be given. We thus see that with savages the women are not in quite so abject a state in relation to marriage as has often been supposed. They can tempt the men whom they prefer, and can sometimes reject those whom they dislike, either before or after marriage. Preference on the part of the women, steadily acting in any one direction, would ultimately affect the character of the tribe. For the women would generally choose not merely the handsomest men, according to their standard of taste, but those who were at the same time best able to defend and support them. Such well-endowed pairs would commonly rear a larger number of offspring than the less favored. The same result would obviously follow in a still more marked manner if there was selection on both sides. That is, if the more attractive, and at the same time more powerful men were to prefer, and were preferred by, the more attractive women. And this double form of selection seems actually to have occurred, especially during the earlier periods of our long history. We will now examine a little more closely some of the characters which distinguish the several races of man from one another and from the lower animals, namely, the greater or less deficiency of hair on the body, and the color of the skin. We need say nothing about the great diversity in the shape of the features and of the skull between the different races, as we have seen in the last chapter how different is the standard of beauty in these respects. These characters will therefore probably have been acted on through sexual selection, but we have no means of judging whether they have been acted on chiefly from the male or female side. The musical faculties of man have likewise been already discussed. Absence of hair on the body, and its development on the face and head. From the presence of the woolly hair or lanugo on the human fetus, and of rudimentary hairs scattered over the body during maturity, we may infer that man is descended from some animal which was born hairy and remained so during life. The loss of hair is an inconvenience and probably an injury to man, even in a hot climate, for he is thus exposed to the scorching of the sun, and to sudden chills, especially during wet weather. As Mr. Wallace remarks, the natives in all countries are glad to protect their naked backs and shoulders with some slight covering. No one supposes that the nakedness of the skin is any direct advantage to man. His body therefore cannot have been divested of hair through natural selection. 21. Contributions to the Theory of Natural Selection, 1870, page 346. Mr. Wallace believes, p. 350, that some intelligent power has guided or determined the development of man, and he considers the hairless condition of the skin as coming under this head. The Reverend T.R. Stebbing, in commenting on this view, Transactions of Devonshire Association for Science, 1870, remarks, that had Mr. Wallace employed his usual ingenuity on the question of man's hairless skin, he might have seen the possibility of its selection through its superior beauty or the health attaching to superior cleanliness. Nor, as shown in a former chapter, have we any evidence that this can be due to the direct action of climate, or that it is the result of correlated development. The absence of hair on the body is to a certain extent a secondary sexual character. For in all parts of the world women are less hairy than men. Therefore we may reasonably suspect that this character has been gained through sexual selection. We know that the faces of several species of monkeys, and large surfaces at the posterior end of the body of other species, have been denuded of hair. And this we may safely attribute to sexual selection, for these surfaces are not only vividly colored, but sometimes, as with the male mandrill and female rhesus, much more vividly in the one sex than in the other. Especially during the breeding season. I am informed by Mr. Bartlett that, as these animals gradually reach maturity, the naked surfaces grow larger compared with the size of their bodies. The hair, however, appears to have been removed, not for the sake of nudity, but that the color of the skin may be more fully displayed. So again with many birds, it appears as if the head and neck had been divested of feathers through sexual selection, to exhibit the brightly colored skin. As the body in woman is less hairy than in man, and as this character is common to all races, we may conclude that it was our female semi-human ancestors who were first divested of hair. And that this occurred at an extremely remote period before the several races had diverged from a common stock. Whilst our female ancestors were gradually acquiring this new character of nudity, they must have transmitted it almost equally to their offspring of both sexes whilst young. So that its transmission, as with the ornaments of many mammals and birds, has not been limited either by sex or age. There is nothing surprising in a partial loss of hair having been esteemed as an ornament by our ape-like progenitors, for we have seen that innumerable strange characters have been thus esteemed by animals of all kinds, and have consequently been gained through sexual selection. Nor is it surprising that a slightly injurious character should have been thus acquired, for we know that this is the case with the plumes of certain birds, and with the horns of certain stags. The females of some of the anthropoid apes, as stated in a former chapter, are somewhat less hairy on the under surface than the males, and here we have what might have afforded a commencement for the process of denudation. With respect to the completion of the process through sexual selection, it is well to bear in mind the New Zealand proverb, "There is no woman for a hairy man." All who have seen photographs of the Siamese hairy family will admit how ludicrously hideous is the opposite extreme of excessive hairiness. And the king of Siam had to bribe a man to marry the first hairy woman in the family. And she transmitted this character to her young offspring of both sexes. 22. The Variation of Animals and Plants Under Domestication, Volume 2. 1868, page 237. Some races are much more hairy than others, especially the males. But it must not be assumed that the more hairy races, such as the European, have retained their primordial condition more completely than the naked races, such as the Kalmucks or Americans. It is more probable that the hairiness of the former is due to partial reversion, for characters which have been at some former period long inherited are always apt to return. We have seen that idiots are often very hairy, and they are apt to revert in other characters to a lower animal type. It does not appear that a cold climate has been influential in leading to this kind of reversion. Excepting perhaps with the Negroes, who have been reared during several generations in the United States. 23. Investigations into Military and Anthropological Statistics of American Soldiers, by B. A. Gould, 1869, p. 568, observations were carefully made on the hairiness of 2,129 black and colored soldiers, whilst they were bathing. And by looking to the published table, it is manifest at a glance that there is but little, if any, difference between the white and the black races in this respect. It is, however, certain that Negroes in their native and much hotter land of Africa, have remarkably smooth bodies. It should be particularly observed, that both pure blacks and mulattoes were included in the above enumeration. And this is an unfortunate circumstance, as in accordance with a principle, the truth of which I have elsewhere proved, crossed races of man would be eminently liable to revert to the primordial hairy character of their early ape-like progenitors. And possibly with the Ainos, who inhabit the northern islands of the Japan archipelago. But the laws of inheritance are so complex that we can seldom understand their action. If the greater hairiness of certain races be the result of reversion, unchecked by any form of selection, its extreme variability, even within the limits of the same race, ceases to be remarkable. 24. Hardly any view advanced in this work has met with so much disfavor. See for instance, Sprengel, Die Fortschritt des Darwinismus, 1874, page 80, as the above explanation of the loss of hair in mankind through sexual selection. But none of the opposed arguments seem to me of much weight, in comparison with the facts showing that the nudity of the skin is to a certain extent a secondary sexual character in man and in some of the quadrumana. With respect to the beard in man, if we turn to our best guide, the quadrumana, we find beards equally developed in both sexes of many species, but in some either confined to the males, or more developed in them than in the females. From this fact and from the curious arrangement, as well as the bright colors of the hair about the heads of many monkeys, it is highly probable, as before explained, that the males first acquired their beards through sexual selection as an ornament, transmitting them in most cases, equally or nearly so, to their offspring of both sexes. We know from Eschricht, 25. Über die Richtung der Haar am menschlichen Körper, in Muller's Archiv. Für Not, und Phys. 1837, s. 40. That with mankind the female as well as the male fetus is furnished with much hair on the face, especially round the mouth, and this indicates that we are descended from progenitors of whom both sexes were bearded. It appears therefore at first sight probable that man has retained his beard from a very early period, whilst woman lost her beard at the same time that her body became almost completely divested of hair. Even the color of our beards seems to have been inherited from an ape-like progenitor, for when there is any difference in tint between the hair of the head and the beard, the latter is lighter colored in all monkeys and in man. In those quadrumana in which the male has a larger beard than that of the female, it is fully developed only at maturity, just as with mankind, and it is possible that only the later stages of development have been retained by man. In opposition to this view of the retention of the beard from an early period is the fact of its great variability in different races, and even within the same race. For this indicates reversion, long-lost characters being very apt to vary on reappearance. Nor must we overlook the part which sexual selection may have played in later times. For we know that with savages the men of the beardless races take infinite pains in eradicating every hair from their faces as something odious, whilst the men of the bearded races feel the greatest pride in their beards. The women, no doubt, participate in these feelings, and if so sexual selection can hardly have failed to have effected something in the course of later times. It is also possible that the long-continued habit of eradicating the hair may have produced an inherited effect. Dr. Brown-Sequard has shown that if certain animals are operated on in a particular manner, their offspring are affected. Further evidence could be given of the inheritance of the effects of mutilations, but a fact lately ascertained by Mr. Salvin, 26. On the tail feathers of motmets, Proceedings of the Zoological Society, 1873, page 429. Has a more direct bearing on the present question, for he has shown that the motmets, which are known habitually to bite off the barbs of the two central tail feathers, have the barbs of these feathers naturally somewhat reduced. 27. Mr. Sproat has suggested, Scenes and Studies of Savage Life, 1868, page 25, this same view. Some distinguished ethnologists, amongst others M. Doss of Geneva, believe that artificial modifications of the skull tend to be inherited. Nevertheless, with mankind the habit of eradicating the beard and the hairs on the body would probably not have arisen until these had already become by some means reduced. It is difficult to form any judgment as to how the hair on the head became developed to its present great length in many races. Eschricht, 28. Über die Richtung, Ibid s. 40. States that in the human fetus the hair on the face during the 5th month is longer than that on the head, and this indicates that our semi-human progenitors were not furnished with long tresses, which must therefore have been a late acquisition. This is likewise indicated by the extraordinary difference in the length of the hair in the different races. In the Negro the hair forms a mere curly mat. With us it is of great length, and with the American natives it not rarely reaches to the ground. Some species of Semnopithecus have their heads covered with moderately long hair, and this probably serves as an ornament and was acquired through sexual selection. The same view may perhaps be extended to mankind, for we know that long tresses are now and were formerly much admired, as may be observed in the works of almost every poet. St. Paul says, if a woman have long hair, it is a glory to her. And we have seen that in North America a chief was elected solely from the length of his hair. Color of the skin. The best kind of evidence that in man the color of the skin has been modified through sexual selection is scanty. For in most races the sexes do not differ in this respect, and only slightly, as we have seen, in others. We know, however, from the many facts already given that the color of the skin is regarded by the men of all races as a highly important element in their beauty. So that it is a character which would be likely to have been modified through selection, as has occurred in innumerable instances with the lower animals. It seems at first sight a monstrous supposition that the jet blackness of the Negro should have been gained through sexual selection, but this view is supported by various analogies, and we know that Negroes admire their own color. With mammals, when the sexes differ in color, the male is often black or much darker than the female, and it depends merely on the form of inheritance whether this or any other tint is transmitted to both sexes or to one alone. The resemblance to a Negro in miniature of Pithecia satanas with his jet black skin, white rolling eyeballs, and hair parted on the top of the head, is almost ludicrous. The color of the face differs much more widely in the various kinds of monkeys than it does in the races of man. And we have some reason to believe that the red, blue, orange, almost white and black tints of their skin, even when common to both sexes, as well as the bright colors of their fur, and the ornamental tufts about the head, have all been acquired through sexual selection. As the order of development during growth, generally indicates the order in which the characters of a species have been developed and modified during previous generations. And as the newly born infants of the various races of man do not differ nearly as much in color as do the adults, although their bodies are as completely destitute of hair. We have some slight evidence that the tints of the different races were acquired at a period subsequent to the removal of the hair, which must have occurred at a very early period in the history of man. Summary. We may conclude that the greater size, strength, courage, pugnacity, and energy of man, in comparison with woman, were acquired during primeval times, and have subsequently been augmented, chiefly through the contests of rival males for the possession of the females. The greater intellectual vigor and power of invention in man is probably due to natural selection, combined with the inherited effects of habit. For the most able men will have succeeded best in defending and providing for themselves and for their wives and offspring. As far as the extreme intricacy of the subject permits us to judge, it appears that our male ape-like progenitors acquired their beards as an ornament to charm or excite the opposite sex, and transmitted them only to their male offspring. The females apparently first had their bodies denuded of hair, also as a sexual ornament, but they transmitted this character almost equally to both sexes. It is not improbable that the females were modified in other respects for the same purpose and by the same means, so that women have acquired sweeter voices and become more beautiful than men. It deserves attention that with mankind the conditions were in many respects much more favorable for sexual selection, during a very early period, when man had only just attained to the rank of manhood, than during later times. For he would then, as we may safely conclude, have been guided more by his instinctive passions, and less by foresight or reason. He would have jealously guarded his wife or wives. He would not have practiced infanticide, nor valued his wives merely as useful slaves, nor have been betrothed to them during infancy. Hence we may infer that the races of men were differentiated, as far as sexual selection is concerned, in chief part at a very remote epoch. And this conclusion throws light on the remarkable fact that at the most ancient period, of which we have not as yet any record, the races of man had already come to differ nearly or quite as much as they do at the present day. The views here advanced, on the part which sexual selection has played in the history of man, want scientific precision. He who does not admit this agency in the case of the lower animals, will disregard all that I have written in the later chapters on man. We cannot positively say that this character, but not that, has been thus modified. It has, however, been shown that the races of man differ from each other and from their nearest allies, in certain characters which are of no service to them in their daily habits of life, and which it is extremely probable would have been modified through sexual selection. We have seen that with the lowest savages the people of each tribe admire their own characteristic qualities: the shape of the head and face, the squareness of the cheek bones, the prominence or depression of the nose, the color of the skin, the length of the hair on the head, the absence of hair on the face and body, or the presence of a great beard, and so forth. Hence these and other such points could hardly fail to be slowly and gradually exaggerated, from the more powerful and able men in each tribe, who would succeed in rearing the largest number of offspring. Having selected during many generations for their wives the most strongly characterized and therefore most attractive women. For my own part, one conclude that of all the causes which have led to the differences in external appearance between the races of man, and to a certain extent between man and the lower animals, sexual selection has been the most efficient. Chapter 21. General Summary and Conclusion. Main conclusion: that man is descended from some lower form. Manner of development: genealogy of man, intellectual and moral faculties, sexual selection. Concluding remarks. A brief summary will be sufficient to recall to the reader's mind the more salient points in this work. Many of the views which have been advanced are highly speculative, and some no doubt will prove erroneous. But I have in every case given the reasons which have led me to one view rather than to another. It seemed worth while to try how far the principle of evolution would throw light on some of the more complex problems in the natural history of man. False facts are highly injurious to the progress of science, for they often endure long. But false views, if supported by some evidence, do little harm, for every one takes a salutary pleasure in proving their falseness, and when this is done, one path towards error is closed and the road to truth is often at the same time opened. The main conclusion here arrived at, and now held by many naturalists who are well competent to form a sound judgment, is that man is descended from some less highly organized form. The grounds upon which this conclusion rests will never be shaken, for the close similarity between man and the lower animals in embryonic development, as well as in innumerable points of structure and constitution. Both of high and of the most trifling importance, the rudiments which he retains, and the abnormal reversions to which he is occasionally liable, are facts which cannot be disputed. They have long been known, but until recently they told us nothing with respect to the origin of man. Now, when viewed by the light of our knowledge of the whole organic world, their meaning is unmistakable. The great principle of evolution stands up clear and firm, when these groups or facts are considered in connection with others, such as the mutual affinities of the members of the same group, their geographical distribution in past and present times, and their geological succession. It is incredible that all these facts should speak falsely. He who is not content to look, like a savage, at the phenomena of nature as disconnected, cannot any longer believe that man is the work of a separate act of creation. He will be forced to admit that the close resemblance of the embryo of man to that, for instance, of a dog, the construction of his skull, limbs and whole frame on the same plan with that of other mammals, independently of the uses to which the parts may be put, the occasional reappearance of various structures, for instance of several muscles, which man does not normally possess, but which are common to the quadrumana, and a crowd of analogous facts all point in the plainest manner to the conclusion that man is the co-descendant with other mammals of a common progenitor. We have seen that man incessantly presents individual differences in all parts of his body and in his mental faculties. These differences or variations seem to be induced by the same general causes, and to obey the same laws as with the lower animals. In both cases similar laws of inheritance prevail. Man tends to increase at a greater rate than his means of subsistence, consequently he is occasionally subjected to a severe struggle for existence, and natural selection will have effected whatever lies within its scope. A succession of strongly marked variations of a similar nature is by no means requisite. Slight fluctuating differences in the individual suffice for the work of natural selection. Not that we have any reason to suppose that in the same species, all parts of the organization tend to vary to the same degree. We may feel assured that the inherited effects of the long-continued use or disuse of parts will have done much in the same direction with natural selection. Modifications formerly of importance, though no longer of any special use, are long inherited. When one part is modified, other parts change through the principle of correlation, of which we have instances in many curious cases of correlated monstrosities. Something may be attributed to the direct and definite action of the surrounding conditions of life, such as abundant food, heat or moisture. And lastly, many characters of slight physiological importance, some indeed of considerable importance, have been gained through sexual selection. No doubt man, as well as every other animal, presents structures, which seem to our limited knowledge, not to be now of any service to him, nor to have been so formerly either for the general conditions of life, or in the relations of one sex to the other. Such structures cannot be accounted for by any form of selection, or by the inherited effects of the use and disuse of parts. We know, however, that many strange and strongly marked peculiarities of structure occasionally appear in our domesticated productions, and if their unknown causes were to act more uniformly, they would probably become common to all the individuals of the species. We may hope hereafter to understand something about the causes of such occasional modifications, especially through the study of monstrosities, hence the labors of experimentalists, such as those of M. Camille d'Arrest, are full of promise for the future. In general we can only say that the cause of each slight variation and of each monstrosity lies much more in the constitution of the organism, than in the nature of the surrounding conditions. Though new and changed conditions certainly play an important part in exciting organic changes of many kinds. Through the means just specified, aided perhaps by others as yet undiscovered, man has been raised to his present state. But since he attained to the rank of manhood, he has diverged into distinct races, or as they may be more fitly called, subspecies. Some of these, such as the Negro and European, are so distinct that, if specimens had been brought to a naturalist without any further information, they would undoubtedly have been considered by him as good and true species. Nevertheless all the races agree in so many unimportant details of structure and in so many mental peculiarities that these can be accounted for only by inheritance from a common progenitor. And a progenitor thus characterized would probably deserve to rank as man. It must not be supposed that the divergence of each race from the other races, and of all from a common stock, can be traced back to any one pair of progenitors. On the contrary, at every stage in the process of modification, all the individuals which were in any way better fitted for their conditions of life, though in different degrees, would have survived in greater numbers than the less well fitted. The process would have been like that followed by man, when he does not intentionally select particular individuals, but breeds from all the superior individuals, and neglects the inferior. He thus slowly but surely modifies his stock, and unconsciously forms a new strain. So with respect to modifications acquired independently of selection, and due to variations arising from the nature of the organism and the action of the surrounding conditions, or from changed habits of life, no single pair will have been modified much more than the other pairs inhabiting the same country, for all will have been continually blended through free intercrossing. By considering the embryological structure of man, the homologies which he presents with the lower animals, the rudiments which he retains and the reversions to which he is liable, we can partly recall in imagination the former condition of our early progenitors, and can approximately place them in their proper place in the zoological series. We thus learn that man is descended from a hairy-tailed quadruped, probably arboreal in its habits, and an inhabitant of the Old World. This creature, if its whole structure had been examined by a naturalist, would have been classed amongst the quadrumana, as surely as the still more ancient progenitor of the Old and New World monkeys. The quadrumana and all the higher mammals are probably derived from an ancient marsupial animal, and this through a long line of diversified forms, from some amphibian-like creature, and this again from some fish-like animal. In the dim obscurity of the past we can see that the early progenitor of all the vertebrata must have been an aquatic animal, provided with bronchi, with the two sexes united in the same individual, and with the most important organs of the body, such as the brain and heart, imperfectly or not at all developed. This animal seems to have been more like the larvae of the existing marine ascidians than any other known form. The high standard of our intellectual powers and moral disposition is the greatest difficulty which presents itself, after we have been driven to this conclusion on the origin of man. But everyone who admits the principle of evolution, must see that the mental powers of the higher animals, which are the same in kind with those of man, though so different in degree, are capable of advancement. Thus the interval between the mental powers of one of the higher apes and of a fish, or between those of an ant and scale insect, is immense, yet their development does not offer any special difficulty. For with our domesticated animals, the mental faculties are certainly variable, and the variations are inherited. No one doubts that they are of the utmost importance to animals in a state of nature. Therefore the conditions are favorable for their development through natural selection. The same conclusion may be extended to man. The intellect must have been all-important to him, even at a very remote period, as enabling him to invent and use language, to make weapons, tools, traps, etc. Whereby with the aid of his social habits, he long ago became the most dominant of all living creatures. A great stride in the development of the intellect will have followed, as soon as the half-art and half-instinct of language came into use. For the continued use of language will have reacted on the brain and produced an inherited effect, and this again will have reacted on the improvement of language. As Mr. Chauncey Wright, 1. On the Limits of Natural Selection, in the North American Review, October 1870, page 295. Has well remarked, the largeness of the brain in man relatively to his body, compared with the lower animals, may be attributed in chief part to the early use of some simple form of language. That wonderful engine which affixes signs to all sorts of objects and qualities, and excites trains of thought which would never arise from the mere impression of the senses, or if they did arise could not be followed out. The higher intellectual powers of man, such as those of ratiocination, abstraction, self-consciousness, etc., probably follow from the continued improvement and exercise of the other mental faculties. The development of the moral qualities is a more interesting problem. The foundation lies in the social instincts, including under this term the family ties. These instincts are highly complex, and in the case of the lower animals give special tendencies towards certain definite actions, but the more important elements are love, and the distinct emotion of sympathy. Animals endowed with the social instincts take pleasure in one another's company, warn one another of danger, defend and aid one another in many ways. These instincts do not extend to all the individuals of the species, but only to those of the same community. As they are highly beneficial to the species, they have in all probability been acquired through natural selection. A moral being is one who is capable of reflecting on his past actions and their motives of approving of some and disapproving of others. And the fact that man is the one being who certainly deserves this designation, is the greatest of all distinctions between him and the lower animals. But in the fourth chapter one have endeavored to shew that the moral sense follows, firstly, from the enduring and ever-present nature of the social instincts, secondly, from man's appreciation of the approbation and disapprobation of his fellows, and thirdly, from the high activity of his mental faculties, with past impressions extremely vivid, and in these latter respects he differs from the lower animals. Owing to this condition of mind, man cannot avoid looking both backwards and forwards, and comparing past impressions. Hence after some temporary desire or passion has mastered his social instincts, he reflects and compares the now weakened impression of such past impulses with the ever-present social instincts. And he then feels that sense of dissatisfaction which all unsatisfied instincts leave behind them, he therefore resolves to act differently for the future, and this is conscience. Any instinct, permanently stronger or more enduring than another, gives rise to a feeling which we express by saying that it ought to be obeyed. A pointer dog, if able to reflect on his past conduct, would say to himself, I ought, as indeed we say of him, to have pointed at that hare and not have yielded to the passing temptation of hunting it. Social animals are impelled partly by a wish to aid the members of their community in a general manner, but more commonly to perform certain definite actions. Man is impelled by the same general wish to aid his fellows, but has few or no special instincts. He differs also from the lower animals in the power of expressing his desires by words, which thus become a guide to the aid required and bestowed. The motive to give aid is likewise much modified in man, it no longer consists solely of a blind instinctive impulse, but is much influenced by the praise or blame of his fellows. The appreciation and the bestowal of praise and blame both rest on sympathy, and this emotion, as we have seen, is one of the most important elements of the social instincts. Sympathy, though gained as an instinct, is also much strengthened by exercise or habit. As all men desire their own happiness, praise or blame is bestowed on actions and motives, according as they lead to this end. And as happiness is an essential part of the general good, the greatest happiness principle indirectly serves as a nearly safe standard of right and wrong. As the reasoning powers advance and experience is gained, the remoter effects of certain lines of conduct on the character of the individual, and on the general good, are perceived. And then the self-regarding virtues come within the scope of public opinion, and receive praise, and their opposites blame. But with the less civilized nations reason often errs, and many bad customs and base superstitions come within the same scope, and are then esteemed as high virtues, and their breach as heavy crimes. The moral faculties are generally and justly esteemed as of higher value than the intellectual powers. But we should bear in mind that the activity of the mind in vividly recalling past impressions is one of the fundamental though secondary bases of conscience. This affords the strongest argument for educating and stimulating in all possible ways the intellectual faculties of every human being. No doubt a man with a torpid mind, if his social affections and sympathies are well developed, will be led to good actions, and may have a fairly sensitive conscience. But whatever renders the imagination more vivid and strengthens the habit of recalling and comparing past impressions, will make the conscience more sensitive, and may even somewhat compensate for weak social affections and sympathies. The moral nature of man has reached its present standard, partly through the advancement of his reasoning powers and consequently of a just public opinion. But especially from his sympathies having been rendered more tender and widely diffused through the effects of habit, example, instruction, and reflection. It is not improbable that after long practice virtuous tendencies may be inherited. With the more civilized races, the conviction of the existence of an all-seeing deity has had a potent influence on the advance of morality. Ultimately man does not accept the praise or blame of his fellows as his sole guide, though few escape this influence, but his habitual convictions, controlled by reason, afford him the safest rule. His conscience then becomes the supreme judge and monitor. Nevertheless, the first foundation or origin of the moral sense lies in the social instincts, including sympathy. And these instincts no doubt were primarily gained, as in the case of the lower animals, through natural selection. The belief in God has often been advanced as not only the greatest, but the most complete of all the distinctions between man and the lower animals. It is however impossible, as we have seen, to maintain that this belief is innate or instinctive in man. On the other hand, a belief in all-pervading spiritual agencies seems to be universal, and apparently follows from a considerable advance in man's reason, and from a still greater advance in his faculties of imagination, curiosity and wonder. I am aware that the assumed instinctive belief in God has been used by many persons as an argument for his existence. But this is a rash argument, as we should thus be compelled to believe in the existence of many cruel and malignant spirits, only a little more powerful than man, for the belief in them is far more general than in a beneficent deity. The idea of a universal and beneficent creator does not seem to arise in the mind of man, until he has been elevated by long-continued culture. He who believes in the advancement of man from some low organized form, will naturally ask how does this bear on the belief in the immortality of the soul. The barbarous races of man, as Sir J. Lubbock has shown, possess no clear belief of this kind, but arguments derived from the primeval beliefs of savages are, as we have just seen, of little or no avail. Few persons feel any anxiety from the impossibility of determining at what precise period in the development of the individual, from the first trace of a minute germinal vesicle, man becomes an immortal being. And there is no greater cause for anxiety because the period cannot possibly be determined in the gradually ascending organic scale. 2. The Reverend J. A. Picton gives a discussion to this effect in his New Theories and the Old Faith, 1870. I am aware that the conclusions arrived at in this work will be denounced by some as highly irreligious. But he who denounces them is bound to shew why it is more irreligious to explain the origin of man as a distinct species by descent from some lower form, through the laws of variation and natural selection, than to explain the birth of the individual through the laws of ordinary reproduction. The birth both of the species and of the individual are equally parts of that grand sequence of events, which our minds refuse to accept as the result of blind chance. The understanding revolts at such a conclusion, whether or not we are able to believe that every slight variation of structure, the union of each pair in marriage, the dissemination of each seed and other such events, have all been ordained for some special purpose. Sexual selection has been treated at great length in this work, for, as I have attempted to shew, it has played an important part in the history of the organic world. I am aware that much remains doubtful, but I have endeavored to give a fair view of the whole case. In the lower divisions of the animal kingdom, sexual selection seems to have done nothing. Such animals are often affixed for life to the same spot, or have the sexes combined in the same individual, or what is still more important, their perceptive and intellectual faculties are not sufficiently advanced to allow of the feelings of love and jealousy, or of the exertion of choice. When, however, we come to the arthropoda and vertebrata, even to the lowest classes in these two great subkingdoms, sexual selection has effected much. In the several great classes of the animal kingdom in mammals, birds, reptiles, fishes, insects, and even crustaceans, the differences between the sexes follow nearly the same rules. The males are almost always the wooers, and they alone are armed with special weapons for fighting with their rivals. They are generally stronger and larger than the females, and are endowed with the requisite qualities of courage and pugnacity. They are provided, either exclusively or in a much higher degree than the females, with organs for vocal or instrumental music, and with odoriferous glands. They are ornamented with infinitely diversified appendages, and with the most brilliant or conspicuous colors, often arranged in elegant patterns, whilst the females are unadorned. When the sexes differ in more important structures, it is the male which is provided with special sense organs for discovering the female, with locomotive organs for reaching her, and often with prehensile organs for holding her. These various structures for charming or securing the female are often developed in the male during only part of the year, namely the breeding season. They have in many cases been more or less transferred to the females, and in the latter case they often appear in her as mere rudiments. They are lost or never gained by the males after emasculation. Generally they are not developed in the male during early youth, but appear a short time before the age for reproduction. Hence in most cases the young of both sexes resemble each other, and the female somewhat resembles her young offspring throughout life. In almost every great class a few anomalous cases occur, where there has been an almost complete transposition of the characters proper to the two sexes, the females assuming characters which properly belong to the males. This surprising uniformity in the laws regulating the differences between the sexes in so many and such widely separated classes, is intelligible if we admit the action of one common cause, namely sexual selection. Sexual selection depends on the success of certain individuals over others of the same sex, in relation to the propagation of the species, whilst natural selection depends on the success of both sexes, at all ages, in relation to the general conditions of life. The sexual struggle is of two kinds. In the one it is between individuals of the same sex, generally the males, in order to drive away or kill their rivals, the females remaining passive. Whilst in the other, the struggle is likewise between the individuals of the same sex, in order to excite or charm those of the opposite sex, generally the females, which no longer remain passive, but select the more agreeable partners. This latter kind of selection is closely analogous to that which man unintentionally, yet effectually, brings to bear on his domesticated productions, when he preserves during a long period the most pleasing or useful individuals, without any wish to modify the breed. The laws of inheritance determine whether characters gained through sexual selection by either sex shall be transmitted to the same sex, or to both, as well as the age at which they shall be developed. It appears that variations arising late in life are commonly transmitted to one and the same sex. Variability is the necessary basis for the action of selection, and is wholly independent of it. It follows from this, that variations of the same general nature have often been taken advantage of and accumulated through sexual selection in relation to the propagation of the species, as well as through natural selection in relation to the general purposes of life. Hence secondary sexual characters, when equally transmitted to both sexes, can be distinguished from ordinary specific characters only by the light of analogy. The modifications acquired through sexual selection are often so strongly pronounced that the two sexes have frequently been ranked as distinct species, or even as distinct genera. Such strongly marked differences must be in some manner highly important, and we know that they have been acquired in some instances at the cost not only of inconvenience, but of exposure to actual danger. The belief in the power of sexual selection rests chiefly on the following considerations. Certain characters are confined to one sex, and this alone renders it probable that in most cases they are connected with the act of reproduction. In innumerable instances these characters are fully developed only at maturity, and often during only a part of the year, which is always the breeding season. The males, passing over a few exceptional cases, are the more active in courtship. They are the better armed, and are rendered the more attractive in various ways. It is to be especially observed that the males display their attractions with elaborate care in the presence of the females, and that they rarely or never display them excepting during the season of love. It is incredible that all this should be purposeless. Lastly, we have distinct evidence with some quadrupeds and birds, that the individuals of one sex are capable of feeling a strong antipathy or preference for certain individuals of the other sex. Bearing in mind these facts, and the marked results of man's unconscious selection, when applied to domesticated animals and cultivated plants, it seems to me almost certain that if the individuals of one sex were during a long series of generations to prefer pairing with certain individuals of the other sex, characterized in some peculiar manner, the offspring would slowly but surely become modified in this same manner. I have not attempted to conceal that, excepting when the males are more numerous than the females, or when polygamy prevails, it is doubtful how the more attractive males succeed in leaving a large number of offspring to inherit their superiority in ornaments or other charms than the less attractive males. But I have shown that this would probably follow from the females, especially the more vigorous ones, which would be the first to breed, preferring not only the more attractive but at the same time the more vigorous and victorious males. Although we have some positive evidence that birds appreciate bright and beautiful objects, as with the bowerbirds of Australia, and although they certainly appreciate the power of song, yet I fully admit that it is astonishing that the females of many birds and some mammals should be endowed with sufficient taste to appreciate ornaments, which we have reason to attribute to sexual selection. And this is even more astonishing in the case of reptiles, fish, and insects. But we really know little about the minds of the lower animals. It cannot be supposed, for instance, that male birds of paradise or peacocks should take such pains in erecting, spreading, and vibrating their beautiful plumes before the females for no purpose. We should remember the fact given on excellent authority in a former chapter, that several peahens, when debarred from an admired male, remained widows during a whole season rather than pair with another bird. Nevertheless, I know of no fact in natural history more wonderful than that the female Argus pheasant should appreciate the exquisite shading of the ball and socket ornaments and the elegant patterns on the wing feather of the male. He who thinks that the male was created as he now exists must admit that the great plumes, which prevent the wings from being used for flight, and which are displayed during courtship and at no other time in a manner quite peculiar to this one species, were given to him as an ornament. If so, he must likewise admit that the female was created and endowed with the capacity of appreciating such ornaments. I differ only in the conviction that the male Argus pheasant acquired his beauty gradually, through the preference of the females during many generations for the more highly ornamented males. The aesthetic capacity of the females having been advanced through exercise or habit, just as our own taste is gradually improved. In the male, through the fortunate chance of a few feathers being left unchanged, we can distinctly trace how simple spots with a little fulvous shading on one side may have been developed by small steps into the wonderful ball and socket ornaments. And it is probable that they were actually thus developed. Everyone who admits the principle of evolution, and yet feels great difficulty in admitting that female mammals, birds, reptiles, and fish, could have acquired the high taste implied by the beauty of the males, and which generally coincides with our own standard, should reflect that the nerve cells of the brain in the highest as well as in the lowest members of the vertebrate series, are derived from those of the common progenitor of this great kingdom. For we can thus see how it has come to pass that certain mental faculties, in various and widely distinct groups of animals, have been developed in nearly the same manner and to nearly the same degree. The reader who has taken the trouble to go through the several chapters devoted to sexual selection, will be able to judge how far the conclusions at which I have arrived are supported by sufficient evidence. If he accepts these conclusions he may, I think, safely extend them to mankind. But it would be superfluous here to repeat what I have so lately said on the manner in which sexual selection apparently has acted on man, both on the male and female side, causing the two sexes to differ in body and mind, and the several races to differ from each other in various characters, as well as from their ancient and lowly organized progenitors. He who admits the principle of sexual selection will be led to the remarkable conclusion that the nervous system not only regulates most of the existing functions of the body, but has indirectly influenced the progressive development of various bodily structures and of certain mental qualities. Courage, pugnacity, perseverance, strength and size of body, weapons of all kinds, musical organs, both vocal and instrumental, bright colors and ornamental appendages, have all been indirectly gained by the one sex or the other. Through the exertion of choice, the influence of love and jealousy, and the appreciation of the beautiful in sound, color or form. And these powers of the mind manifestly depend on the development of the brain. Man scans with scrupulous care the character and pedigree of his horses, cattle, and dogs before he matches them. But when he comes to his own marriage he rarely, or never, takes any such care. He is impelled by nearly the same motives as the lower animals, when they are left to their own free choice, though he is in so far superior to them that he highly values mental charms and virtues. On the other hand he is strongly attracted by mere wealth or rank. Yet he might by selection do something not only for the bodily constitution and frame of his offspring, but for their intellectual and moral qualities. Both sexes ought to refrain from marriage if they are in any marked degree inferior in body or mind, but such hopes are utopian and will never be even partially realized until the laws of inheritance are thoroughly known. Everyone does good service, who aids towards this end. When the principles of breeding and inheritance are better understood, we shall not hear ignorant members of our legislature rejecting with scorn a plan for ascertaining whether or not consanguineous marriages are injurious to man. The advancement of the welfare of mankind is a most intricate problem. All ought to refrain from marriage who cannot avoid abject poverty for their children. For poverty is not only a great evil, but tends to its own increase by leading to recklessness in marriage. On the other hand, as Mr. Galton has remarked, if the prudent avoid marriage, whilst the reckless marry, the inferior members tend to supplant the better members of society. Man, like every other animal, has no doubt advanced to his present high condition through a struggle for existence consequent on his rapid multiplication. And if he is to advance still higher, it is to be feared that he must remain subject to a severe struggle. Otherwise he would sink into indolence, and the more gifted men would not be more successful in the battle of life than the less gifted. Hence our natural rate of increase, though leading to many and obvious evils, must not be greatly diminished by any means. There should be open competition for all men. And the most able should not be prevented by laws or customs from succeeding best and rearing the largest number of offspring. Important as the struggle for existence has been and even still is, yet as far as the highest part of man's nature is concerned there are other agencies more important. For the moral qualities are advanced, either directly or indirectly, much more through the effects of habit, the reasoning powers, instruction, religion, etc., than through natural selection. Though to this latter agency may be safely attributed the social instincts, which afforded the basis for the development of the moral sense. The main conclusion arrived at in this work, namely, that man is descended from some lowly organized form, will, I regret to think, be highly distasteful to many. But there can hardly be a doubt that we are descended from barbarians. The astonishment which I felt on first seeing a party of Fuegians on a wild and broken shore will never be forgotten by me, for the reflection at once rushed into my mind: such were our ancestors. These men were absolutely naked and bedaubed with paint, their long hair was tangled, their mouths frothed with excitement, and their expression was wild, startled, and distrustful. They possessed hardly any arts, and like wild animals lived on what they could catch. They had no government, and were merciless to every one not of their own small tribe. He who has seen a savage in his native land will not feel much shame, if forced to acknowledge that the blood of some more humble creature flows in his veins. For my own part, one would as soon be descended from that heroic little monkey, who braved his dreaded enemy in order to save the life of his keeper, or from that old baboon, who descending from the mountains, carried away in triumph his young comrade from a crowd of astonished dogs, as from a savage who delights to torture his enemies, offers up bloody sacrifices, practices infanticide without remorse, treats his wives like slaves, knows no decency, and is haunted by the grossest superstitions. Man may be excused for feeling some pride at having risen, though not through his own exertions, to the very summit of the organic scale. And the fact of his having thus risen, instead of having been aboriginally placed there, may give him hope for a still higher destiny in the distant future. But we are not here concerned with hopes or fears, only with the truth as far as our reason permits us to discover it, and I have given the evidence to the best of my ability. We must, however, acknowledge, as it seems to me, that man with all his noble qualities, with sympathy which feels for the most debased, with benevolence which extends not only to other men but to the humblest living creature, with his godlike intellect which has penetrated into the movements and constitution of the solar system, with all these exalted powers, man still bears in his bodily frame the indelible stamp of his lowly origin. Supplemental note: on sexual selection in relation to monkeys. Reprinted from Nature, November 2, 1876, page 18. In the discussion on sexual selection in my Descent of Man, no case interested and perplexed me so much as the brightly colored hinder ends and adjoining parts of certain monkeys. As these parts are more brightly colored in one sex than the other, and as they become more brilliant during the season of love, I concluded that the colors had been gained as a sexual attraction. I was well aware that I thus laid myself open to ridicule, though in fact it is not more surprising that a monkey should display his bright red hinder end than that a peacock should display his magnificent tail. I had, however, at that time no evidence of monkeys exhibiting this part of their bodies during their courtship. And such display in the case of birds affords the best evidence that the ornaments of the males are of service to them by attracting or exciting the females. I have lately read an article by Joe Vaughan Fisher, of Gotha, published in Der Zoologische Garten, April 1876, on the expression of monkeys under various emotions, which is well worthy of study by any one interested in the subject, and which shews that the author is a careful and acute observer. In this article there is an account of the behavior of a young male mandrill when he first beheld himself in a looking-glass, and it is added, that after a time he turned round and presented his red hinder end to the glass. Accordingly I wrote to Herr J. Vaughan Fisher to ask what he supposed was the meaning of this strange action, and he has sent me 2 long letters full of new and curious details, which will, I hope, be hereafter published. He says that he was himself at first perplexed by the above action, and was thus led carefully to observe several individuals of various other species of monkeys, which he has long kept in his house. He finds that not only the mandrill, Cynocephaly mormon, but the drill, C. Leucophaeus, and 3 other kinds of baboons, C. Hamadryas, Sphinx, and babuin, also Cynopithecus niger, and Macacus rhesus and Nemestrinus, turn this part of their bodies, which in all these species is more or less brightly colored, to him when they are pleased, and to other persons as a sort of greeting. He took pains to cure a Macacus rhesus, which he had kept for 5 years, of this indecorous habit, and at last succeeded. These monkeys are particularly apt to act in this manner, grinning at the same time, when first introduced to a new monkey, but often also to their old monkey friends, and after this mutual display they begin to play together. The young mandrill ceased spontaneously after a time to act in this manner towards his master, Vaughan Fisher, but continued to do so towards persons who were strangers and to new monkeys. A young Sinopithecus niger never acted, excepting on one occasion, in this way towards his master, but frequently towards strangers, and continues to do so up to the present time. From these facts Vaughan Fisher concludes that the monkeys which behaved in this manner before a looking-glass, viz., the mandrill, drill, Sinopithecus niger, Macacus rhesus and Nemestrinus, acted as if their reflection were a new acquaintance. The mandrill and drill, which have their hinder ends especially ornamented, display it even whilst quite young, more frequently and more ostentatiously than do the other kinds. Next in order comes Cynocephaly hamadryas, whilst the other species act in this manner seldomer. The individuals, however, of the same species vary in this respect, and some which were very shy never displayed their hinder ends. It deserves especial attention that Vaughan Fisher has never seen any species purposely exhibit the hinder part of its body, if not at all colored. This remark applies to many individuals of Macacus cynomolgus and Cercocebus radiatus, which is closely allied to M. rhesus, to 3 species of Cercopithecus and several American monkeys. The habit of turning the hinder ends as a greeting to an old friend or new acquaintance, which seems to us so odd, is not really more so than the habits of many savages, for instance that of rubbing their bellies with their hands, or rubbing noses together. The habit with the mandrill and drill seems to be instinctive or inherited, as it was followed by very young animals. But it is modified or guided, like so many other instincts, by observation, for Vaughan Fisher says that they take pains to make their display fully, and if made before 2 observers, they turn to him who seems to pay the most attention. With respect to the origin of the habit, Vaughan Fisher remarks that his monkeys like to have their naked hinder ends patted or stroked, and that they then grunt with pleasure. They often also turn this part of their bodies to other monkeys to have bits of dirt picked off, and so no doubt it would be with respect to thorns. But the habit with adult animals is connected to a certain extent with sexual feelings, for Vaughan Fisher watched through a glass door a female Sinopithecus niger, and she during several days. Umdrit und dem Manchen mit Gurgelnden Tonen die stark Gerathit Sitzflake Zeit, was ich früher nie in diesem Thier bemerkt hat. Beim Anblick dieses Gegenstands erregt sich das Manchen sichtlich, denn es poltert heftig in den Staben, ebenfalls gurgelnd laut ostosend. As all the monkeys which have the hinder parts of their bodies more or less brightly colored live, according to Vaughan Fisher, in open rocky places, he thinks that these colors serve to render one sex conspicuous at a distance to the other. But, as monkeys are such gregarious animals, I should have thought that there was no need for the sexes to recognize each other at a distance. It seems to me more probable that the bright colors, whether on the face or hinder end, or, as in the mandrill, on both, serve as a sexual ornament and attraction. Anyhow, as we now know that monkeys have the habit of turning their hinder ends towards other monkeys, it ceases to be at all surprising that it should have been this part of their bodies which has been more or less decorated. The fact that it is only the monkeys thus characterized which, as far as at present known, act in this manner as a greeting towards other monkeys renders it doubtful whether the habit was first acquired from some independent cause, and that afterwards the parts in question were colored as a sexual ornament, or whether the coloring and the habit of turning round were first acquired through variation and sexual selection, and that afterwards the habit was retained as a sign of pleasure or as a greeting, through the principle of inherited association. This principle apparently comes into play on many occasions. Thus it is generally admitted that the songs of birds serve mainly as an attraction during the season of love, and that the leks, or great congregations of the black grouse, are connected with their courtship. But the habit of singing has been retained by some birds when they feel happy, for instance by the common robin, and the habit of congregating has been retained by the black grouse during other seasons of the year. I beg leave to refer to one other point in relation to sexual selection. It has been objected that this form of selection, as far as the ornaments of the males are concerned, implies that all females within the same district must possess and exercise exactly the same taste. It should, however, be observed, in the first place, that although the range of variation of a species may be very large, it is by no means indefinite. I have elsewhere given a good instance of this fact in the pigeon, of which there are at least 100 varieties differing widely in their colors, and at least a score of varieties of the fowl differing in the same kind of way. But the range of color in these two species is extremely distinct. Therefore the females of natural species cannot have an unlimited scope for their taste. In the second place, I presume that no supporter of the principle of sexual selection believes that the females select particular points of beauty in the males. They are merely excited or attracted in a greater degree by one male than by another, and this seems often to depend, especially with birds, on brilliant coloring. Even man, excepting perhaps an artist, does not analyze the slight differences in the features of the woman whom he may admire, on which her beauty depends. The male mandrill has not only the hinder end of his body, but his face gorgeously colored and marked with oblique ridges, a yellow beard, and other ornaments. We may infer from what we see of the variation of animals under domestication, that the above several ornaments of the mandrill were gradually acquired by one individual varying a little in one way, and another individual in another way. The males which were the handsomest or the most attractive in any manner to the females would pair oftenest, and would leave rather more offspring than other males. The offspring of the former, although variously intercrossed, would either inherit the peculiarities of their fathers or transmit an increased tendency to vary in the same manner. Consequently the whole body of males inhabiting the same country would tend from the effects of constant intercrossing to become modified almost uniformly, but sometimes a little more in one character and sometimes in another, though at an extremely slow rate. All ultimately being thus rendered more attractive to the females. The process is like that which I have called unconscious selection by man, and of which I have given several instances. In one country the inhabitants value a fleet or light dog or horse, and in another country a heavier and more powerful one. In neither country is there any selection of individual animals with lighter or stronger bodies and limbs. Nevertheless, after a considerable lapse of time the individuals are found to have been modified in the desired manner almost uniformly, though differently in each country. In two absolutely distinct countries inhabited by the same species, the individuals of which can never during long ages have intermigrated and intercrossed, and where, moreover, the variations will probably not have been identically the same. Sexual selection might cause the males to differ. Nor does the belief appear to me altogether fanciful that two sets of females, surrounded by a very different environment, would be apt to acquire somewhat different tastes with respect to form, sound, or color. However this may be, I have given in my Descent of Man instances of closely allied birds inhabiting distinct countries, of which the young and the females cannot be distinguished, whilst the adult males differ considerably. And this may be attributed with much probability to the action of sexual selection.